Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. The Cabin at the End of the Road. I was 31 when my mother decided the three of us needed to go away for the weekend. And if you had asked me then whether I believed in anything supernatural, I would have told you no, without even looking up from my phone. Not in ghosts, not in omens, not in cursed places or things that waited in the dark for people dumb enough to wander too close. I believed in mold in old walls. I believed in bad wiring. I believed in men who lied to women until those women stopped trusting their own judgment. I believed in panic attacks, rural sheriff's departments that didn't want paperwork, and the kind of family silence that could ruin a whole car ride without anybody raising their voice. That was the kind of man I was back then. Early 30s. Practical. Tired all the time in a way sleep didn't fix. The kind of tired that comes from too many work emails, too many calls you don't want to answer, too many years of being the person everybody leaned on because you were the only one in the room who looked steady. I lived outside Atlanta, worked in commercial insurance, kept my kitchen clean, paid my bills on time, and didn't believe in things I couldn't explain. If I'd known what was under that place, I never would have turned off the highway. But of course, that's the kind of sentence people say after the fact. Before something happens, there's always a reason to keep driving, a reasonable explanation, a way to make a bad feeling sound childish. My mother called me on a Tuesday night in late October and asked, in a voice that tried too hard to sound light, whether I could take Friday off. Why? I asked. So we can get out of town for a couple days. I remember sitting on the edge of my bed with one sock on, laptop open beside me, listening to her move around in her kitchen, cabinet doors, the low hum of her refrigerator, her TV on in the other room, too loud because she never turned it down unless somebody was visiting. Mom, I already found a place. That should tell you something about her right there. She never asked for help with her feelings directly. She built logistics around them instead. She'd buy groceries for 10 when only 3 people were coming over. She'd clean her whole house at midnight instead of admitting she couldn't sleep. She'd book a mountain cabin and call it a family weekend instead of saying plainly that she was scared of what my sister might do now that the divorce papers were final and the house was no longer hers. My sister, Claire, was 36 and had signed the last of the documents that morning. Technically, the marriage had been dead long before that. Anybody with eyes could see it. Evan had not cheated in the dramatic way people like to imagine. No lipstick on a collar or text messages lighting up at midnight. What he had done was slower and meaner. Small humiliations, periodic disappearances, the kind of contempt that turned domestic life into a series of tiny punishments. He had a talent for making Claire feel unstable whenever she confronted him. If he came home late, she was paranoid. If money went missing, she was forgetful. If he spent a full day ignoring her, she was overreacting. By the end, she had that strained, overbright look of somebody trying to laugh from the bottom of a well. Then there was the house. The one she had picked. The one she painted herself. The one she had to leave. So yes, my mother was unraveling under stress, though you had to know her well to see it. She wasn't the dramatic kind. She still made casseroles, still folded dish towels in neat thirds, still said she was fine in a tone that meant absolutely nothing. But I had started noticing little things. A delay in her responses, as if every question had to travel farther to reach her. The way she'd lose track of the day. The way she checked the lock twice before bed, then once more 5 minutes later. My father had been dead 6 years by then, and she had gotten through that the way she got through everything else, by making coffee for other people and pretending not to need anyone herself. Claire's divorce cracked something in her that grief had only bent. "It'll be good for us to get away," she said. Later, that sentence would come back to me so many times it started to feel less like memory and more like a taunt. At the time, I rubbed my face and looked at my calendar and knew I was going to say yes before I said it. Not because I wanted to go, because guilt is its own kind of momentum. Claire was staying with our mother then, sleeping in her old bedroom with half her life still in plastic bins in the garage. I had spent the last month doing what I always did in family crises. Lifting boxes, fixing little practical problems, answering questions nobody else wanted, driving to Home Depot, pretending my competence was the same thing as comfort. I was tired of all of it, if I'm being honest. Tired of the careful conversations. Tired of Claire acting like every kind word was pity. Tired of my mother using the word fresh start like it was something you could buy with the right throw pillows and enough prayer. But I loved them both, and love mixed with exhaustion can make you agree to things you already half regret. "Where is it?" I asked. "North Georgia, near Blue Ridge, just for the weekend." "Who booked it?" A pause. "I did." "Through what?" "An app." That made me laugh once, under my breath. My mother mistrusted online banking, streaming subscriptions, and most doctors under the age of 45. But somehow, when she was spiraling, she became very confident with rental apps. "Claire know?" She picked out some of the pictures with me. That meant Claire had approved it in the fragile way people approve of anything when they are too sad to care. I could picture her at the kitchen table, wrapped in one of my mother's cardigans, saying, "Sure, whatever, that one looks nice," while not really seeing any of it. "And Evan?" I asked. Another pause, longer this time. "He may come up Saturday." I sat there in silence. I had met enough versions of Evan over the years to know exactly what that meant. It meant he had said he didn't know if he could make it because of work. It meant my sister had acted like she didn't care. It meant my mother thought maybe a change of scenery would help them speak kindly for once, which was insane, but also exactly the kind of optimism mothers become addicted to when reality humiliates them. "They are divorced." "Yes. So why is he coming?" "He still has some of her things." I didn't answer. "He said he could bring them." That was almost funny. "You know she could just get those later." "I know." "Then why is he coming?" When she spoke again, her voice had gone quiet. "Because she said it might be easier this way." That told me all I needed to know. Claire didn't want her boxes. She wanted one last version of him that wasn't cruel. One last interaction she could survive without going to pieces afterward. People call that closure when they're feeling charitable. Usually it's just hope in a different coat. I told my mother I'd pick them up Friday morning. By the time I pulled into her driveway, the sky looked like dirty wool, and the wind had that cold, damp edge it gets right before real rain settles in. Claire was already outside in jeans and an old University of Georgia sweatshirt, standing beside 2 duffel bags and a plastic grocery sack full of snacks. She had sunglasses on, even though it was overcast. That was how I knew she'd been crying recently. Our mother came out behind her, carrying a casserole dish wrapped in foil, because of course she did. "Morning," I said. Claire lifted one shoulder. Can't wait to heal in the woods. There she was. That was Claire at her most wounded. Funny in a way that made you feel bad for smiling. You don't have to come, I said. Yes, I do. Mom already bought apple cider and made a spreadsheet. I heard that, my mother said, locking the front door. I want it to be organized, she added. She had packed like we were evacuating. Pillows from home, extra paper towels, a first aid kit, a deck of cards nobody would use, ground coffee sealed in a freezer bag, 3 blankets, real mugs because she hated drinking out of whatever was in rental houses. The back of my SUV filled up fast, and by the time we finally got moving, the windshield had started collecting a fine spray that smeared more than it wiped. My heater worked, but only in the technical sense. It blew air that was slightly less cold than outside. We stopped an hour later at a big gas station off the interstate. One of those places that pretends to be a country store and a truck stop and a souvenir shop all at once. Bright aisles, jerky displays, cinnamon pecans in plastic tubs, bad coffee in cardboard cups with lids that never fit right. Claire bought peanut butter crackers, sour gummy worms, and a bottle of water she didn't open for another 2 hours. My mother bought trail mix and bananas as if we were school children. I took the coffee because I needed something hot in my hand. Normal things. That's what I keep coming back to. How normal it all was for so long. The drive north got narrower and lonelier by degrees. Billboards gave way to hand-painted signs. Fast food exits thinned out. The GPS lady went from confident to hesitant, like even she wasn't sure about some of those roads. At one point, my phone signal dropped to a single bar, and then came back only long enough for work emails I ignored. Rain came and went in thin, gray sheets. The trees darkened with it, trunks black against the hillsides, leaves in the ditches plastered down like wet skin. We passed sagging road signs with bullet holes in them. A church with a hand-lettered message board that read, "Jesus sees you." A shuttered produce stand leaning sideways. Long stretches with no houses at all. Claire slept for part of it with her forehead against the window. My mother kept trying to make conversation. "We should go into town for lunch tomorrow." Claire said without opening her eyes. "I saw online there's an orchard nearby." "Great. And maybe a little shopping district?" "That sounds dangerous." "What does?" "Me, emotionally, in a gift shop." I snorted into my coffee, and my mother gave me a look like I should be helping more. The GPS glitched the closer we got, not in a dramatic horror movie way, just enough to irritate me. The blue route line would jump a little. The map would freeze for a second. Once, the voice told me to turn left after I had already passed the road. I had to pull into a gravel church lot to reroute. Across the road from it was a ditch half full of rainwater, and in the weeds beside it lay a dead possum with its ribs exposed. I only looked at it for a second. Gray fur soaked flat, pink mouth hanging open. One little hand curled inward like it had died reaching for something. The belly split enough that the white shine of bone showed through. Probably hit by a truck and dragged by scavengers after. That was the normal explanation. I remember thinking that and then immediately wishing I hadn't looked so closely. By then, the roads had narrowed to 2 lanes with no shoulder worth mentioning. Then 1 lane in parts, cutting through wet trees and little rises of red clay. We crossed a shallow bridge over a creek the color of old tea. The drizzle thickened again. No mailboxes, no porch lights. No sound except tires on damp pavement and the weak, intermittent hiss of the defroster. "This is secluded," my mother said, trying to sound pleased. "This is where people disappear," Claire said. "Claire, What? I'm just saying, if one of us gets murdered, they're gonna have to identify me by dental records and a Buc-ee's receipt. Don't say things like that. Why not? It's atmospheric. I remember smiling a little, despite myself. I also remember looking out into those woods and feeling something settle low in my stomach that had nothing to do with motion sickness. Not fear. Not yet. Just the beginning of not liking a place before you can explain why. The final turn was off the paved road onto a narrower gravel drive that looked less like a road and more like a utility path somebody occasionally remembered to spread rock on. My GPS lost itself entirely after that. The trees pressed in close, rain dripping from branches onto the roof in slow, irregular taps. We went past one rusted no trespassing sign nailed crooked to a tree, and then nothing else for another few minutes. No neighboring cabins, no parked trucks, no distant porch lights through the trees. Nothing. Then the woods opened just enough for us to see it. The cabin stood alone in a clearing of slick brown earth and patchy grass, larger than I expected, and somehow meaner looking than it had in the photos. The front porch sagged slightly on one side. The windows were dark. The porch light was dead. The wood siding had gone nearly black with rain, and beneath the raised foundation there was a band of open darkness where the ground fell away under the house. I slowed to a stop and left the engine running. For a second, nobody spoke. It was still daylight, technically, but the drizzle and low clouds had flattened everything into the same dim gray. The cabin didn't look welcoming. It looked like something that had been left there and forgotten. Not abandoned exactly. Worse than that. Maintained just enough to be rented again. Claire leaned forward between the seats and squinted through the windshield. "That," she said softly, "is not what the pictures looked like." No, it wasn't. And I can't explain this without sounding like the kind of person I used to roll my eyes at. But the moment I saw the black space beneath that house, I had the immediate, irrational feeling that it was watching us arrive. Chapter 1. The Cabin at the End of the Road. Getting out of the SUV, I told myself the uneasy feeling would pass as soon as I started moving. That's another thing people say after the fact, as if dread is some little mechanical failure you can clear by opening a door or turning on enough lights. Most bad places don't announce themselves with anything dramatic. They introduce themselves in ordinary ways first. Wet wood under your shoes. Air that smells shut in and wrong. A porch that looks only slightly more rotten in person than it did online. My mother was the first one out, clutching her purse under one arm and peering through the drizzle like the cabin might improve if she squinted at it with enough determination. Claire stayed seated for a second longer, staring through the windshield with the flat expression of somebody already regretting a decision she hadn't fully agreed to in the first place. "Well," my mother said, too brightly, "it's quaint." "It's wet," Claire said. That was true. Everything about the place looked damp. Not just from the rain, but from years of holding it. The wood siding had that swollen, overfed look old cabins get when they've taken on too many seasons without enough repairs. The boards were dark with moisture, raised slightly at the seams. The screened porch wrapped around one side of the house, and the mesh in two of the panels had torn loose and curled inward like peeled skin. A squat old chimney of rough gray stone rose along one wall, broader than it needed to be, its mortar dark with rain and age. The front steps had warped just enough that when I put my foot on the first one, it dipped a fraction lower than I expected. Not collapsing, not dangerous in any obvious, reportable way, just old enough to feel tired. I cut the engine, and the sudden quiet was worse than the drive had been. No traffic. No dog barking from another property. No voices. Just rain dripping off leaves and tapping the metal roof somewhere above us in a rhythm that never quite settled. "You think the code they texted you is right?" I asked. My mother was already digging through her purse. "Of course it is." "It better be," Claire muttered as she hauled one of her duffels from the back.
"Because I'm not getting murdered in the driveway while Mom tries 7 different combinations."
Claire. "I'm kidding." She wasn't. Not really. That had become another one of her tells. The darker the joke, the worse she was doing. The lockbox hung beside the front door, and my mother got it open on the second try. That seemed to reassure her. Practical success always did. If the code worked, if the lights came on, if the faucet ran clear, then maybe the rest of her hope about the weekend would work too. She pushed the door open first and stood there smiling at us as if she were welcoming us into a place she owned. For 1 second, with the warm yellow entry light falling out onto the porch and the rain behind us, it almost looked like it might be fine. Then I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Every cabin rental I've ever been in has a smell to it. Some mix of dust, old wood, detergent, and whatever fake fragrance the cleaning company uses to make rustic feel sanitized. This place had all of that, but underneath the pine-scented cleaner, there was something stale and faintly sour, like damp cardboard that had been left too close to a basement drain. It wasn't strong enough to stop me in my tracks, just enough to register as wrong. The place was arranged to look cozy, in the way rentals always are. Too deliberately. Too much effort put into what kind of comfort people expect from a mountain weekend. A fake bear head mounted over the mantel. Antique quilts folded at the foot of the couch like nobody had ever actually used them. Framed prints of trout, deer, and old barns in cheap black wood frames. A basket of decorative pine cones by the fireplace. The kitchen opened into the living room and had one of those outdated white refrigerators with a yellowing ice maker and a stove that looked like it had been new during the first Bush administration. There were bar stools tucked under a laminate counter, pretending to be stone. "Cute," my mother said, setting her purse down. "It looks like Cracker Barrel decorated a funeral home," Claire said. I set our bags just inside the door and took a slow look around. The layout was simple enough. Living room centered around the stone fireplace. Kitchen to the left. A hallway leading toward what I assumed was a bathroom and maybe a bedroom downstairs. Narrow stairs going up on the right. At first, temperature-wise, it felt normal. Chilly from being closed up, but not bad. The kind of cool that made you want dry socks and coffee. Then I took 3 more steps into the living room and felt the change. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't even especially subtle. 1 second the air was merely cold. The next, the floor beneath the center of the room felt like it was breathing out freezer air through the boards. Not everywhere, just there. A patch maybe 6 feet across between the couch and the fireplace, as precise and unnatural as if someone had hidden a walk-in cooler underneath the rug. I stopped without meaning to. "You okay?" my mother asked. "Yeah." I stepped again, slower this time. Same thing. The cold came up through the soles of my shoes and climbed my shins. There was a braided rug laid in the middle of that space, oval-shaped and newer than most of the other things in the room. Not new, but less worn, less faded. It didn't match the rest of the house in the same way everything else matched, and I remember noticing that right away. Claire came in behind me, carrying 2 bags of groceries, and nearly bumped into my shoulder. "What? You feel that?" I asked. She frowned and stepped onto the rug. "Feel what?"
The floor. It's cold. It's October. No, I know, but right here. She shifted her weight and then looked down. Okay, yeah. Weird. My mother had started toward the kitchen, unloading grocery bags with that focused little energy of hers. But when I didn't move, she turned and followed my gaze. "What is it?" she asked. I nudged the rug lightly with my shoe and felt something under it that did not feel like ordinary floorboards. There was the slightest give. Not soft, exactly. Hollow. A muted flex that shouldn't have been there. I crouched and pressed my palm flat to the braided surface. Cold, yes, but also something else. A faint vibration. So subtle I might have doubted it if I hadn't been touching it. A low pressure from below, as if air had shifted under the floor and briefly nudged upward. That was when I lifted one corner of the rug. Underneath it was a square wooden hatch set flush into the floorboards. No lock. No visible hinges from that angle. Just an old iron ring handle lying flat against the wood, blackened with age. The edges of the hatch were darker than the floor around it, not by much, but enough to show more use, more contact. The wood itself looked older too, as if it had absorbed more moisture or more hands over time. "Of course," Claire said. "Hidden moonshine bunker." "Or a crawl space," I said. "Or a trapdoor to the body pit." "Claire," she gave my mother a look. "What? We're in the mountains. There could be a still down there. Or a family of hillbillies. Or one of those crime documentaries where they interview neighbors afterward and everybody says, 'He mostly kept to himself.'" Normally, I would have told her to knock it off. Instead, I kept staring at the hatch. My mother crossed the room faster than I expected and said, "Don't mess with anything." It was the speed of it that caught me, not the words, the reflex behind them. She said it too quickly, too sharply, like she had touched a hot pan. Then just as fast, she softened her face and added, "At least not until we know what the instructions say." I looked up at her. She smiled, but it was thin. That was the first moment I had the thought, small, shapeless, easy to dismiss, that the house had gotten into her too. Not in any supernatural sense, just that it had pressed on something raw in her the second she walked in. I let the rug fall back into place. "Sure," I said. We unloaded the car and brought in the rest of the bags. On the second trip, I noticed again the narrow darkness visible beneath the house where the raised foundation sat on piers. There were slivers between the skirting and the ground, black enough in the rain that they didn't look shallow. Just gaps. More shadow than structure. Easy to ignore if you weren't already paying attention. Inside, the air warmed slightly once we shut the door, but the cold spot in the center of the room didn't change. My mother moved around the kitchen, wiping already clean counters with a damp paper towel. Claire claimed the downstairs bedroom because she said if she had to spiral in the middle of the night, she'd rather do it on the same floor as the wine. I took one of the upstairs rooms without argument. The staircase creaked under my weight all the way up. It was one of those narrow cabin staircases built more for utility than comfort, steep enough to make you plant your feet carefully. The upstairs landing was short, just a little hall with 3 doors and a window at the far end overlooking the driveway. 1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms. A closet with bifold doors that didn't quite meet in the middle. I carried my duffel into the larger bedroom and set it on the bed. The quilt there was old enough to be either genuinely antique or purchased in bulk to look that way. The room had sloped ceilings, a dresser with brass pulls, a lamp shaped like a pine cone, and curtains the color of oatmeal. Nothing dramatic, nothing haunted, just stale. I opened the window a crack, or tried to. It lifted halfway and stuck hard,
swollen in the frame. I pushed again and got no farther. "Great," I muttered, letting it drop back down. The glass shivered once in the frame, and somewhere below the house, I thought I heard a dull answering sound. Not a knock, more like something had shifted under the floorboards and then gone still. I stood there listening. Nothing. The bathroom across the hall had a faint hairline crack running through the upper right corner of the mirror, thin as a vein. I remember noticing it while washing my hands and thinking, irrationally, that it looked less like damage and more like something trying to spread. The sink drained slowly. The faucet squealed half a second before water came out. Ordinary old house problems. That's all I told myself. Back in my room, I knelt to unzip my bag and dropped one of my shoes. It rolled partly under the bed. I got down on one knee to reach for it and saw the dark smears. At first, I thought it was dirt, tracked by a previous guest. The room was dim, the stormlight outside flattening all the color out of things. But when I leaned lower, I could see the streaks were caught in the grooves between the floorboards, not on top of them. Dark brown, almost black in places. Not pooled, smeared. A few inches here, a few inches there, irregular, as if something wet had been dragged and then mostly wiped away. Closer to the wall were little pale flecks. I pinched one between my fingers. Brittle, dry. It snapped when I pressed it. Another one beside it had a slight curve. Too thick for paint, too hard for plaster. It could have been a claw sheath from some animal. It could have been a broken nail. It could have been a splinter of something I did not want to put a name to while kneeling in that room alone. I dropped it immediately. There was a smell under the bed, too. Faint, older than the pine cleaner downstairs. Not fresh rot, just the dry, dusty ghost of something organic that had once been there. I stood up a little too fast and bumped the mattress with my knee. "Jesus," I said to nobody. From downstairs, I could hear Claire laughing at something my mother had said. The sound helped. It made the whole thing feel stupid again. Old cabins had stains. Old cabins had mice. Old cabins had owners who hired lazy cleaning crews and took better photos than they did care of the place. There was nothing extraordinary about any of that. Still, I didn't mention the smears. I unpacked enough to feel settled, shoved my empty duffel into the closet, and went downstairs. By then, the light outside had started thinning toward evening. Not dark yet, but on its way. The rain had become a light, steady drizzle that silvered the porch screens and made the trees beyond them look farther away than they were. My mother was putting groceries into the refrigerator. Claire stood at the counter, opening a bag of kettle chips like it had personally offended her. "How's upstairs?" she asked. "About as charming as you'd think." "Any ghosts?" "Only the decorating choices." That got a small smile out of her. I crossed the living room again and felt the cold beneath the rug before I reached it. This time, I also noticed a second detail. There was a faint draft rising through the hairline cracks between some of the boards nearest the hatch. Not enough to move anything, just enough that when I stood still, the skin at my ankles registered it separately from the rest of the room. I looked toward the fireplace, then down at the rug. "Still thinking about your murder hatch?" Claire asked. "It's probably just access underneath." "For what? Hidden still? Murder tunnel? Taxidermist bunker?" "You watch too much garbage." "I prefer the term American folklore." My mother shut the refrigerator with more force than she needed. "Can you both just give it a rest?" We fell quiet after that. I told myself again that the unease was environmental. Long drive, bad weather, family tension. An old house with too many noises and not enough insulation. That was all. Then, while I was standing there, I heard it. A faint sound. Not outside, not rain, not the refrigerator, not a branch dragging on the siding. It came from under the floor. A slow drag, like something being pulled a short distance across dirt or wood. Then nothing. The stillness after it was worse than the sound itself. It had direction. It had weight. And it had come from directly beneath where I was standing. Claire saw my face change. What? I kept listening. Nothing answered. Nothing, I said. But I was already moving toward the front door. I told them I wanted to bring in the last bag from the car. That was a lie, and I think my mother knew it was a lie, but she didn't stop me. Outside, the air smelled cleaner than inside the cabin. Colder, but easier to breathe. The drizzle had deepened the earth into dark clay and slick black mud around the edges of the foundation. I walked slowly along the side of the house, past the torn porch screen and the old chimney, to where the ground dropped just enough beneath the raised piers to open a narrow gap below the skirting. At first, I only saw leaves and mud and shadow. Then I crouched a little lower. Something pale lay half-buried near one of the supports, where rainwater had carved a shallow runnel through the dirt. A small pile of bones, tangled in wet leaves and dark soil. Nothing dramatic. The kind of thing you'd expect out in the woods if a raccoon or possum had died under there and been picked apart by scavengers. That's what I thought for about 2 seconds. Then I saw one of the teeth. Small, too flat in front, too neatly shaped. Not enough to prove anything by itself, maybe. Not to a lab, not to a sheriff. But wrong enough that the moment I saw it, every hair along my arms rose at once. I stayed crouched there in the drizzle, staring under the house, while behind me the cabin glowed dimly through the wet windows, as if nothing in it had changed. Then I stood up, wiped my muddy hand on my jeans, and went back inside without telling either of them a word. Chapter 1. The Cabin at the End of the Road. By the time the sky went fully dark, the cabin had started to feel smaller than it really was. That happened gradually, the way bad atmospheres usually do. Not all at once, not with some obvious dramatic shift you could point to later and say, there, that was the exact moment everything changed. It was more that the rooms seemed to draw in around us as the evening wore on, each ordinary domestic detail becoming slightly less reassuring than it should have been. My mother cooked because cooking was how she fought panic. She moved around the kitchen with a brittle efficiency that would have looked almost calm to anybody who didn't know her well. She heated canned chili in a pot on the stove, sliced cornbread from a plastic bakery container, opened a bag of shredded cheese, laid out bowls and spoons and paper napkins, like she was setting a table for a normal Friday night at home, instead of trying to force normalcy into a house that already felt off in ways she didn't want named. Claire unpacked in bursts, leaving half her things where they landed. One duffel in the downstairs bedroom, a sweatshirt slung over the couch, her phone charger draped from an outlet near the bar stools. The whole time she kept up a stream of sarcastic commentary that was almost funny until you listened closely enough to hear how frayed it was underneath. At least if the place collapses, they can charge us a cleaning fee and call it even. "Can you not?" my mother said from the stove. "I'm helping. I'm keeping morale up."
Well, you're doing the opposite of that.
I contain multitudes. I opened the cheap bottle of red wine my mother had packed and poured myself a glass in one of the mugs she'd brought from home because the cabin's cups looked dusty. I don't even like wine much. I wanted something to put in my hand that made it look like I had relaxed. That's another thing I can admit now more easily than I could then. I had started feeling watched the second hour we were in that place, and I was trying not to act like it. The football game on TV gave us something to look at that wasn't one another. Some college game neither Claire nor I cared about. Bright green field, clean white yard lines, commentary too loud for the size of the room. The normal, blunt language of American weekends. Third down, red zone, missed coverage, false start. It should have made the cabin feel lived in. Instead, it seemed to bounce strangely off the walls and disappear into the wood.
Around 7:30, headlights swept briefly across the porch screens. Evan. Claire didn't move at first, but I saw the change in her face. It was slight, a tightening around the mouth, a flash of color under her skin that could have been anger or embarrassment, or the body bracing for impact before the mind had time to do it. My mother straightened as if she'd been caught doing something. "Can you get that?" she asked me. I set down my mug and went to the door. The rain had picked back up, not a storm yet, but enough to slick Evan's hair to his forehead and darken the shoulders of his jacket. He stood there, holding a cardboard box under one arm and a six-pack of beer in the other hand, like some pathetic little peace offering he hadn't fully committed to. He looked tired in a genuine way, but also irritated, the way men like him always manage to look burdened by the emotional fallout they caused themselves. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He stepped inside, bringing cold, wet air with him, and glanced once around the room before his eyes landed on Claire. "Hi," he said to her. "Hi." That was it. No hug, no smile, no attempt at warmth. My mother rushed in to fill the vacuum. "You made it! Good! The roads weren't too terrible?" "Not great." "Well, take your shoes off, you're dripping, and I kept the chili warm." "Thanks, Diane." She beamed at the use of her first name like it meant something good. Maybe part of her still thought there was a version of the weekend where everybody behaved beautifully and left with softened hearts and the ability to tell a nice story about how important family was. If so, she kept trying to build it with enough small gestures. Evan set the box on the counter. A few of Claire's things. Claire looked at it, then away. "You could have mailed them. Some of it's fragile." The silence that followed that was so thin and sharp, it felt like a wire stretched through the room. I poured myself more wine. We ate at the low coffee table because there wasn't a proper dining table, just the counter and stools. And none of us seemed willing to stage some fake communal family meal under pendant lights while the rain thickened outside. The chili was too salty. The cornbread was store-bought sweet. The football game kept flashing ads for trucks and insurance and medication with side effects that sounded worse than the illnesses they treated. Claire barely ate. Evan drank one beer quickly and opened another. My mother kept asking little practical questions no one cared about. "Do you want more cheese?" "No." "Did you bring your work laptop?" "Unfortunately." "We could go into town tomorrow if the weather clears." "Sure," Claire said without looking up. The windows had gone black by then. Not dark gray, not reflective. Black. The porch light still didn't work, and beyond the glass there was nothing to separate the cabin from the woods except the occasional silver hiss of rain when it crossed the screens. Every now and then, I'd glance toward the porch and feel that same irrational resistance in my chest, as if the darkness just outside wasn't empty, but occupied. Around 8:30, the smell changed. At first, I thought the chimney was backdrafting, even though there was no fire lit. Then I thought maybe something in the trash had turned, but it came on too suddenly for either of those. One breath, the room smelled like chili, damp wood, and whatever fake pine scent the cleaners used. The next, it was threaded with something older and fouler. Not full decomposition, not sewage exactly,
rot under wood smoke. Wet fur. Something metallic beneath it, faint but unmistakable, like old pennies rubbed between your fingers or blood beginning to dry on a sink. My mother was the first to react. She wrinkled her nose and looked toward the kitchen. "What is that?" Evan sniffed once and set down his beer. "Probably a dead raccoon somewhere in the wall." Claire leaned back from her bowl. "Or they didn't clean this place right." "Maybe the septic," my mother said. "It doesn't smell like septic," I said. That was true. Septic had a rounder, nastier smell to it. Human waste, damp pipes. This was sharper. Animal and mineral together. A smell with edges. Nobody answered that. The game kept going on the TV. The quarterback threw an interception. A commentator shouted something ecstatic and stupid. Rain ticked across the screens harder now, and for a second, all 5 of us sat there in a silence made worse by the broadcast noise, each trying not to look like we were paying too much attention to the smell. Then came the knock. It was slow and hollow, and came from directly beneath the braided rug. 1, 2, 3. Every muscle in my body locked at once. Nobody moved. Nobody even spoke. The sound itself wasn't loud enough to be called violent, but it had a weight to it that made the air in the room seem to compress. 3 deliberate impacts from under the floor, spaced like whoever or whatever made them, knew exactly how long silence should last between each one. The TV crowd roared for some unrelated reason. My mother looked at me. Claire looked at Evan. Evan let out a short, humorless laugh. "Okay." No one joined him. He stood up with that forced casualness people use when they're frightened and don't want to surrender the room to it. "Probably some animal." "Animals knock now?" Claire asked. "It's under the house, something hitting a beam." I could hear how badly he wanted that to be true. He walked over and stood on the rug, looking down at it as if daring something to happen again. I opened my mouth to tell him not to, though I'm not sure what I thought that would accomplish. Before I could say anything, he stamped once with the heel of his boot. What hit back from underneath the hatch did so hard enough to shift the rug and tremble the coffee table. My mother screamed. Not gasped, not yelped. A real scream, sharp and startled, and instantly humiliating to her the second it was out, which somehow made it worse. Claire jerked so hard she sloshed wine onto her jeans. Evan stumbled backward off the rug, all the forced ease draining out of his face at once. As for me, what I remember most clearly is the cold. A pulse of it rose from the floor so suddenly it felt alive. Air pushed through the seams around the hidden hatch in one clean upward draft, cold enough to bite through my socks and up into my calves. For about 2 seconds, nobody said anything. Then my mother said, in a small, tight voice, No, I don't like that." Evan was already grabbing the fireplace poker. "It's trapped under there," he said. "That's all." "Well, then let it stay trapped," my mother snapped. Claire stood up too. "Maybe that's a great point." But Evan had committed himself now. Men like him hate looking foolish more than they hate looking reckless. He hooked the poker under one edge of the braided rug and dragged it back just far enough to reveal one corner of the hatch. The old iron ring sat flat against the wood. The dark seam around the edges looked deeper than it had before. He crouched, still holding the poker, and with his free hand pinched the corner of the rug farther back. "There," he said. "It's just a crawl space." Then, from directly under the hatch, something scratched once. Not a random scrape, not wood settling, not claws scuttling. One long drag across the underside of the wood, slow enough that every one of us heard the full length of it. Evan jerked his hand back so fast he nearly lost the poker. "Jesus Christ," Claire whispered. My mother had both hands over her mouth now.
Her eyes looked wet and furious, as if she was angry at the house for embarrassing her by being exactly as wrong as she'd feared. "What is it?" she asked nobody in particular. "A raccoon doesn't scratch like that," I said. Evan looked at me. "You know a lot about raccoons?" "I know that wasn't one." "Could be a possum." "Then why did it hit the hatch?" He didn't answer. The debate started there and escalated almost immediately, the way family arguments do when fear strips all the softening language away. My mother wanted to leave. Claire said she also wanted to leave, but didn't want to drive mountain roads in heavy rain with patchy service and no idea how far the nearest decent hotel was. Evan kept insisting it was some trapped animal and that we were all making it worse by acting like idiots. I said if it was only an animal, then he could leave the hatch closed and we could call someone in the morning. "That's smart," Claire said. "That's dramatic," Evan shot back. "What's dramatic is getting mauled under a rental cabin because your ego needs an audience." Claire. "No, seriously, explain the plan. You gonna crawl under there and negotiate?" "Enough," my mother said, louder than usual. That shut us all up for a moment. Rain hammered the screens. The TV continued talking to nobody. The smell lingered in the room, stronger now that we'd disturbed the rug, and underneath it, the cold kept leaking out of the floor in little breaths. "We are not opening that tonight," my mother said. "We are locking every door, and in the morning we will call whoever we need to call." "It could get inside," Claire said. "How?" Nobody answered that either. In the end, exhaustion and bad weather made the decision for us. We stayed. Not because any of us thought it was wise, because human beings are remarkably good at settling for the wrong option when every option feels bad enough. We pushed the coffee table fully over the rug. Ev wedged one of the bar stools against it, like that would help. My mother triple-checked the locks on both exterior doors. Claire turned the volume on the television up and then down again, unable to decide whether silence or noise was worse. I had another mug of wine I did not need. By 10:30, we had all retreated to our rooms. I lay upstairs in the dark, with the covers pulled to my waist, and listened. Houses always sound different at night than they do during the day, but that cabin seemed to wait until every light was off to reveal how many small noises it was capable of making. The roof ticking under rain, wood giving off quiet, irregular pops as temperatures shifted, wind pressing and releasing against the walls. Once, the faint rattle of the window in my room as a gust moved through the trees. And beneath all of that, every so often, movement. Low. Sliding. Hard to place unless you were listening for it. I told myself it was under the living room. Told myself the sound carried strangely in old structures, and that's why it seemed close sometimes. Told myself too many things, really. Anything to preserve the shape of a world where a bad smell and a hidden hatch were still manageable problems. Sometime after midnight, I stopped trying to sleep and just stared at the ceiling. The house had grown so quiet that each small sound rose separately. A creak downstairs, rain easing. Then that low sliding sound again, more distinct now. Not rushing, not frantic. A short distance, then stillness. Another short distance, then stillness. I held my breath and listened harder. There was intelligence in the spacing. That's the part I understood then, lying there in the dark, before I had any proof I could show another person. The movement was not random.
It was not an animal trapped in panic. It was moving beneath the house in response to us, to where we had been, where we were, where the weight in the floor shifted overhead,
as if it were following by sound or counting. Then, from somewhere below my room, I heard a single, wet exhale. It was so soft, I might have convinced myself I'd imagined it if it hadn't been so horribly specific. Not a sigh, not wind. Breath pushed through something thick, like fluid in the throat or mucus in damaged lungs. I did not move. I do not know how long I lay that way, eyes fixed on the dark ceiling, every muscle locked so tight my jaw hurt. 30 seconds? 2 minutes? Maybe longer. Then came one final sliding sound beneath the floorboards. Closer. And then nothing at all. Nothing except the certainty, cold and complete, that whatever was under that cabin had stopped directly beneath my bed. Chapter 2. What was left under the bed. Morning did what mornings usually do in places that frightened you the night before. It made everything feel a little stupid. Not harmless exactly, not safe, but flatter, smaller. The kind of smaller that lets pride creep in before common sense has had its coffee. By daylight, fear loses some of its authority. The shadows that look like openings become corners again. The sounds that felt deliberate start to resemble old wood settling, rain running through gutters, an animal somewhere under a house where animals sometimes got. When I woke, the room was gray instead of black. The rain had thinned to a fine mist that blurred the window glass and softened the whole mountainside into layers of pale charcoal and washed green. For a few seconds, I lay still, looking at the sloped ceiling, trying to hold on to the certainty I'd felt in the middle of the night. That certainty was already weakening. No scrape now. No breathing. No sense of weight beneath me. Just an old bed in an old cabin, and the faint smell of stale wood warmed a little by daylight. Then I moved my feet to the floor, and the boards were cold. That brought some of it back. Downstairs, I could hear cabinet doors opening and closing. The rhythm of someone making breakfast. My mother, obviously. There was also the sound of a TV on low. Not because anyone was watching it, but because silence had become too loaded to leave alone. I washed my face in the bathroom, where the cracked corner of the mirror looked less ominous in daylight, and more like one more thing the owners had been too cheap to replace. The sink still drained slowly. The window still stuck. All the little problems of the cabin had the irritating competence of ordinary explanations ready for them. That was what the day offered us first. Explanation. When I came downstairs, coffee was already brewing, and my mother was at the stove scrambling eggs in a non-stick skillet that had seen better decades. She had changed into a clean sweater and put on lipstick, which told me she was trying hard. My mother only wore lipstick when she wanted control over a day she did not trust. Claire sat at the counter in leggings and socks, hair tied up badly, cradling a mug in both hands like it was doing more emotional labor than the rest of us combined. Evan stood by the sink looking at his phone, rotating it every few seconds for signal that wasn't there. "Morning," my mother said, with entirely too much brightness. "Hey, you sleep okay?" That question hung in the room for a beat too long. "Fine," I said. Claire let out a small laugh into her coffee. "Liar." My mother gave her a look, but even she smiled a little. Not because it was funny, because all of us were relieved she had made the joke first. There's a specific kind of shame that settles over a group of adults the morning after they've all been frightened together.
Nobody wants to be the one who preserved the fear into daylight. Nobody wants to say, "Yes, I heard it too. Yes, I was afraid. Yes, that thing beneath the floor did not sound like anything I can explain."
So instead, everyone starts reaching for smaller, cleaner versions of events. Maybe the wood amplified it. Maybe the hatch shifted because of moisture. Maybe something got trapped under there. Maybe we overreacted. My mother slid eggs onto plates and said, carefully casual, "I think after breakfast we should drive into town for a while. Maybe get lunch somewhere. Let the place air out." "You mean because of the smell?" Evan asked. "Yes. Or because the floor knocked back," Claire said. "Claire," my mother said softly. "No, I'm serious. We can say it." Evan took a sip of coffee and shrugged one shoulder. "I still think it was some animal under the house." "Then why did it sound like it was under the rug?" Claire asked. "Because that's where the hatch is." "That is not an answer." "It is if there's a crawl space." "Guys," I said. He looked at me as if he expected backup. I didn't give him any. My mother set the pan down harder than she meant to. "We are not doing this first thing in the morning." That shut everyone up for a moment. The mist outside had brightened enough that the mountain ridge beyond the trees was visible through the windows in soft, layered bands. It was the kind of view people paid too much for on rental websites. Gray light over wet hills, bare branches black against the fog. The world looked almost painfully beautiful in a way that made the cabin's interior feel meaner by contrast. Claire stared out at it and said, quieter now, "It does look nice." "There," my mother said quickly. "See? Maybe today will be better." "Maybe," Claire said, which meant no. We ate eggs and buttered toast and made weak jokes around the edges of what had happened. Not one of us addressed the hatch directly for several minutes. The football game from the night before had been replaced by a local morning news show, the anchors smiling too hard beside a weather map full of rain. My mother asked if anyone wanted more coffee. Claire asked if there were any decent diners in town, or whether we were doomed to artisanal biscuits and rustic signage. Evan muttered something about being able to check the crawl space later if it would make everyone calm down. That got my attention. "Later," my mother said. He shrugged again. "In daylight." "We do not need to do that," she said too fast. "It's just an access hatch." Claire stared down into her mug. "You really want to crawl under this place after last night?" "I want to know what we're dealing with." That phrase bothered me more than I could explain. Not because it was wrong, exactly. Because it sounded like he still imagined this as a problem that would shrink under inspection. A nuisance, a source. Something he could locate and reduce through sheer certainty. My mother turned from the counter and crossed her arms. "I would rather go into town first." "Why?" he asked. "Because I want to." "That's not a reason." "It is if I'm paying for the rental." There it was. Family civility pulling thin over something uglier. Claire set down her mug. "Can we not do this, please? I am already embarrassed enough about last night without everybody acting like we're contestants on a reality show called Which One of Us Gets Mauled First?" Nobody answered. Then she looked at me. "You hear anything after we all went to bed?" I hesitated. "Some movement," I said. "What kind of movement?" "The kind from under the floor." Evan opened his mouth, probably to frame that into something manageable, but I stood before he could. "I'm going outside," I said. "Need some air." No one stopped me.
Outside, the mist carried that cold, clean smell mountain air gets after a night of rain. And for a minute, I could almost believe the cabin itself had been the only thing wrong about the place. The clearing around it looked muddy but ordinary. Wet grass, tire tracks from our SUV, drips falling from the porch roof.
Somewhere farther down the slope, a creek ran, swollen and unseen.
I walked slowly along the front of the cabin, around the side where the porch ended and the ground dropped just enough beneath the raised foundation to expose the understructure in patches. In daylight, I could see the place more clearly, and that did not help. The cabin sat on short concrete piers, with lattice and skirting around some sections but not all. Rain had carved muddy runnels beneath it in uneven channels, exposing darker soil under the top layer. There was too much disturbance down there, too much broken earth for simple runoff. Places where the mud had been churned and then partly smoothed over. Gaps under the lattice wide enough for something larger than a raccoon to squeeze through if it flattened itself. The torn insulation I'd noticed the day before hung lower here in daylight, yellow and gray and ragged where something had snagged it and dragged it down. It clung to a nail and fluttered faintly in the damp air like matted fur. I crouched and peered into one gap beneath the porch edge. There were leaves packed in there, black with water, and bits of old trash I couldn't identify at first glance. A crushed beer can, a length of cracked plastic tubing, animal scat dark enough and twisted enough to make me think canine at first, though I didn't really know. There were also clumps of fur caught against one support, pale and coarse, not enough for me to place with confidence. A few feet farther along, I found a small jawbone half embedded in the mud. I picked it up with a stick instead of my hands. Not deer, too small, too delicate. It could have been raccoon, maybe, or possum. But there was something about the line of the teeth that made my stomach go tight. Not because it proved anything, because by then, I was looking at everything through a lens the cabin itself had forced on me. Every fragment felt like a clue, even when logic still argued for roadkill, scavengers, ordinary death. I kept moving. One of the support piers near the middle of the house had long vertical gouges scored into the wood beside it, high enough that I had to stand to see the top of them clearly. 4 parallel marks. Then another set. Deep, weather-darkened. Not fresh, but not ancient either. They ran nearly straight up the grain, like something had braced itself there and climbed or struck repeatedly. A dog couldn't have done that. A raccoon, maybe, if it had somehow been large enough and frantic enough and willing to rake the same section over and over. But even that felt thin. I stood there for a while, staring at those gouges, with the mist beating on my jacket and the damp smell of earth and old wood rising around me. In my pocket, my phone still had no service. From inside the cabin, I could hear the muffled clink of dishes through the wall. I thought about the tooth. The one I had seen half buried in the little pile of bones the evening before. I thought about telling the men, about saying it plainly. I found something under the house that didn't look right. I found signs that whatever's down there isn't just some trapped animal. I thought about my mother's face if I said that, Claire's, even Evan's, because people like him tend to become most dangerous when they sense they're losing control of a situation they've already mocked. So I said nothing. Partly because I didn't want to escalate things. Partly because once you say a fear aloud, it changes shape. It stops being private and begins demanding evidence, a response, action. And if I'm being honest, partly because I still wanted someone else to be right.
I wanted the dead thing under the house to remain an animal. I wanted the gouges to belong to some explainable creature.
I wanted the smell to have a source that could be removed with gloves and a contractor and a phone call to the rental host. Those are not noble instincts. They are common ones. By the time I came back inside, coffee and butter and toast had covered most of the smell from the previous night. Daylight did the rest. My mother was rinsing plates. Claire had gone upstairs to shower. Evan stood at the counter, turning the fireplace poker over in his hands like he was already rehearsing being the guy who dealt with things. "Find anything?" he asked. "Animal sign." "What kind?" "I don't know." He nodded as if that helped his side of the argument somehow. "Still think we should check it?" he said. Maybe. I didn't commit more than that. Later, while the others argued mildly about whether to drive into town before or after lunch, I went upstairs to remake my bed. It was a pointless chore, really. Something to do with my hands. The sheets had twisted in the night, and the blanket had half pulled free at the corners. I stripped them back and lifted one side of the mattress just enough to tuck the fitted sheet tighter. That was when I saw the fragments. More of them than the night before. Caught where the mattress frame met the wall-side boards, tucked into dust and lint and old hair. Brittle, pale pieces no larger than sunflower seed shells at first glance. I bent lower, the same way I had under the bed the evening before, and felt that smell again. Old dryness, stale organic dust. Something long dead, worn down by time, but not gone. One fragment lay by itself near the slat support, curved slightly, hollow at one end. Too narrow for any adult bone I'd ever seen, too smooth and delicate for splintered wood. One side ended in a clean, pale crescent where a joint would have been. I did not need expertise to know what I was looking at. It was a piece of finger bone. Small enough, God help me, that it could only have belonged to a child, or to something built on that scale. I stayed crouched there longer than I should have, staring at it without touching it, while down the hall I could hear Claire humming tunelessly as she brushed her hair, and my mother laughing too brightly at something Evan had said downstairs. Daylight still filled the room. The mountains still looked soft and harmless through the wet glass. And yet kneeling there beside that bed, with that tiny pale bone lodged in dust beneath the mattress frame, I understood with a certainty colder than fear that whatever had been under the cabin had been near human spaces before, maybe often. Chapter 2. What was left under the bed. By late morning, the cabin had almost managed to become a place again, instead of an event. That was the most dangerous part of daylight. Not that it erased what had happened, but that it sanded the edges off it just enough for bad decisions to start sounding reasonable. The mist had thinned. The trees beyond the porch looked less like a wall and more like scenery. The smell from the night before had retreated into the old wood and stale fabric of the place. Even the hatch under the rug had lost some of its authority in the bright, indirect light coming through the windows. It looked like what it was supposed to be. A crawl space door. Not a threshold. Not a mouth. Just a practical feature in an old raised cabin. That was the argument Evan used. And by then he had enough momentum behind him that nobody really knew how to stop him without admitting how shaken we all still were. I'm not crawling halfway through the weekend around some mystery smell and a floorboard noise, he said, standing in the living room with the fireplace poker in one hand and his coffee in the other. If there's a dead animal under there, I'd rather know. My mother was in the kitchen, wiping the same section of counter for the third time. Then call someone. Who? Animal control? Out here? The rental people. And wait how long? No.
We look, we see what it is, and if it's bad, we leave. Claire leaned against the counter with her phone in hand. That sentence has a very famous last words feel to it. Nobody laughed. I was standing near the window, pretending to look out at the dripping trees while really watching the braided rug in my peripheral vision. I had not told them about the extra fragments beneath the bed. I had not told them about the piece of bone that looked like a child's finger.
I had not told them because once I said it, there would be no sane version of the morning left. "What do you think?" Evan asked me. It took me a second to realize he meant it. He wanted support, not caution, not debate, confirmation. I looked at the rug, then at him. "I think if we open it, we close it again fast," I said. "And if there's anything down there that doesn't look right, we don't keep pushing." Claire barked out a small, dry laugh. "That is the most useless compromise I've ever heard. It's what I've got." My mother set the dishcloth down. "I hate this." "I know," I said. And I did. I hated it too. But I also understood something ugly and familiar about groups under stress. Once one person becomes convinced that knowledge is the cure for fear, everybody else starts orbiting that certainty, even if they know better. Action feels cleaner than waiting. Investigation feels safer than imagination. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it leads you directly to the thing your fear was trying to keep you from touching. Claire lifted her phone. "Fine. If one of you gets dragged into a mountain goblin nest, I at least want video." "Jesus, Claire," my mother muttered. "What? I'm documenting rural masculinity." Evan ignored her and set his mug down on the coffee table. I moved it aside with the others, and together we dragged the table off the rug. The floorboards underneath looked ordinary, except for that square seam, darker around the edges, the iron ring lying flat in the center of the wood. In daylight, it somehow looked older than it had the night before. Swollen, water darkened in the grain, as if the hatch had been absorbing more than moisture for years. I crouched first and hooked my fingers under one edge of the braided rug. It felt heavier than it should have. Damp, maybe, or just thick with age. When I peeled it back, the hatch sat fully exposed. No lock, no padlock hardware. No warning label from the owners. Nothing to suggest they thought guests might be better off never opening it. "Go ahead, Indiana," Claire said softly, angling her phone. "Put that down," my mother snapped. "Why?" "Because I don't like it." Claire lowered the phone only a little. "I'm not posting it. Relax." I reached for the iron ring. It was colder than the room. Not metaphorically. Not in some poetic way I'm adding now for effect. Cold enough that the metal gave me the brief, stupid shock of touching something left in a freezer. I tightened my grip and pulled. The hatch didn't move. "Swollen shut?" Evan said. "Maybe." I pulled harder. Something in the wood gave with a soft, sticky crack, not unlike opening a paint can that has sealed itself over. The hatch rose half an inch and stopped. A thin seam of darkness opened beneath it. The air that came up out of that seam was so cold it made my eyes water. Not cool. Not basement cold. A hard, buried chill. Like opening a deep freezer in a room that had no business containing one. And with it came the smell in full force. Rot, wet fur, old pennies, damp earth, and something else beneath all that, which made my stomach tighten before I could name it. Not fresh blood, not exactly, but the memory of it. Organic, metallic, and wrong. My mother made a sound in her throat and stepped back. "Oh my God," Claire said, phone now forgotten at her side. "What is that?" "Help me," I said to Evan. He set the poker down, crouched beside me, and together we lifted the hatch the rest of the way. It was heavier than it looked and awkward in the hands, the edges swollen enough to drag against the frame before finally giving. Below us was darkness. Not shallow darkness either. That was the first thing that got me beyond the smell.
I had expected a cramped, accessible little space right under the floorboards, maybe 2 feet down, full of pipes and cobwebs and the kind of junk old houses hid. Instead, the flashlight on my phone barely seemed to touch bottom at first. The cabin sat higher off the sloping ground than I'd understood from outside. The crawl space opened beneath us like a low chamber of dirt, beams, and shadow that extended farther than felt reasonable. Evan grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen junk drawer, the big metal one my mother kept in case the power went out, and clicked it on. The beam cut downward through floating dust and cold air, finding first a section of torn plastic vapor barrier half buried in mud, then one support beam, then another. There were shallow channels worn through the dirt beneath the house, slick, dark runnels where water had moved, or things had moved, or both. Here and there, the light caught pale objects on the ground. Bones. Not one pile, scattered pieces.
Hard to tell at a glance what belonged to what. "There," Evan said too quickly, relief jumping the gun in his voice. "Animal den." Maybe. That was the attractive version. The flashlight found an old beer can on its side, crusted with dirt. A length of cracked pipe, leaves blown in and trapped. Another bit of white bone. The kind of miscellaneous garbage you wanted to interpret as evidence that the space beneath the house was just another ugly, neglected cavity in an old property. "See?" he said, glancing back at the women as if the matter were nearly solved. My mother did not come closer. "I still hate it." Claire raised her phone again, but this time she sounded less joking than she wanted to. "This is how people disappear in documentary reenactments." "No one's disappearing," Evan said. He swung one leg down through the opening and found a lower beam with his boot. The crawl space was deep enough in that section for him to drop carefully rather than climb. He took the flashlight and the poker, then lowered himself the rest of the way into the dirt below. Everything in me tightened. "Evan, it's fine." That word, in his mouth, always meant he had already committed to something. He turned the flashlight beam outward and crouched under the floorboards, the top of his head inches below the joists. From above, with the hatch open behind him, the whole space looked impossibly low and narrow. Tight beams, mud, plastic sheeting dragged and bunched, cold air leaking around his shoulders. "I can see most of it from here," he said. "Just old junk, maybe raccoons." There was a pause where I could have stopped there. I should have. Instead, I set my phone on the floor, braced my hands on the hatch edge, and lowered myself down after him. The cold hit harder below. It was trapped there, concentrated. My shoes sank slightly into damp soil at the bottom, and the smell thickened enough that for a second I had to breathe through my mouth. Even that didn't help much. It tasted old, damp and mineral, with the sweet sour edge of decomposition and the stale animal musk of a den that had been used too long. Above me, the rectangle of daylight through the hatch already looked too small. Claire leaned over from above, filming again despite herself. "You both look insane from up here." "Stay back," I said. "Yeah, no danger of me joining the mole people." Evan moved first, angling his flashlight deeper between the support beams. In some sections, the space was high enough to crouch painfully. In others, it forced you low enough that your shoulders brushed joists, and the dirt threatened to soak through your jeans. Everything was tighter than it had looked from above. Dirt belly crawl tight in places. You became aware of your ribs, your knees, the size of your own skull in relation to the beams. And always the sense that if something decided to rush you in that space, there was nowhere to stand up, nowhere to fight properly, nowhere to run except backward through the same narrow hole you had just chosen to enter. The flashlight beam slid over a cluster of tiny reflective points, and I jerked before I realized they were only insect eyes or moisture catching on webbing. Old leaves crumbled under my hand. Something soft brushed my wrist and turned out to be loose insulation half rotted by damp. "There," Evan said quietly. The beam stopped on a raccoon carcass, or what was left of one. Not fresh, not skeletal either. Stripped down in the irregular way scavenging leaves behind. The hide collapsed around parts of it like dirty cloth. The rib cage was open. One forelimb had been gnawed free and lay a little distance away. The head was mostly intact, muzzle drawn tight over teeth. "Animal den," Evan repeated, but with less conviction this time. A few feet beyond it lay deer vertebrae in a loose, broken line. Nearby were clumps of the yellow-gray insulation pulled into crude nest-like mounds against one section of beam, packed with leaves, fur, and black dirt. The arrangement of it bothered me. Too deliberate. Not the random scatter of debris blown or dragged in, but gathered. I didn't say that aloud. The flashlight beam kept moving. Beer cans, muddy channels, more bones, a rusted spoon, another tangle of insulation. Then I saw the fabric. At first, it was only a color that shouldn't have been there. Faded pink, or maybe once red, dulled almost to brown by mud and time. It was embedded halfway in the dirt beside one of the channels, stuck there with dried, dark residue caking the folds. I reached toward it before I could stop myself and then froze with my hand hovering. The pattern was floral. Small printed flowers, old-fashioned in a way that immediately read as clothing rather than blanket or upholstery. The material had thinned and rotted, almost to threads in places, but enough remained to show it had once been part of something worn by a person. Not a tarp, not trash from construction, a garment. "Don't touch it," I said. Evan turned the beam. "What?" "That." He squinted. "Could be anything." "It's fabric." "So?" "So from what?" He didn't answer immediately. Above us, Claire had gone quiet. The crawl space held silence badly. Every breath felt too loud in it. Every small shift of weight sent a dry whisper through dirt and plastic and old wood. My knees were starting to ache from the angle, and the cold had worked its way through my jeans. Then Evan shifted to his left, and the poker lightly tapped a beam overhead. Something brushed his shoulder. He flinched and swung the flashlight upward. A cluster of long, dark hair hung tangled around a nail driven into the side of the beam. For half a second, neither of us said anything. It wasn't fur. It wasn't insulation. Hair. Human hair. Long enough to catch and wrap around the nail in several loops, dark with age and damp. Some strands still clumped together by whatever had dried into them long ago. "Oh, hell no," Claire said from above, her voice suddenly thin. Evan reached instinctively as if to pull it free, then stopped himself. My mouth had gone dry. There are moments when fear changes categories without warning. Up until then, everything under the cabin could still, if you wanted it badly enough, be made to fit a shape the mind could survive. Neglect, animals, trespassers, old debris. But human fabric in the mud and human hair on a nail changed the air around us. Not because they proved one single answer, but because they opened too many wrong ones at once. I became abruptly aware of how far the darkness stretched beyond the flashlight, how little of it we could actually see, how low the beams were above our backs. And then we heard it. Not a rustle, not movement going away from us, a wet inhale from somewhere deeper beneath the cabin. It came from beyond the reach of the flashlight, just past the thicker line of support beams where the darkness pooled harder. One drawn breath, slow and damaged sounding, as if whatever made it had to pull air through something clogged or torn. Neither of us moved. Then came one deliberate scrape toward us. Not fast, not a panic, just one drag across dirt or plastic, close enough now that I felt it in my teeth before I fully heard it. "Back," I said, and my own voice came out wrong. Evan did not argue this time. We retreated so quickly we nearly took each other down, knees slipping in mud, shoulders striking beams, flashlight jittering wildly across bones and insulation and the vapor barrier until the whole space seemed to leap with disjointed fragments. White vertebrae, yellow stuffing, black channels, the hanging hair shivering as we passed beneath it. Above us, the hatch looked smaller than before, and for one terrible second, I was convinced one of us would get stuck trying to climb out. Claire was already crouched at the opening, face pale. "What happened?" "Move," Evan snapped. He shoved the poker up first, then hauled himself after it with more desperation than dignity. I came right behind him, boots scraping wood, one palm slipping on the hatch frame slick with condensation. Cold air poured up around us, but now it felt less like trapped temperature and more like breath from something below. By the time I got back into the living room, my heart was hammering so hard it hurt. My mother had backed all the way to the kitchen threshold, one hand pressed to her throat. "What did you see?" I looked at Evan. He looked at me. And for the first time since arriving, I saw that his skepticism had finally cracked. "There's something down there," he said. Then, from the open hatch beneath our feet, we heard a second slow scrape from the darkness below. Chapter 2. What was left under the bed. The decision to go into town happened less because anyone wanted lunch, and more because none of us could bear sitting in that living room pretending the open hatch hadn't changed the whole shape of the day. Once we had slammed it shut again and dragged the rug back over it, the cabin took on a strained, temporary quality, like a place people had already started leaving emotionally before they left with their bodies. My mother moved faster, gathering keys and purses and jackets with the brittle energy of someone who needed motion more than answers. Claire paced between the kitchen and the downstairs bedroom, alternately laughing at nothing and going silent mid-step. Evan washed his hands twice in the sink, as if he could scrub the smell of that crawl space out of his skin. I remember standing by the window, watching mist cling to the trees, and thinking that daylight had failed us completely. An hour earlier, I had still wanted a reasonable explanation. Now I wanted someone else to carry it. The nearest town was about 20 minutes away if you drove without missing any turns, which was harder than it should have been because the GPS kept freezing and then jumping ahead, as if embarrassed to admit it had lost us again. The roads were narrow and wet, slick in places where leaves had plastered themselves flat against the pavement. My mother drove because she insisted on it, knuckles white on the steering wheel, jaw set in a way that meant she was already halfway into denial. "We are not telling them anything ridiculous," she said. From the back seat, Claire let out a tired little laugh. "What would qualify as ridiculous at this point?" My mother ignored that. "We say there's an animal under the house. That's all." "That is not all," I said. "It is all we are saying to strangers." Evan, in the passenger seat, stared out at the road and said, "It's enough to get someone up there." I looked at him for a second. He had gone quieter after the crawl space, but not softer. Men like Evan rarely got softer under stress. They got tighter, more invested in shaping things into something survivable for their pride. The town, when we reached it, looked exactly like the kind of place people from cities romanticize until they actually have to rely on it for anything. One main stretch of road, a gas station with 2 muddy pumps and a faded Pepsi sign, a bait shop with a hand-painted "open" flag hanging limp in the wet air, a diner with fogged windows, and a sheriff's office no bigger than a dentist's waiting room, tucked between a tax service and a hardware store with rusted rocking chairs out front. There were muddy pickup trucks parked at odd angles everywhere, some with dog boxes in the beds, some with bumper stickers sun-bleached to illegibility. 2 old men in feed store caps stood under the gas station awning, drinking coffee from styrofoam cups and watching the world with the specialized stillness of people who didn't miss much and rarely volunteered what they knew. The sheriff's office door had a brass bell that rang when we pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like copier toner, old floor cleaner, and damp jackets. There was 1 counter, 2 plastic chairs against the wall, a bulletin board with flyers about burn bans and missing dogs, and a woman in her 60s sitting behind a computer with reading glasses low on her nose. Her hair was white and set hard around her face. She looked up, took us in one by one, and said, "Morning." "Morning," my mother said, instantly polite in the way she always became around authority, even bad authority. A deputy came out from the back before we had fully decided who was speaking for us. He was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s, with that compact, rangy look some men get from spending their whole lives outdoors. Clean uniform, tired eyes. Not rude, not eager either. "What can I do for you folks?" I glanced at my mother, then at Evan. Evan stepped forward first. "We're staying in a rental cabin off Cold Branch Road," he said. "There's something under the house. Animal, probably. Big enough to make a lot of noise." The deputy nodded once. "What kind of noise?" "Knocking," I almost said. "Scratching. Breathing." Instead, Evan said, "Movement. Impact under the floor. Bad smell, too." The woman behind the desk had been typing. At Cold Branch Road, her fingers paused. Just for a moment. Then she resumed, but slower. The deputy asked for the address. My mother gave it to him. This time, the woman behind the counter looked up fully. It wasn't dramatic. No gasp, no exchanged glance meant for the movies. Just a small stillness in her face. The sort that told you a name or place had landed somewhere in memory where it was not welcome. "Vacation place up on the ridge?" she asked. "Yes," my mother said. "Do you know it?" The woman adjusted her glasses. "I know where it is." The deputy glanced toward her, then back at us. "Probably got a black bear under there. Or dogs. Happens now and then with these older places." "It doesn't sound like a dog," I said. He gave me a neutral look. "What's it sound like?" That was a harder question than it should have been. "Like it knows where the hatch is," I said before I could stop myself. There was a short silence after that. My mother closed her eyes briefly, and I knew she was angry with me. The deputy, to his credit, did not smirk. He only said, "All right." in the tone of someone gently setting an unstable object on a shelf. "We went under there," Evan added. "There are bones."
A den or something. That got more of a response.
"What kind of bones?" "Animal," Evan said too quickly. "Mostly." Mostly. No one else corrected him. The deputy rested one hand on the counter. "I can swing by later this afternoon and take a look." "How much later?" my mother asked. "When I can." "That's very reassuring," Claire muttered. He heard her but let it pass. "You can also call wildlife control out of Blue Ridge if you want someone who handles nuisance animals. But I'll stop by first." The woman behind the desk said, without looking at any of us, "That property changes hands a lot." The deputy's expression tightened almost invisibly. "Marlene." She shrugged one shoulder and looked back at her keyboard. "I'm just saying." My mother smiled, the kind of smile people use when they want to pretend they have not heard something meaningful. "Well, hopefully it's nothing serious." Marlene did not answer that. We left the office with no paperwork, no real plan, and the now familiar feeling that everyone around us knew just enough to avoid telling the truth plainly. The diner was 3 storefronts down and crowded in the loose, scattered way diners are when it isn't quite lunch. Red vinyl booths, coffee burnt dark in glass pots. A pie case near the register with meringue domes and cracked pecan filling under smudged glass. The waitress who seated us was in her 50s, broad-hipped and brisk, and called every woman baby and every man hun, without seeming to mean anything by it. "What can I get y'all to drink?" "Coffee," my mother said. "Same," I said. Claire asked for iced tea, even though it was cold out. Evan wanted Coke. Nobody mentioned the cabin at first. We ordered burgers and sandwiches we didn't really want and sat there with menus open too long, as if acting normal inside a diner could somehow smooth the rest of the day back into shape. At the counter, an old man in a camouflage cap had been working steadily through a plate of eggs. When my mother finally did say, "I hope that deputy gets there before dark," he stopped eating. It was small, barely anything. Fork halfway to mouth, eyes down. Still enough for me to notice. Claire noticed too. So did the waitress when she came back with our drinks, because she looked at my mother and said, "You folks staying up on the ridge?" My mother hesitated. "Yes." "Pretty up there," the waitress said. "Pretty isolated," Claire said. The waitress set down the tea. "Folks don't stay up there long." There was no smile with that. "Why?" I asked. She straightened, and for a second I thought she might answer honestly. Then she glanced toward the counter, toward the old man who had resumed eating, and said, "Road gets bad in winter." That was a lie so thin it barely qualified as one. My mother pretended not to hear it. "I'm sure it's lovely in season." The waitress gave a brief little nod and moved away. No one at the counter looked at us again, but the atmosphere had shifted anyway. It's hard to explain unless you've spent time in places where people know the local truths and outsiders don't. No one warns you directly. They just stop feeding your confidence. On the drive back, we talked around everything. My mother insisted the clerk and waitress were probably only gossiping about renters. Claire said people in small towns always knew who had affairs, who cooked meth, and whose dogs dug up graves, and she wasn't sure which option made her feel better. Evan kept returning to black bears, as if repetition might make the idea stronger. I said very little. The deputy arrived just after 3. We heard the vehicle before we saw it, the crunch of tires in the wet gravel drive, and all of us went still at once. He came alone in a county SUV spattered with mud, hat in hand, boots damp to the ankle. The drizzle had started again, a fine, needling rain that silvered the porch screens and made the trees behind him look farther away. "Well," he said, stepping inside. "Show me." The hatch felt worse the second time, not because it had changed, because now we knew what the air below it held. I dragged back the rug while he watched. He crouched, took the flashlight I offered, and lifted the hatch himself with one gloved hand. The smell rose immediately, strong enough that even he leaned back a little. "Hell," he said softly. He shined the beam down into the crawl space for longer than Evan had from above that morning. The flashlight passed over the vapor barrier, the muddy channels, the scattered bones, the beer cans, the beams. It lingered on some things and skipped others, but he never climbed down, never even put more than one boot on the lower support. "See?" Evan said. "I told you something's nesting under there." The deputy's jaw worked once. Could be black bear access from the hillside. Could be feral dogs using the drainage cut. Hard to say from here. "It's not hard enough to look harder," Claire said. My mother shot her a warning glance. The deputy ignored the tone and kept the light moving. "You said you heard knocking?" "Under the hatch," I said. He grunted as if filing that away somewhere he didn't intend to share. Then he lowered the hatch, slowly, as if careful not to let it slam. "That's all?" I asked. He stood. "You want me to crawl under there? I'll need another unit and probably wildlife on standby if it's a bear den. I'm not seeing anything right now that says immediate threat if you keep that shut." I almost laughed at that. Not because it was funny, because it was insultingly small compared to what the crawl space had become in my mind. "You saw the bones," I said. "I saw animal remains." "You didn't go in far enough." "No," he said, and for the first time there was a little edge in his voice. "I didn't." The others drifted back toward the kitchen while he stood up and dusted his gloves together. Maybe they thought that was the end of it. Maybe they wanted it to be. I followed him to the front porch under the pretense of walking him out. Rain tapped softly on the porch roof. Beyond the torn screen, the woods were gray and waiting. He paused with one hand on the railing and said, low enough that no one inside could hear, "Keep that hatch shut tonight." Not joking, not performative. Not even especially warning-like, just serious. I stared at him. "You don't think it's a bear?" He looked out toward the trees instead of at me. "I think you folks don't need to be opening things under old houses in the mountains." That's not an answer. He almost said something then. I saw it gather, a tightening around the mouth, the eyes shifting once toward the dark band under the cabin foundation. Instead, he put his hat on. "Leave if you want," he said. "Wouldn't be the worst idea." "And if we don't?" He met my eyes finally. "Keep it shut." Then he walked down the steps into the drizzle and never looked back. That evening, the cabin felt occupied in a new way. Not by noise, not yet, but by withheld knowledge. The kind that gets left behind after someone visits a room and deliberately chooses not to say the thing they know. My mother made pasta she barely touched. Claire drank half a glass of wine too fast and then sat cross-legged on the couch, scrolling through the video she'd taken that morning, mostly to prove to herself it was stupid. At first, it was. Shaky footage of the living room floor, Evan's boots, my mother telling her to stop recording, the hatch opening, the camera angle dipping too high and too low because Claire had not actually expected anything. Then she froze. "Wait," she said. No one answered immediately. "I think I caught something." Evan looked up from his beer. "Like what?" She didn't answer. She just scrubbed back a few seconds and held the phone out. I moved beside her first. The footage jittered through the crawl space sequence. Flashlight beam jumping over mud and bones, Evan's shoulder passing across frame, the hanging hair almost too blurred to register. Then, just before the moment where we had heard that wet inhale and scrambled out, the phone caught one single frame in the deeper dark beyond the beams. It happened so fast I thought at first it was artifact, a glitch from motion and low light. Then Claire paused it. Part of a face. Not all of it. Not enough to tell its exact shape with confidence. Just a section emerging from the darkness at ground level, pale in a way nothing living outside should have been. One eye reflecting white where the flashlight hit it. A strip of cheek or stretched skin beside it. And below that, teeth. Too small. Too crowded. No. Human only in the most upsetting way possible. No one spoke. Claire's thumb trembled as she zoomed in. The image broke apart into pixels, then reformed just enough to make the details worse instead of clearer. "Oh my God," my mother whispered. Evan said nothing at all. I took the phone from Claire's hand and held it closer to my face. The eye was reflecting, yes, but not blankly. There was direction in it, attention, and the mouth. I stared at it until the room seemed to narrow around me. Because the more I looked, the less those teeth resembled a grimace or accident of blur. It looked like the thing under the cabin had seen the camera and smiled. Chapter 3. It knew where we were. We should have left before dark. That is the clean version of the truth, the version I've repeated to myself enough times that it has lost whatever comfort it once offered. We should have packed the car the second Claire paused that frame on her phone. We should have left the food, the blankets, the stupid grocery bags, my mother's real coffee mugs, all of it. We should have driven down the mountain in the rain and taken whatever motel had room, no matter how bad the sheets smelled or how thin the walls were. Instead, we stayed. Not because any of us felt safe, because by then it was almost evening again, and weather and exhaustion had started doing the work that fear alone couldn't. Rain had thickened after sunset into a steady, cold sheet. The roads were wet, the turns sharp, and nobody wanted to say out loud that we were all afraid of becoming stranded in a ditch somewhere with no signal and no one to find us until morning. Fear has a way of negotiating with itself when every option feels humiliating. Stay and you're stupid. Leave and you're panicking. So people split the difference and call it practicality. Evan was the first one to say what became the group decision. "We go first thing in the morning," he said. He was standing near the kitchen counter, with both hands braced against it, shoulders tight, face washed pale by the overhead light. Ever since the photo on Claire's phone, he had been speaking in that clipped, over-controlled way people use when they know they are one wrong push from losing whatever grip they still have on themselves. "First light," he added. "We pack fast and get out." Claire let out a bitter little laugh from the couch. "That sounds an awful lot like not leaving now." It is not safe to drive these roads half blind in this rain. It's not safe to sleep over a thing with teeth under the living room either. My mother was standing at the sink, not washing anything, just gripping the edge of the counter with both hands while she stared at the dark window over it. "Stop," she said softly. Nobody did. "That deputy knew something," Claire said. "He absolutely knew something." "He knew enough not to climb under there," I said. That shut the room down for a moment. My mother turned from the sink and looked at me with a kind of pained accusation. as if saying it aloud made it more real than she could tolerate. Then why are we still here? I did not have a good answer, because I had not forced the issue hard enough when it still felt possible. Because part of me had wanted one more hour of daylight, one more small practical step before choosing panic. Because I had spent most of my adult life being the person who kept situations manageable. And there is a humiliating lag between recognizing that something is no longer manageable and acting on that recognition like it matters. That lag is where bad things get room. I remember looking at the front door then, at the thin brass lock and the wet darkness beyond the glass, and feeling guilt settle into me with a weight that had not fully arrived before. If I had been alone, I might have left hours earlier. But alone is easy. Alone, you answer only to your own fear. With family, every decision grows branches. What will frighten your mother more? What will provoke your sister? What will make a man like Evan more reckless? What happens if the roads are worse than you think? What happens if this is still something you'll all be ashamed to laugh about next week? It did not feel like courage to stay. It felt like failing to force the right kind of fear on everyone fast enough. So instead of leaving, we prepared. That's the ugliest part to say plainly. Once people decide not to run, they start arranging furniture. We moved the coffee table off the braided rug again, but this time not casually. We slid one of the armchairs over the hatch, then the table against the armchair, then one of the kitchen stools behind that, as if layers of ordinary objects could stand in for structural confidence. Evan checked every window in the cabin twice, working around the room in restless loops. I followed him with the flashlight from the junk drawer, checking the cheap latches, the swelling frames, the narrow crack beneath the back door where cold air pushed in from the porch. Claire got all the kitchen knives out and set the two biggest ones on the counter like she was stocking a bunker, and hated herself for knowing how absurd it looked. My mother opened and closed the hall closet 3 times because she said she was looking for a blanket, though there were already blankets in plain sight on the couch. Then she found the family Bible she kept in her overnight bag and laid it on the kitchen counter beside the fruit bowl and the box of saltines, and left it there like another household item. No one commented on that either. I kept the fireplace poker within reach. There is something deeply obscene about arming yourself in a rented cabin with domestic objects. A poker, steak knives, a flashlight. Things designed for warmth, dinner, inconvenience, not survival. Every time I set one down and picked it back up again, I became more aware of how unprepared human beings are once a place stops agreeing to be a place. Outside, the rain drew the dark in tighter around the cabin. By 8:30, the porch had disappeared completely beyond the black sheen of the windows. Not hidden by shadows so much as erased. If you looked too long, the glass reflected the room back at you. A couch, our faces, a lamp, the mounted fake bear head over the mantel, and then, behind that reflection, only depthless wet dark. The power flickered once around 9. Just a quick stutter. Light, dark, light again. All 4 of us froze instantly. "Great," Claire said, too loud. "It's just weather," Evan said. No one answered him. Phone service, already spotty, had dropped to almost nothing. My mother's phone showed 1 weak bar near the front windows and none anywhere else. Mine couldn't load a weather app or send a text. Claire tried anyway, holding her phone up like a divining rod and swearing under her breath. Evan paced to the porch door, looked out into nothing, and came back without opening it. Then, around 9:15, I heard something that bothered me almost as much as anything we had heard under the floor. It was faint enough that I thought at first it might be electrical interference. Just a low mechanical murmur at the edge of hearing, a generator hum, the kind of distant, steady engine sound you get from another property running backup power in bad weather. I looked up. "Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" my mother asked. I held up a hand. There it was again, thin, far off. A droning hum from somewhere beyond the trees to the left of the cabin, as if another house sat just out of sight running a generator through the rain. "There," I said. Claire tilted her head. "I hear it." "So there is somebody else out here," my mother said, sounding absurdly relieved. But I had driven the road in. I had seen no other lights, no other mailbox, no turnoff, no neighboring cabin through the trees. Nothing close enough to carry sound like that. Evan stepped toward the window, listening. The hum cut off, not faded, stopped. The silence after it was wrong in a way I still cannot fully explain. If it had been a machine, it should have wound down. If it had been a trick of weather, it should have blended away into rain. Instead, it ended cleanly, as if something had noticed we were listening. Claire set her phone down. "Okay, I officially hate all of this." My mother crossed herself. That was the first time she prayed out loud. Not loudly, not for show, just low enough that I almost missed it at first, her lips moving as she stood beside the kitchen counter with one hand curled around the edge of the Bible.
"Holy Mary, Mother of God." Claire heard her and laughed once, not because she thought it was funny, but because fear had driven her past patience and into something uglier. "Really?" she said. "That's where we are now?" My mother stopped praying and looked at her. "Don't. No, I mean it. Great. Excellent. We're doing this with furniture and cutlery and Catholicism." "Claire," I said. She turned on me then, fast and raw. "No, I'm serious, Daniel. We should have left. We should have left hours ago. You saw that thing on the phone. He saw it. We all saw it. And now we're just sitting here, pretending we can out-organize whatever is under the floor." My mother flinched at her tone more than the words. Evan stepped in almost automatically. "Nobody's pretending that. You literally moved a chair over the hatch. What would you like me to do? Start screaming? I'd like you to stop acting like this is a problem you can solve by being louder than it."
"Enough," my mother snapped. For one brief second, all of us fell still. Rain tapped the screens. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere in the walls, the old wood made a soft, settling pop. And because I was already listening too hard, that pop hit me like a warning. That was the worst new thing about the cabin on the second night. Every sound had become loaded. Not just noticed, interpreted. Every creak in the boards felt like intent. Every draft against the ankle like movement. The house was no longer architecture. It was an instrument that kept transmitting unease through whatever ordinary noises an old building would have made anyway. We stopped pretending to watch TV. No one wanted music either. It felt too vulnerable somehow. Too much like telling the room we were trying to relax. So we stayed there in the living room under lamplight, each of us arranged within reach of whatever useless object we had selected as a defense, and listened to the weather and the house and one another's breathing. At some point, without planning to, I began paying attention to where everyone stood in relation to the braided rug and the furniture piled over it. My mother stayed close to the kitchen. Claire paced in short, nervous lines between the couch and the hallway. Evan kept circling the edges of the room, restless, checking locks that did not need checking. I stayed mostly still near the fireplace. At exactly what time the movement started again, I can't say with confidence. A little after 10, maybe. Late enough that the room had gone stale with fear and no one had said anything meaningful for several minutes. It began as a low shift under the floor beneath the living room. Not a knock this time. Not the sudden impact from the night before, a weight moving through dirt or along beams. Slow enough that you felt it register through the room before you fully isolated the sound. Claire stopped pacing. "Did you hear that?" We all had. Evan tightened one hand around the poker. "Probably in the crawl space." "Probably," Claire repeated, and even she sounded tired of her own sarcasm. The movement stopped. No one spoke. Then my mother, very quietly, took 2 steps away from the kitchen counter toward the stairs. Directly beneath her, something shifted. She froze. I felt the change in the room before I understood it. Not random, I thought. My mother backed up 1 step. Nothing. Claire moved sideways toward the couch. A second later, a faint slide came from under that section of floor. My pulse kicked hard enough to hurt. "Don't," I said. "What?" Claire whispered. But I was already watching the room differently now. Not just listening, mapping, waiting for cause and answer. I moved 1 step to my left, toward the far edge of the fireplace. The floor beneath the room stayed still for half a breath. Then something beneath me moved too. A precise, short adjustment. Dirt whispering against wood. Not wandering, not circling blindly. Correcting. My mouth went dry. To make sure, and I still hate myself a little for this, I shifted again. Quietly. Only half a step, my weight sliding more than lifting. The answer came from below almost immediately. A second's delay. Then a movement directly under the place where I had stopped. Claire saw my face change. "What is it?" I looked at her, then at the rug, then back at everyone else standing rigid in the room. "It's tracking us," I said. No one answered. My mother's hand went to her throat. Evan said, "What?" "It isn't just moving around under there." I kept my voice low, because speaking louder suddenly felt like a kind of invitation. "It's following where we are. Sound, maybe. Weight. Vibration."
"That's insane," Claire whispered. To prove it wasn't, or maybe because some part of her needed proof more than comfort, she lifted 1 foot and took a single cautious step toward the hallway. The floor beneath her gave 1 faint, answering scrape. Then silence. No one moved after that. We stood in the living room, 4 grown adults in a rented cabin full of stacked furniture and kitchen knives and unsaid prayers, while something beneath the floor waited wherever our weight told it we were. Chapter 3. It knew where we were. In the end, we went to bed only because the body has limits that fear does not respect. Nobody felt safe. Nobody felt finished with the night. But after hours of sitting in the living room listening to the thing beneath the floor adjust itself to our movements, all 4 of us reached a point where exhaustion started doing what comfort couldn't. My mother's eyes had gone glassy and unfocused.
Claire kept jerking at sounds no one else reacted to, and then swearing at herself for it. Evan had become quieter, in that dangerous way tired men do, where their silence feels less like calm and more like the edge of a bad decision. As for me, I felt scraped hollow. Too alert to think clearly, too drained to keep everyone gathered in one room forever. "We can't do this all night," my mother said at last,
her voice frayed down to something much older than fear. Claire let out a short laugh.
That feels extremely optimistic. Pretty sure this is exactly an all-night situation.
We need to try, my mother said. Evan stood and stretched his neck once, the bones cracking softly. We keep doors open. Nobody locks themselves away. If something starts again, we yell. That word, if, landed stupidly in the room, but no one corrected him. We agreed on an arrangement that would have sounded childish anywhere else and felt pathetic even there.
My mother would take the downstairs bedroom because she refused to climb the stairs with shaking legs, and because she said, with that hard, brittle practicality grief had burned into her, that if anyone had to be nearest the front door, it might as well be her. Claire said she would stay in the room across from mine upstairs. Evan took the smaller upstairs bedroom near the bathroom. I said I'd keep my door open. So did everyone else. We checked the windows again, checked the back door, checked the front, left the hallway light on upstairs and one lamp burning in the living room below, moved the kitchen knives to the upstairs landing, put the fireplace poker against the wall outside my room. These were not plans. They were gestures. The kind people make when they need to keep their hands busy so their minds do not turn fully toward what they suspect. My mother stood in the kitchen before going to bed and prayed openly again, both hands pressed to the counter beside her Bible. Not loudly, not performative, just steady, low, and tired.
Claire watched her with red-rimmed eyes and said nothing this time. I remember thinking then that fear strips families back to old versions of themselves. My mother became the young widow who believed if she could just say the right words in the right order, the world might be persuaded not to take more. Claire became a furious teenager in an adult woman's body, ashamed of her own helplessness and turning that shame outward so it didn't drown her. I became what I had always become, the son listening at thresholds, pretending attention was the same thing as protection. I lay down fully clothed. The upstairs room had not warmed at all. The sheets were cold, the air stale, and through the open doorway I could see the weak yellow spill of the hallway light stretching across the warped boards.
Every few minutes the house gave some small settling sound. An old board pop, a distant tick in the walls, the soft complaint of the bathroom window in its frame. And each time my pulse reacted before my mind could classify it. Sleep did not come, not even close. I kept replaying the crawl space in pieces, the floral fabric in the mud, the long dark hair on the nail, the pale face in Claire's phone footage. Most of all, the movement beneath the living room floor, the way it had corrected itself beneath us as though it were learning the map of our bodies through the house. Somewhere in the middle of that looping dread, I also kept thinking of the deputy's voice at the porch rail. "Keep that hatch shut tonight." The sentence had not sounded like local superstition. It had sounded like habit. I must have drifted into something thinner than sleep for a few minutes, because when I heard my mother cry out, it took me half a second to understand the sound for what it was. Not a scream. A startled, strangled little cry from downstairs, cut short, as if she had clamped a hand over her own mouth immediately after making it. I was out of bed before I had fully woken. I snatched the poker from the wall and went into the hallway just as Claire's door banged open. She came out barefoot, hair wild, eyes huge in the flickering hall light. What happened? "Mom." Evan was already opening his door at the other end of the landing. "I heard her." We hit the stairs together, too fast, feet thudding hard enough that I had the ugly thought halfway down that if the thing beneath the cabin tracked vibration, then we were ringing the whole house like a bell for it. My mother's bedroom door stood open. She was sitting upright in the bed with the blanket tangled around her waist, both hands braced on the mattress as if she had shoved herself backward, away from something that was no longer there. The bedside lamp painted her face a sick, warm yellow. Her eyes looked too large. Her bare feet were flat on the floorboards, pale against the dark wood, toes curled inward from the cold. "Mom?" She looked at me and then passed me into the hallway, as if she was checking whether something had followed us in. "What happened?" I asked again. For a second she didn't answer. Her breathing was too fast. Her lips had gone bloodless around the edges. Then she said, "It spoke." Nobody said anything. Claire moved first, coming around me to sit on the edge of the bed. "Mom, what do you mean, spoke?" My mother's gaze dropped to the floor beside the bed. "Under me," she said. "Under the floor." My skin tightened. "What did it say?" Evan asked. She shook her head quickly. "Not words. Not exactly. It was..." She swallowed. "It was trying." "Trying what?" She looked up then, and there was such naked terror in her face that whatever skeptical reply had formed in me died before I could shape it. "It sounded like your father." The room went still. My first reaction, shamefully, was disbelief. Not because I thought she was lying, but because grief makes strange acoustics of the mind. My father had been dead 6 years. My mother still sometimes looked up when a man on television laughed in a certain register. She still turned toward footsteps that were no one's. A house this tense, a night this bad, the brain reaches for familiar shapes of comfort and dread both. I think she saw that calculation in my face because her own hardened at once. "I know what I heard." "I didn't say you didn't." "You thought it." Claire took my mother's hand. "What did it sound like?" My mother stared at the floor again. "Like someone who almost remembered him." That sentence hit harder than the rest, because it was not the way a frightened person describes imagination. It was too wrong, too specific. Not a ghostly perfect imitation. Something worse. Something shaping itself clumsily toward a human voice it did not own. Before I could respond, a noise came from beneath the room. A scratch. Not loud, but unmistakable. Right below the bed, or close enough to feel that way. One long, dry drag across the underside of boards. Claire jerked so hard she nearly fell off the mattress. Evan swore under his breath. My mother made no sound at all this time. She only gripped Claire's hand harder, the tendons in her wrist standing out like wire. "All upstairs," I said. No one argued. We moved back into the hallway in a compact, frightened cluster, the way people do when they have not consciously agreed to herd but suddenly understand the danger of separating. The upstairs hall felt narrower than it had before, its wallpaper seams and cheap framed print of a barn made stranger by the weak light and the late hour. The hall bulb flickered once, recovered, then held. The yellow light was bad for comfort and worse for detail. It made everything look tired and overused and vaguely sick. We stood there listening. At first, there was nothing except our own breath and the distant push of rain against the cabin. Then a thump sounded somewhere below. Not in the living room this time. Deeper, toward the back wall or under the stairwell. Hard enough to travel up the house frame instead of through the open air. Another came a few seconds later. Then something scraped inside the wall. That is the only way I can describe it without lying prettier than the truth deserves. Not under the floor this time, not plainly beneath us. Inside the thickness of the cabin itself, a pressure moving where no pressure should have been, followed by a dry, dragging sound, as if something damp and weight-bearing was feeling its way through a space too narrow for it. My mouth went dry. Claire whispered, "No." The scrape stopped. A second later, pressure pushed against the boards somewhere below the landing. Not enough to bow them visibly, but enough that you felt it through the soles of your feet before you heard it. A subtle upward nudge. Then nothing. Then, from the ceiling vent outside the bathroom, a wet breathing sound drifted out. It lasted only a moment. One breath, maybe two. Thick. Close. So intimately wrong in that little square of metal grill that I felt every muscle in my back seize at once. My mother covered her mouth. Evan stepped toward the vent and then stopped himself from getting any nearer. Behind us, somewhere downstairs, something moved again. Claire's voice came thin and raw. "It sounds like it's dragging a bag." We all heard it then in the same terms. Not feet, not paws. A heavy, uneven pull across wood or dirt or insulation, with pauses in between, as though whatever was moving kept adjusting its grip on something that resisted being moved cleanly. I found myself looking at the walls, the corners, the baseboards, trying to understand the cabin not as rooms, but as cavities. Raised foundation, hollow beneath the stairs, wall voids, duct lines, chases for old plumbing. The deputy's refusal to climb down far enough. The way the movement under the living room had answered our positions. The way my mother had heard something beneath her room, but now the sound came from the walls, from the vent, from below the landing. The architecture had hidden depth, more of it than we had understood. Evan must have arrived at the same thought, because he moved past me and put one hand on the frame of the small bedroom he was using. "I'm checking the hall." "No," my mother said immediately. "It's already in the hall," Claire snapped. He opened the door wider. At that exact moment, 3 knocks sounded from directly beneath the upstairs landing. Not below the living room, not downstairs near the hatch, directly under our feet. 1, 2, 3. The force of them was not enough to break anything, but it vibrated up through the landing boards so clearly that all 4 of us felt it. My mother made a sound like air leaving a punctured lung. Claire stumbled backward into the wall. Evan froze with his hand still on the doorknob, and because terror sharpens vision in ugly, selective ways, I saw one other thing in that instant. Through the stairwell shadows at the far end of the landing, where the railing overlooked the steps descending into the dim lower floor, I caught the briefest glimpse of something pale at the bottom of the stairs. Not a full form, not enough to call it a body. A section of color too light for the room, low and angled wrong, retracting so fast into the dark beyond the last step that for a second I thought I might have invented it. But I hadn't. Because Evan jerked toward the railing, breath hissing between his teeth, and Claire said, "What was that?" At the same time I did. Nothing answered. The hall light flickered again. This time the bulb dimmed long enough that the wallpaper seams seemed to deepen into cracks. As the brightness steadied, I looked down and saw fresh marks on the lower edge of the bathroom door. We had all been facing it. No one had been near enough to touch it. Yet there, in the cheap painted wood near the bottom panel, were 3 thin scratch lines that had not been there before. Fine at first, then deepening as we stared, because one of them lifted a splinter of wood upward with a tiny dry curl. Something damp gleamed in the groove for half a second before the light shifted and made it disappear. Claire backed up until her shoulder hit the wall. "It knows the house," I said. No one asked me what I meant. They already knew. It knew the underside of the floors, yes, but that was only the beginning. It knew the wall voids, the dead spaces, the roots behind and between the rooms. It knew how sound rose through the landing. It knew where the vents opened. It knew the blind angles at the bottom of the stairs better than we did.
And in that moment, standing barefoot and armed with kitchen knives and a fireplace poker in a hallway too narrow for what was happening inside it, I understood the new shape of the danger. The thing was not only under the cabin. It had learned the cabin itself better than any of us ever could. Chapter 3. It knew where we were. The tension broke a little before 1 in the morning. Not because any of us calmed down, because fear cannot hold the body at full pitch forever without eventually forcing something to happen. We had been trapped in that upstairs hallway for what felt like hours, but was probably less than one, listening to the house breathe around us, listening to the walls give off those faint interior scrapes, the occasional thump beneath the landing, the soft, wet sounds that kept appearing in places where only wiring and dead air should have been. No one wanted to move. No one wanted to speak. The hall light still flickered every so often. Not enough to go fully dark. Just enough to make each dimming feel like the house considering it. My mother had ended up sitting on the floor with her back against the wall outside my room, Bible open in her lap but unread, lips moving in silent prayer whenever she thought no one was looking. Claire stood opposite her with one of the kitchen knives in her hand, and the blade pointed uselessly downward, like she hated herself for holding it, but hated the idea of setting it down more. Evan stayed nearest the stairs with the fireplace poker, every muscle in him stiff with the need to act. I knew that posture. I knew it because I had spent years watching him live inside it. Men like Evan always believed that if something terrible was happening nearby, the real emergency was not the danger itself, but the feeling of being made powerless by it. That feeling drove them faster than caution ever could. So when the crash came from downstairs, I knew before he moved that he was going to move. It was loud enough to shake the whole stairwell. A smash of glass or wood or something heavy thrown against something hollow, followed by the rapid clatter of smaller impacts. My mother cried out. Claire jerked so hard the knife flashed in the bad hall light. The sound had come from the kitchen side of the house, not the living room. Hard, violent, immediate. Not beneath us this time. In the cabin. "Window!" Evan snapped. He was already going down the first stair before I said anything. "Don't!" He ignored me. "Evan!" He took the next 3 steps fast, poker up, shoulders hunched, as though the speed of his descent could outrun the thing itself. There was no point pretending he was being brave. He was angry. Angry enough to choose motion over fear. I shoved the poker against the railing for half a second, then grabbed it back from him when he misjudged his footing on the turn of the stairs and nearly clipped the wall. "Move," he said. No, but I followed him anyway. That is another truth I have had to live with. Warning someone and then going after them is not the same as stopping them. Sometimes it only means you get there in time to witness what happens. I made it halfway down the staircase before the living room came fully into view. At first glance, it looked empty. That was the terrible thing about it. After all the sounds, all the scraping and movement, and half-seen pale shapes, the room below seemed almost ordinary in the first second you saw it. Lamp on, couch where it had been, rain at the windows, dark TV screen reflecting the room back at us.
Then details began separating themselves from the whole. The braided rug had shifted several inches off-center. The armchair and coffee table we had dragged over the hatch were no longer aligned the way we left them. Not thrown aside exactly. Nudged. Pressed askew as if something beneath had tested the weight and moved what it could. And the hatch itself, still technically closed beneath the edge of the rug and chair, had risen at one corner. Barely. Just enough to show a black seam that should not have been there, and a subtle upward bulge in the wood, as though pressure from below kept meeting it and withdrawing. From the kitchen, cabinet doors stood open. Not one. 3 of them. Gaping into the room like mouths. The smell hit next. Stronger than any time before. Not just rot and wet fur now. The metallic edge had taken over. Old pennies, fresh blood, something warm and animalized beneath it. A butcher shop smell dragged through damp wood and stale air. I stopped on the stairs. Evan didn't. He stepped off the last tread and into the living room, turning toward the kitchen with the poker raised. "Hey!" I don't know who he thought he was talking to. Something moved in the dark pantry laundry opening beside the kitchen. Not fully visible. Not enough for the eye to accept as one shape before it came at him. What I saw first was a pale arm. That is the most honest version. Not a body, not a face. An arm too long and too quick, flashing out of that darkness at a speed my brain rejected even while my eyes tracked it. Then an impact sound followed, wet and hard, like meat slamming against wood. Evan made a sound I had never heard from another adult man before. Not a yell. A choked animal burst of pain as whatever came from the pantry side struck him across the neck and upper chest. He staggered backward, and blood sprayed in a hot, bright arc across the cabinet edge, the refrigerator door, and the floorboards by the counter. Claire screamed from upstairs. My mother shouted his name. Evan dropped to one knee, one hand flying to his throat, poker clanging away across the floor. Then the thing came fully enough into the light for me to see it. I wish I had not seen it clearly. The half glimpses had left room for distance. Full sight took that away. Its skin was pale gray, not white, the color of paper left soaking in dirty water. In some places, it stretched too tight over bone and muscle. In others, it hung wrong, loose and slack, as if it had once fit a different shape. The head was hairless, or nearly so. The jaw hung too wide, not dislocated exactly, but built wrong, pulled open farther than a human mouth should have gone, and held there by something in the hinges that seemed both weak and grotesquely flexible. Teeth crowded its gums in broken rows, small, dark at the roots, some cracked off, some blackened near the base like old rot or blood ground into them. Its eyes caught the living room lamplight and reflected it back white, flat, and blind-looking until the head tilted, and I saw there was intelligence in the gaze after all. Worse than its face were the joints. It moved in jerks and folds that belonged underground. Elbows too sharp. Knees bending into angles that made the body appear to collapse and spring at once. It did not run so much as gather itself and fire forward in pieces. Every movement wrong in open space, but horrifyingly effective. It turned toward the hatch. Not toward us, toward the hatch. That was the detail that saved me, a fraction of a second of indecision. Not because I understood it fully then, but because the thing lunged with such directness toward that seam in the floor that instinct overrode fear. Whatever route it had used to get into the cabin, it still wanted that door under the rug. I dropped the last few stairs without planning the fall. hit the floor hard enough to jar both knees, and got to the hatch first only because the chair and table still half blocked its path. The wood bulged upward as something from below shoved once. The pale thing from the pantry hit the far side of the armchair and vaulted over it in a way that made my stomach turn. Too fast, too low to the ground. I saw one hand slap the rug, fingers spread wide and hairless and wrong at the joints. I grabbed the edge of the hatch through the shifted rug and slammed it downward with both hands, just as the thing lunged over the seam. It got one hand in. The wood came down across its fingers with a crack I felt up my arms. The scream it let out did not sound human, but it did not sound fully animal either. It was too layered for that, high and tearing at first, then dropping into a wet, choking shriek that vibrated through the floorboards and the underside of my ribs.
The hand convulsed under the hatch. One finger bent backward at an impossible angle. Another flattened, split, and disappeared from view under the pressure. Blackish fluid, not bright blood but something darker, almost rust-colored in the lamplight, spattered across the rug and my wrists. I put all my weight on the wood. The thing yanked backward. For a fraction of a second, I thought it might drag the hatch up with it anyway. Then the trapped part tore free. The hand vanished below. The hatch slammed fully shut beneath me with a violence that shook the chair leg and rattled the coffee table. For one impossible beat, the whole room froze around the sound of its shrieking from both sides of the floor. Below, and somewhere farther back in the cabin's dark interior, the echoes tangling so badly I could no longer tell where its body actually was. Then chaos broke loose completely. Claire was on the stairs, my mother behind her.
Evan had collapsed sideways into the base of the counter, one hand still pressed against his neck, the other scrabbling uselessly for leverage on the bloody floor. Blood soaked through his fingers and ran down his shirt in fast, dark sheets. 4 deep furrows opened across the upper chest where the thing had raked him, the fabric split and folding back around them. The neck wound was worse. Not deep enough to open him completely, but ugly and pumping. Each heartbeat pushed more blood through the gaps in his hand. "Help me!" I shouted. My mother was already grabbing towels from the kitchen drawer. Claire slid the knife onto the counter without even seeming aware she had done it, and dropped to her knees beside Evan. Her face had gone almost green. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" "Press here," I said, seizing a dish towel and shoving it hard against the side of his neck the second he moved his hand. He made a gagging sound and tried to swat me off until the pressure registered as help instead of harm. "Hold him," I said. My mother knelt on the other side and pressed both hands over mine. Her knuckles were slick with his blood almost instantly. Claire grabbed under his shoulders. The whole kitchen smelled like copper now, hot and thick, overwhelming the older rot beneath it. From somewhere behind us, deeper in the pantry laundry dark, came another brief scrape. We all heard it. "It's still in here," Claire said. The sentence nearly broke my concentration. I looked toward the pantry opening and saw only shadow. No pale face, no eye, no second rush. But the living room no longer felt containable. The hatch was shut under the furniture, yes, yet the thing had entered through somewhere else. The pantry, the wall void, the laundry crawl space. Some route through the house we had not known existed. That was the understanding that landed too late and all at once. The hatch was not the only way in. We had spent hours fearing the wrong doorway. "Upstairs," I said. "We have to get him upstairs." "Can he stand?" my mother asked. "No." Claire looked at me, wild-eyed.
Then how?
Together. There is no elegant way to move a bleeding adult man through a narrow cabin while something else may still be inside it. We got one arm of his over my shoulder, the other over Claire's, my mother pressing the towel hard to his neck while trying not to slip in the blood spreading under us. Evan was half conscious now, choking curses through his teeth and trying to keep his feet under him. Every step up the stairs left a wet mark behind. The climb felt endless. I kept waiting for a rush from below, a hand through the banister slats, some pale, fast movement from the dark at the bottom of the stairs. Nothing came. That was almost worse. The not knowing, the idea that it had retreated only far enough to watch. By the time we got Evan onto the upstairs floor outside my room, all of us were shaking too hard to pretend otherwise. My mother tore another towel from the bathroom and folded it under the first. Claire kept saying, "Stay with me, stay with me," in the same tone people use with the injured and the drunk and the dying. I took over the pressure on his neck and chest because my hands were steadier than theirs by a margin small enough to insult us all. Blood soaked through the towel almost immediately. "Get the first aid kit," I said. "It's downstairs," my mother whispered. The silence after that was its own kind of violence. I used another dish towel instead. Fold, press, hold, breathe. Don't think about how much blood there is. Don't think about what can still climb stairs. Don't think about how the house has more roots than you've seen. I kept my head down because looking into the hall or the stairwell felt like inviting collapse. It was while I was binding the towel tighter against Evan's neck with one of my mother's spare scarves, blood already soaking through in a dark spreading bloom, that I noticed something on the stair tread just below us. At first, it looked like a chunk of pale gristle. Then it twitched. Only a tiny movement, a convulsive curl and release. I stared at it for a second too long before my brain accepted what I was seeing. One of the thing's severed fingertips lay on the step, pale and narrow, the broken end dark and wet. And it was still moving. Chapter 4. The Tunnels in the Hillside. We survived until dawn by doing the smallest possible things over and over again. That is the least cinematic truth of the night, and, in some ways, the worst. There was no clever barricade, no triumphant stand, no moment where any of us rose to the occasion in a way that would sound admirable in retelling. There was only blood, pressure, waiting, and the slow, ugly passing of hours inside a locked upstairs room while something that had already entered the cabin moved somewhere below us. Or didn't, which was worse. We dragged Evan into my room because it had the heaviest dresser and the least direct line of sight to the stairs. Claire and I shoved the dresser against the door, then added the chair from the corner and the nightstand, even though all of us knew a hollow core interior door was more comfort than defense. My mother locked the knob anyway, then checked it twice with fingers so slick from Evan's blood that she had to wipe them on her sweater to get a grip. After that, time stopped working normally. Evan drifted in and out. At first, he stayed upright through adrenaline alone, swearing when the pain peaked and insisting he was fine, in the hoarse, stupid voice men use when they are bleeding enough to frighten themselves. Then his skin began to lose color in a way no language softens. His face went waxy under the bathroom light. His lips paled. Sweat collected at his temples, though the room was cold. The towel at his neck kept darkening, no matter how tightly I pressed it. The long tears across his upper chest oozed more than pumped, but there were enough of them to make every breath look expensive. "I need an ambulance," Claire kept saying.
I know. Did you get through? I'm trying. That became the rhythm. Her asking, me trying, the screen on my phone showing 1 weak bar and then none. I must have dialed 911 20 times. Sometimes it rang once and dropped. Sometimes it connected long enough for me to hear static and one chopped syllable of a dispatcher's voice before the line died. Twice I got far enough to spit out the road name and animal attack before the call broke. I sent texts to numbers I knew wouldn't answer quickly enough to matter.
I moved from window to window, phone held up stupidly toward the sky, searching for a corner of the cabin where the signal would hold for more than 6 seconds. It never did. Every now and then we heard something from the rest of the house. Not constant movement. That would have been easier, in a way. Easier to hate a threat with a location. Instead, there were long silences, punctuated by isolated sounds that made you question your own hearing. A light thump from below the landing. A drag through a wall cavity. Once, a faint rattle from the vent near the floor. Another time, something touching wood downstairs in a slow, exploratory sequence. One tap, then another, then stillness. After the first hour, the noises grew less frequent. That was its own form of cruelty. It made the cabin feel not abandoned, but watchful. My mother dissociated into prayer. There is no kinder way to put it. At some point, fear took her past language and into repetition. She sat on the floor beside the bed, Bible open in her lap and unread, rocking slightly from the hips, while she whispered fragments of prayers I recognized from childhood, and others I didn't. Hail Mary, Our Father. Psalm lines broken apart and stitched together wrong. Once she said my father's name in the middle of a prayer, and then didn't seem to know she had. Blood had dried in brown streaks across her cuffs and under one thumbnail. She never noticed. Claire ricocheted between numbness and rage. She would sit perfectly still for 10 minutes, staring at the bloody towels piled near the closet as if they belonged to another family. Then suddenly spring to her feet and start talking too fast. About the roads, about the deputy, about how we should have left, about how this was all insane, about how she knew something was wrong with the place the second we arrived. None of it was entirely wrong, which made it harder to absorb. "You should have made us go," she snapped at me at one point, voice low so Evan wouldn't hear. I looked up from the towel I was changing at his neck. "I know. You saw things before we opened that hatch. I know you did." I didn't answer. "That means you knew." "No," I said, more sharply than I intended. "It means I didn't know enough soon enough." She laughed once, and it sounded like something splintering. "That's convenient." "Claire," my mother whispered, not looking up from her Bible. "No, Mom, don't. Don't do that thing where we all act like this happened to us from space. It didn't. We kept staying. We kept waiting. We kept deciding to be reasonable." I wanted to shout back. Instead, I folded another towel and pressed it into place beneath the one already soaked through. Evan made a low sound in his throat and turned his head weakly away from me. That shut her up for a while. The longest stretch of the night came between 3 and first light. That was when exhaustion stopped feeling like relief and became something meaner. My arms ached from pressure. My knees hurt from the floorboards. The room smelled like blood, wet cotton, old dust, and the copper-sharp stink of a body under stress. The lamp on the dresser cast a sour yellow over everything. Outside the window, the darkness very slowly thinned from black to something more like charcoal. The rain reduced to intermittent dripping. No birds yet, no cars. No sign that the world outside the cabin still belonged to anything ordinary. When dawn finally came, it did not feel hopeful. It felt bureaucratic. Gray light filled the room with the indifference of office fluorescence. The blood on the towels looked darker, more real. Evan looked worse in it, not better. Gray around the mouth, eyes half open but unfocused. Fever beginning to bake him from the inside. When I touched his forehead, heat rolled off him. "We're going now," I said. No one argued. We moved quickly then, because daylight makes even terror choose logistics. Claire grabbed keys and phones. My mother found her purse and the SUV fob with hands that had started shaking again now that motion was possible. I peeled the dresser away from the door and listened with my ear against the wood for several seconds before unlocking it. Nothing. The upstairs hallway looked ordinary in the gray morning light. That offended me almost as much as the night had. The scratch marks on the bathroom door remained. The pale fingertip on the stair tread was gone. I did not tell the others that. There are details your mind postpones out of self-preservation. I stepped over the place where I had seen it and said nothing. Getting Evan down the stairs was worse in daylight because we could see exactly how much blood he had left on the landing and banister and lower hall. Brown-red smears, soaked towels, one handprint on the wall at shoulder height that looked too small to belong to any of us until I realized it was Claire's. The living room was quieter than it should have been. That is still the phrase that comes back to me. Not quiet, quieter than it should have been. The kind of silence a place falls into after violence if the violence has not truly left. The hatch remained under the half-shifted rug and furniture, closed now, though the armchair had been nudged farther aside during the night than I remembered. The kitchen cabinet doors still stood open. One of the lower ones had blood on the handle that could only have come from Evan's shoulder when he stumbled against it. And the kitchen window, what we had heard as a crash in the night, was not only broken, but punched inward at one corner. Safety glass shattered across the sink and counter and floor. Not smashed from inside, entered. That should have been the moment all remaining doubt died. Instead, survival kept us too busy to name it. The door to the porch stuck in its frame from moisture, and I had to throw my shoulder against it once before it gave. Cold air hit us full in the face. Fog lay low over the yard, not thick enough to hide the SUV, but enough to make the clearing look drowned at the edges. The ground had gone to slick mud. Our shoes sank and sucked as we moved. Evan nearly collapsed twice before we got him upright enough to half carry, half drag toward the vehicle. My mother opened the back door. Claire climbed in first to brace him from the far side. I had one arm under his and one against his back, trying not to let his head loll, trying not to slip, trying not to think about the open dark beneath the porch 3 yards away. Then I looked anyway. Under the edge of the porch skirting, just left of the broken kitchen window, something pale moved. Not fully out, not fully seen. A shape low to the mud, the color of diseased paper, retreating so fast through a gap in the lattice that for a second it seemed less like motion and more like the shadow withdrawing after the body was already gone. I stopped dead. "What?" Claire shouted from inside the SUV. "Nothing. Move." That was the lie I chose because I needed all of us in the car more than I needed anyone else staring under the house. We got him in. My mother climbed behind the wheel. I slammed the door, ran around to the passenger side, and looked back only once before getting in. The cabin sat in the fog with its porch dark and its broken kitchen window shining dully gray. In the daylight, it looked smaller again, almost pathetic. But beneath it, the black spaces between the supports remained, cut sharp through the mist like open mouths. The drive down felt both endless and much too fast. Evan bled onto the back seat despite the towels and my mother's old blanket Claire had stuffed under him. He drifted in and out of coherence, once trying to push Claire away because he thought she was pressing too hard, once muttering something about the hatch in a voice so low I couldn't tell whether he was asking for it to be shut or opened. My mother drove like she was escaping a fire. Too fast on the straights, too careful on the curves, jaw clenched so tightly I thought she might crack a tooth. My phone managed to hold enough service halfway down the ridge for one 911 call to finally connect. And even then, I sounded insane to my own ears. Yes, he's alive. No, we're already driving. Animal attack, I think. At a rental cabin on Cold Branch. Yes, that one. Yes, we're headed toward town now. I almost added man-shaped thing. I didn't. At the rural urgent care, everything became fluorescent and procedural in a way that nearly made me cry from relief and disgust both. Automatic doors, plastic chairs, clipboards. The sharp, antiseptic cold of medical air after the biological filth of the cabin. A woman at the front desk who went from bored to alert the second she saw the blood. A nurse barking for a gurney, rubber wheels squeaking on tile. Claire trying to answer intake questions with blood on her sleeves. My mother standing perfectly still in the waiting area while someone pressed a wad of gauze into her hands even though she wasn't the patient. They took Evan back immediately. The staff moved the way emergency medical staff always move around sudden violence. Not calm exactly, but practiced enough to make urgency look routine. A physician assistant asked me what happened while another nurse cut away the rest of Evan's shirt. I said animal attack. She asked what kind. I said I didn't know. She asked if I saw it. I hesitated. There was something in the house, I said. What kind of something? A man-shaped thing. The words sounded terrible the second they left my mouth. Not false. Worse than false. Unusable. She and the nurse near her exchanged a look so fast and so professional, they probably thought I didn't see it. But I did. The look people in medicine give one another when they are deciding whether trauma, intoxication, rural nonsense, or plain unreliability is about to become part of the case. A large animal? She asked, offering me a final exit. Maybe. That lie tasted cowardly and practical at once. A sheriff's deputy, the same one from the day before, showed up before noon to take a preliminary statement because anything that sent a man to urgent care bleeding from the neck up a mountain road became his paperwork problem eventually. He smelled faintly of rain and tobacco and looked even more tired than before. I told him what I could without sounding like a child reciting a nightmare. Window broken. Something inside the cabin. Fast. Pale. Wrong. His expression gave very little away. What kind of animal? He asked. I told you, it wasn't. I stopped, because I heard myself. He waited. It looked like a person, I said finally, and even then I could hear the weakness in it. Looked like. Not was. Not could not have been anything else. By that point, the fluorescent lights, the waiting room TV, the coffee machine humming in the corner, the woman with a sprained wrist filling out forms 2 seats down, all of it had started pressing the cabin back into the realm of implausible things that happen to other kinds of people. I could feel myself sounding unbelievable and trying to soften my own words before anyone else had to.
The deputy wrote something in his notebook. A nurse emerged from the treatment area carrying a clear evidence bag with Evan's boots in it, muddy and blood-streaked, laces cut. "Whose are these?" she asked. "His," Claire said. The nurse set them on the counter and, almost absently, started cleaning mud from the tread with a tongue depressor so they could be bagged properly.
A clump of dark soil fell away. Then another. Then she paused.
What is that?
All of us looked. Something small and pale had been lodged deep in the tread groove of Evan's right boot, packed there with mud. The nurse tapped it free into her gloved palm. Not a pebble. Not bone from a deer or raccoon or anything large enough to pass for luck. A tooth. Tiny. Human-looking enough that the whole counter area seemed to grow still around it. Child-sized. Chapter 4. The Tunnels in the Hillside. I left the hospital just after noon because there was only so much waiting I could do before my mind started turning in on itself. Evan was alive. That was the phrase everyone kept using, as if survival by itself settled anything. Alive, stitched, sedated, on IV antibiotics because the wounds were deep and filthy, and the staff were suddenly very interested in what kind of animal had done that to him.
Claire had stopped shaking long enough to sit beside his bed and hold a paper cup of bad coffee she never drank.
My mother had gone quiet in the worst way. Not calm, not stable, just flattened. She sat in the molded plastic chair near the window with both hands folded around her purse and answered questions only when directly asked. The doctor wanted to transfer Evan to a larger hospital if his vitals didn't improve by evening. The deputy had taken his notes and left. A nurse had taken the child-sized tooth away in a labeled bag. The fluorescent lights still hummed. Everything still smelled like disinfectant and burnt coffee and whatever synthetic air every clinic in America seems to share. And I could not sit there 1 minute longer pretending the next thing I needed was patience. I told Claire I was going to get food. That was not entirely a lie. I did get food later, but what I meant was that I needed to know whether the cabin existed in the minds of other people, the way it now existed in mine. I needed context, something uglier and more structured than the word animal. Claire barely looked up. "Don't be long." My mother said, "Daniel, please." I knew what she meant. Don't go back up there. Don't stir anything. Don't leave me alone with the shape of what happened. "I'm not going to the cabin," I said. That part, at least, was true. The town looked even smaller in full daylight than it had in the rain the day before. The clouds had lifted enough to show a bleached-out autumn sky, and every wet surface from the storm had dried into a dull film of clay and dust. Pickup trucks still angled along the curb. The bait shop still had its faded minnows sign and sun-warped buckets by the door. A hardware store bell clanged every time someone went in or out.
The whole place had that hollow weekday rhythm small towns get, when most of what happens there has been happening for 40 years, and no one feels the need to narrate it. I started at the diner because that was where local silence had first announced itself. The same waitress was working, same coffee pot in hand, same ability to call strangers "hun," with just enough warmth to keep it from sounding fake. She recognized me immediately, and I watched the recognition settle into her face before she covered it. "You're back." "Yeah." "How's your friend?" "Not good, but alive." She nodded once. "Coffee?" I took a booth near the window and said yes. She brought the mug, poured it without asking, and stood there a half-second longer than necessary.
"That deputy come out?" she asked. "He did." "And?" I looked at her. "You already know how and sounds." That made one corner of her mouth move, not quite a smile. "Folks hear things up there." "Hear what?" "Depends who's listening." I let that sit. At the counter, the same old man in the camouflage cap was there again, this time cutting into a piece of pie with unnecessary concentration. He did not look at me. Nobody in that diner ever seemed to look directly at you when they were listening hardest. "I need to ask around," I said. The waitress reached for the coffee pot as if to refill a cup that didn't need refilling. "Then ask around careful." "Why?" She glanced toward the counter, then back at me. "Because people around here don't like being tied to things they can't prove." That was the first honest sentence anyone had given me. I thanked her, left cash on the table, and headed to the hardware store next. Because places that sell nails, feed buckets, pipe fittings, and extension cords usually know the history of every roof, drain line, and bad patch of land within 10 miles. The store smelled like oil, lumber dust, and old cardboard. The kind of smell that belongs to useful places. There were galvanized tubs stacked by the door, shelves of fencing staples, and a wall of local maps yellowed around the edges. A man behind the counter in a seed company cap looked up from a catalog when I came in. I asked him if he knew the rental on Cold Branch Road. He knew the road. He knew the ridge. He knew the house in the way people know things they do not want to claim intimacy with. "Belongs to some Atlanta outfit now, I think," he said. "Or belonged. Changes every few years." "Why?" He shrugged. "Storm damage. Bad tenants. Folks buy mountain places for pictures and then figure out mountain places are work." That answer had the polished feel of repetition. Not false exactly, just worn thin from overuse. I asked if he knew who had done septic or maintenance up there over the years. That got me a name. "Try Earl Blevins," he said. "He used to do septic and pump work all over this county before his knees gave out." If anybody's crawled around more bad foundations than a snake, it's Earl. He wrote an address on the back of a receipt and slid it toward me. Before I left, I stopped by the county records office because once fear grows roots, paperwork starts feeling like religion. Deeds, plats, old parcel maps, tax rolls, anything that suggested the land had a history before it had a listing page. The building was small and over-air-conditioned, with laminated notices taped to the counter and a woman in bifocals who clearly considered urgency a personal failing. I gave her the cabin address and asked whether there were old property maps or prior structures listed on the parcel. She printed me a current plat, then grudgingly pointed me toward a side room where older binders and rolled survey maps were kept in shallow drawers. The parcel had been broken up and reassembled over the decades. Names changed, acreage adjusted, boundary corrections. One old survey from the early 70s showed a smaller structure or foundation mark uphill from where the current cabin stood. Another had a penciled note I could barely make out. Existing depression. There were no satisfying answers in any of it. Just the slow insinuation that the land had been used before it had been prettied up for weekend rentals. Root cellar, I thought. Storm shelter. Old smokehouse. Moonshine storage. Anything practical. Anything explainable. But nothing on paper explained the black space under the house, or the thing that had smiled in Claire's phone. Earl Blevins lived out past the edge of town in a low brick ranch with 3 old lawnmowers rusting beside a detached garage and a hound asleep under the porch swing. The man who answered the door had the look of someone who had once been broad and powerful, and was now being slowly negotiated downward by age and pain. Late 60s, maybe. White hair cropped close. Weather-pulled skin, one knee stiff enough to announce itself before he spoke. "Can I help you?" I gave him the address before I gave him my name. That was a mistake, or maybe the only useful thing I did all day. The second I said Cold Branch Road, his eyes changed. Not wide, not dramatic, just focused in a way they hadn't been when he first opened the door. "I don't do work anymore," he said. "I'm not asking for work." He held the door half open. "Then what are you asking?" "My family rented the cabin up there. Something happened. Someone told me you might know the property." His jaw shifted once. Behind him, I could see a narrow living room with recliners, a wall clock, and a television turned down low. A woman somewhere deeper in the house coughed and then didn't appear. "I know a lot of properties," he said. "This one matters." That sat between us. Finally, he stepped back and jerked his chin toward a chair at the kitchen table. 10 minutes. The kitchen smelled like black coffee and bacon grease and old vinyl flooring. He lowered himself into his chair carefully and looked at me the whole time, as if deciding what kind of fool I was before he wasted effort on me. I told him enough to sound serious and not enough to sound insane. Rental cabin, smell under the floor, bones in the crawl space. Something attacked Evan in the kitchen. I did not say man-shaped thing at first. I did not mention the photograph. I did not mention the voice my mother thought she heard. Earl listened without interrupting, one hand around a chipped coffee mug he never raised. When I finished, he asked, "What'd the deputy tell you?" "To keep the hatch shut." That earned the smallest movement in his face. Recognition, maybe, or dislike. "He didn't tell you wrong," Earl said. "What is under that place?" He leaned back slowly. "You want me to say bear? I can say bear. You want me to say squatter? I can say that too. Feral person. Somebody's kin gone bad off the map. That's the sort of thing folks can sleep on. But you don't believe that." He looked at the table for a while before answering. "Belief ain't got much to do with it." That was the tone I encountered over and over in that town. People protecting themselves with wording. Not lying, not confessing. Keeping knowledge sideways so it never had to stand upright and become responsibility. He told me fragments the way some men lay out tools, only what they intended to use. Back in the late 80s or early 90s, he wasn't precise on purpose, I think. He had been part of a septic repair job on the property. The owners at the time were not from there, vacation people. They had drainage problems after a hard season of rain. Earl and 2 other men dug near the hillside behind the cabin and hit stone where they expected mostly clay. "Not bedrock," he said. "Lined stone. Narrow. Like a trench somebody built to stay standing." "A tunnel?" "More like the beginning of one." The men uncovered only a section before the owner told them to fill it back in and stop asking questions. Earl said that happened more in the mountains than city people think. Old cellar cuts, old still routes, storm dugouts, half-collapsed root storage. Things started in one generation and forgotten badly by the next. "But you remembered this one." He rubbed his thumb against the handle of the mug. "Yeah." "Why?" "Because there were bones under the house." My throat tightened. "Animal?" I asked, already knowing how he would answer. He shrugged. "Mostly." The word had traveled farther than I liked. He said neighboring properties used to lose livestock from time to time. Goats, chickens. Once a calf, though he admitted that might have been dogs. Folks blamed coyotes when they wanted a simple answer.
blamed bears when they wanted the state to pay attention.
But the losses had a pattern he never liked. Things taken from close to structures, not out in the open fields. Things gone in ways that suggested not just feeding, but carrying. Years ago, he said, a child went missing up there too. Not at that exact cabin, near enough. Playing by a drainage trench after rain. Folks searched half the county. And? He looked at me. And they did not find him. He still would not say supernatural. You could hear him refusing it in real time, shaping each sentence around the words he would not use. So what are you saying? I asked. That somebody's been living under there? For years? He gave me a tired look. I'm saying a thing can stay in a place longer than it should if nobody wants to know it's there. That's not the same as possible. You come to me for possible, son, or for what people kept stepping around. That shut me up. The original cabin, he thought, had not been the first structure on that ground.
Maybe there had been an older foundation there once. Maybe just a depression where something had stood and half fallen in. A root cellar was one theory. A storm shelter dug into the slope was another. One old-timer had said there used to be moonshine tunnels cut through those hills during Prohibition, lined with stone or timber where the ground shifted too much. Another said some families dug hiding places during bad years and then buried the entrances when they were done. Nobody agreed because nobody still living had built the first version. And then somebody put a rental over it, I said. Not right away. He stared past me for a second, toward the dim living room and whatever years lay in that direction. That place never stayed empty underneath for long. He said it calmly, almost gently, which made it land harder than if he'd tried to frighten me. I sat there listening to the wall clock tick and the hound shifting outside under the porch, and knew I had reached the part of the story where facts and folklore share a fence line. Not because Earl was inventing things, but because years of partial knowledge had worn all the edges off what might once have been straightforward. A tunnel in the hill, bones under the crawl space, missing livestock, one vanished child, owners who filled sections in and sold the place later, locals who knew enough to speak carefully and not enough, or not bravely enough, to do more. Did you ever see anything? I asked. He took a long breath through his nose. Saw signs. What kind? Tracks where there ought not have been tracks. Bedding where no animal should have stayed dry. Food dragged where it had no business being dragged. He paused. Buttons. I frowned. Buttons? He nodded once. Children's buttons. Little shirt buttons. Mixed in with fur and bones and dirt under the house. Might have come from laundry. Might have come from trash. Might have come from anything. He said might 3 times, and I heard in each one the shape of what he had never managed to explain away. The room felt colder after that, though nothing in it had changed. I thanked him because I did not know what else people say after being handed a version of the world they did not want and cannot put back. At the door, before I stepped outside, he said, "You got family still up there?" At the hospital, not the cabin. Good. You think it followed us? He looked at me then in a way that made me wish I had not asked. I think some places don't give up being occupied just because the deed changes hands. That was not an answer either. But by then I had learned that in that county, answers were not what people traded. They traded survivable pieces. Enough truth to keep you from doing the dumbest thing next. Not enough to make them part of the story if it came back around. When I drove away from Earl's house, the road out front dipped through a line of bare trees before curving back toward town. I passed a drainage ditch
half full of recent rain, and before I could stop myself, looked into it as if I expected stone lining or bones or one small lost button shining in the mud. I saw nothing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Chapter 4. The Tunnels in the Hillside. By the time I went looking for the sheriff again, I had already made myself sound unreasonable to enough people that part of me had started rehearsing their skepticism before they could offer it. That is another thing fear does if it lasts long enough. It trains you to undermine your own account in advance. You start sanding your words down before anybody asks you to. You say things like maybe and looked like and something, instead of the harder, uglier nouns your body still knows are true. It is not lying, it is self-defense. You want to sound believable more than you want to sound exact. And in a place like that, the gap between the two can get dangerous fast. The sheriff's office looked even smaller in afternoon light. The same muddy trucks, the same dull windows, the same sense that whatever passed for official order there was mostly a matter of old habits and the town's agreement not to test them too hard. I parked out front, sat for a moment with the engine off, and watched my own reflection ghost faintly in the windshield. I had not slept. I still had dried blood under 2 fingernails I had failed to scrub clean in the hospital bathroom. My shirt smelled faintly of bleach from where I had tried and failed to wash Evan's blood out of it. When I went inside, Marlene was still behind the counter. She looked up, saw it was me, and did not pretend surprise. "He's busy," she said before I had opened my mouth. I'm not leaving without speaking to him.
That got me a longer look over the top of her glasses. Not insulted. Measuring. People always say that. I'm serious. So are they. I leaned one hand on the counter. You knew that address when we came in. Her face didn't change much, but it changed enough. I know a lot of addresses. No, you knew that one. Before she could answer, the deputy from the urgent care, the same one who had come to the cabin, stepped out from the back hallway carrying a file folder and a styrofoam cup of coffee. He saw me, stopped, and exhaled once through his nose like I had become exactly the problem he expected. You again. I need to see the scene photos. His expression hardened almost immediately. No. Why? Because this isn't a movie. That cabin isn't what you said it was. He shifted the file against his side. I told you to leave. We did leave, after it almost killed him. Marlene lowered her eyes to the keyboard, but her hands didn't move.
The deputy glanced toward the back office, then back at me. You gave your statement. You minimized it. So did you, he said, and that landed hard because it was true. A small silence opened between us. Then I said the part that had been burning in my throat since the hospital. There was a child's tooth in Evan's boot. That changed something. Not openly, not enough to count as shock. But his jaw tightened once, and when he answered, the irritation in his voice had been replaced by something flatter and more cautious. Come on. He took me not into the sheriff's main office, but into a smaller side room with 2 desks, 1 old filing cabinet, and a printer that looked like it had survived several administrations. It smelled like paper dust, toner, and the stale remains of other people's long shifts. He closed the door behind us, but didn't sit. Just set the coffee down, kept the file folder in his hand, and looked at me the way a man looks at somebody who has wandered too close to a line he doesn't want crossed. I'm going to show you some things, he said. You are not going to touch anything, photograph anything, or tell me how to do my job afterward. That depends what you show me. His eyes cooled. You got a family still breathing. I'd remember that before I got too brave. Then he opened the folder. The first photo was the living room floor. Not dramatic in composition, just evidence-shot flatness. The hatch area with the rug pulled back, the furniture shifted out of place, and blood across the boards in narrow, dragged arcs that looked almost abstract until you knew exactly how they got there. One trail led from the kitchen threshold toward the stairs in broken reddish smears and partial handprints where we had tried to move Evan without dropping him. The second showed the shattered kitchen window from inside. Tempered glass glittering across the sink and counter. One corner of the frame punched inward. Mud on the sill where something had come through. I stared at the mud longer than I meant to. Finger-width streaks. Not paw prints exactly. More like something had braced there with too much hand in it. The deputy flipped to the next. Torn floral fabric caught on a protruding nail beneath the lower edge of the broken window. I felt my stomach drop. It was the same pattern I had seen embedded in mud under the cabin. Faded flowers. Once pink or red, now browned by water, dirt, and age. The scrap in the photo looked old enough to be delicate, but there it was again. Not imagined, not memory made theatrical by fear. An object with edges, an actual thing. You found more of it, I said. We found what was there. He sounded annoyed at the sentence, as if even naming the continuity between pieces made the room less controlled. He turned another page. This one had been taken beneath the house. Not far in, judging from the angle, but farther than he had gone while we watched. Flashlight beam frozen in white over shredded vapor barrier, support beams, dirt, old cans, fur, bones. Except now, in a still image, the arrangement became much harder to call random. There were clusters, not a scatter of scavenged remains. Clusters. Vertebrae in one place, long bones in another. Small fragments gathered separately, as if moved or pushed or brought together over time. Near one beam was the bedding I had half seen in the crawl space. Insulation and fur pulled into a low nest-like mound with dark hollows pressed into it. Jesus, I said. The deputy didn't answer. The next photo was worse. It had been taken deeper in, from a different angle, and there the bones were clearer, sorted, not strewn. A line of small jaw fragments, a pile of ribs from mixed sources. Dur vertebrae, raccoon remains, and among them, shapes that made every part of me want to look away and count anyway. Small skull fragments separated from the animal remains. Not whole skulls, worse in a way. Pieces, bits of curved pale bone with sutures too fine for anything large. You told us animal remains, I said. That's what the report says. Why? He set the photo down. Because you don't write a county report based on what something looks like to frightened people in a crawl space. That's not what I'm asking. He knew it. The deputy walked to the filing cabinet, then back again, then braced both hands on the desk like he had to keep them busy or he might say too much. You want the truth? The truth is, people lose their minds faster over half-explained facts than they do over rumors. A report says possible mixed remains. Every idiot with a podcast starts driving up there with a flashlight. So you suppress it. He looked at me hard. We contain what we can. That was the closest thing to honesty I'd gotten from law enforcement up there. He kept flipping. One photo showed a low section of dirt under the house where grooves had been cut repeatedly into the mud near a support beam. At first, I thought they were drag marks from runoff or rooting animals. Then I saw how parallel they were, repeated, not random, a pattern of scraped lines, one above the next, descending along the packed dirt embankment where the foundation rose. He passed that one too quickly and moved to a grainy black and white infrared still. Trail cam image. The frame was labeled with a timestamp and coordinates from somewhere near the property line. Trees silvered in night vision. Wet brush. The right edge of the frame was empty. At the left edge, half in and half out of view, was a pale, bent figure in motion. Blurry. Not enough to use in court or on the news, or even in an argument with a skeptical friend. But enough. Enough for the body to understand before the mind organized it. One arm hung or swung so long it nearly touched the ground. The spine or shoulders were hunched. The head angled low, turned away just enough to deny a face. Human-shaped only until you traced proportions. "That was near the cabin?" I asked. The deputy didn't answer directly. "Property line. You've had cameras up there?" "Off and on." "And?" He took the photo back from me, too fast. "And nothing good came of them." I let that settle. The room had grown very quiet. The printer hummed faintly in sleep mode. Out in the main office, Marlene answered a phone and transferred someone without changing her tone. Everything around us retained the dull, practical texture of bureaucracy, while the things on the desk insisted they did not belong in any office file that should exist. I pushed anyway. "How long has this been going on?" His face changed then. Not softer, not kinder, just done. "Stop asking." "No." He straightened. "Your family should be grateful you got out." "Out of what?" He stared at me for a beat that lasted too long. Then he said, "Something that shouldn't have been fed your attention." That sentence chilled me more than the photos had. Not because it clarified anything, because it revealed the governing logic of the silence. Not ignorance, not disbelief. Strategy. The town had not chosen rumor over truth because rumor was easier. It had chosen silence because the truth, once fixed into language, might behave like an invitation. My phone buzzed in my pocket so suddenly that I flinched hard enough for him to notice. Claire. I stepped half away from the desk and answered. "What?" "You need to come back." Something in her voice made my neck go cold. "What happened?" "Mom found something." "Where?" "In the laundry bag they gave back from urgent care. The one with our clothes." I looked at the deputy. He was watching me now, with the expression of someone who already knew what shape my day was taking and had no intention of helping it. "What did she find?" There was a pause just long enough to make the answer worse. "A strip of fabric," Claire said. "Floral. Old-looking. It doesn't belong to any of us." I closed my eyes. The deputy said, "Go." Not kindly. Not unkindly either. Just with the hard finality of a man done pretending he was talking to someone who might still choose ignorance. I should have left then. Instead, I looked once more at the photographs on the desk. Blood trails, broken glass, the floral scrap on the nail, the nest of insulation and fur beneath the house, the sordid remains. And it was the sorting that finally changed the story for me. Up until then, some part of my mind had kept reaching for frenzy, for randomness, for the possibility that we had stumbled onto a starving thing and terrified it into violence. Predation is awful, but it is simple. A body wants food, shelter, darkness. A body takes what it can. There is mercy in that kind of explanation, because appetite at least has rules. But those bones were not thrown. They were not merely left behind. They had been collected, organized, grouped by size. That meant duration, repetition. A mind, however damaged or inhuman, that distinguished between kinds of remains and chose where to place them. The deputy snapped the folder shut. "That property changes hands," he said, voice clipped now. "Folks come and go. It ain't your job to solve the county. Take your people home when the doctors let you, and don't go looking for satisfaction."
Because there isn't any?
Because what you call satisfaction and what some places call notice aren't the same thing. He opened the door for me.
I stepped out into the front office half-dazed, my thoughts still snagged on that phrase and on Claire's voice saying floral fabric in the laundry bag. Like the cabin had reached into something we thought had already been sealed away and sent back. Marlene did not look up as I passed, but she said, almost gently, "Best thing folks ever do with some properties is leave them unloved." Outside, the afternoon had dimmed again under a gathering wash of clouds. The town looked ordinary in the worst possible way. A man unloading feed bags, a woman buckling a toddler into a car seat, somebody laughing near the gas station. The world proceeding with its usual shallow confidence, while I carried a folder's worth of evidence in my head that no official version of events was willing to hold upright. I sat in my car without starting it and found myself replaying one of the crawl space photos from memory. The dirt beneath the cabin, the low groove marks cut again and again into the packed earth. At first, I had taken them for drag lines. Then, as the image settled, they changed. They looked like marks on a wall where someone measures a child's height over the years. One line above the next, a record of growth. Except under that house, they did not climb upward. They counted downward. Chapter 5. It came back with us. The motel was 6 miles from the hospital and should have felt like relief. That was the first thing wrong with it. Not the motel itself. By every normal standard, it was exactly what we needed. Close enough to the urgent care and later the regional hospital that we could get back quickly if Evan worsened. Cheap enough that no one had to argue about the cost. Anonymous enough that we could carry our blood-stained overnight bags inside without anyone asking more than a polite question. It sat just off the highway behind a gas station and a shuttered car wash. 2 low rows of rooms facing a rectangle of cracked asphalt striped with faded white paint. There was a flickering vacancy sign in the office window and a humming ice machine at the far end of the lot, half sheltered by a corrugated awning gone orange at the bolts. It should have felt ugly, but safe. Instead, it felt like a place where fear had simply changed clothes. By the time we checked in, Evan had been transferred to a larger hospital 25 minutes away, stabilized enough that the doctors no longer spoke around us in that carefully blank tone reserved for families hovering near bad news. Alive, still. Sedated now. Angry when awake, and almost more unbearable for the vulnerability than he had ever been for his pride. Claire had ridden in the ambulance behind him with one of the nurses, and then called us from the new hospital, voice frayed to threads, to say he had made it there and that she was staying with him. That left just my mother and me for the motel that first night. My mother had not wanted to leave the waiting room. I had more or less made her. She moved through the check-in process like someone who had misplaced part of herself and only realized it in flashes. Purse tucked against her side, glassy eyes, hair flattened on one side from where she had leaned her head against the hospital wall for too long. Every few minutes, she asked the same question in the same quiet voice. "Did you shut the hatch?"
The first time I said yes. The second time I said, "Mom, yes." The third, I realized she was not asking for information. She was trying to place the shape of the world back together by verifying one last practical action. A door shut, a threshold sealed, a thing made definite. If the hatch had been closed, then perhaps the rest of what happened could still be contained behind it. So after that, every time she asked, I only said yes again. The motel office smelled like stale coffee, lemon disinfectant, and the old fryer oil of fast food carried in on people's jackets. The man behind the plexiglass spoke with the drained politeness of someone used to highway emergencies and personal disasters arriving without warning. He barely looked at the blood shadow still visible along the cuff of my sleeve. He handed over 2 keycards in paper jackets and circled the Wi-Fi password on a printed slip that looked as if it had been copied too many times. We got adjoining rooms. I had asked for that before he could offer anything else. Outside, the interstate breathed in the distance. Not loud enough to drown thought, but constant. A low, endless rush, like surf, if surf were made of tires and freight and people going somewhere else. The lot lights cast everything in a sodium orange that made the damp patches on the asphalt look black. The ice machine buzzed steadily near the vending machines, and every now and then it gave off a hard internal clunk that made me tense before my brain caught up. My mother stood in front of her motel room door and looked at the card reader for a second, as if she had forgotten how keys worked. I took the bag from her shoulder, opened her room, set it inside, then did the same for mine. The room was exactly what every roadside motel room in America is when no one is trying to impress anybody. Stale air conditioning, patterned comforter with an old cigarette burn near the foot, a TV bolted to the dresser, a bathroom lit harsh enough to make exhaustion look diseased. The carpet had been shampooed too recently, or not recently enough. Either way, it held a faint, sour dampness under the floral cleaner. There was an abstract print over the bed in colors no one would choose for themselves. One lamp flickered once when I turned it on, then held. My mother stepped into her room and sat down on the edge of the bed without taking off her coat. "You need to eat something," I said. She looked at me like she hadn't heard the words, only the shape of concern. Then, "Did you shut the hatch?" "Yes." This time she nodded, but not because she believed me more than before. Because the sentence had become a rhythm she could lean against. I left her with the television on low and a bottle of water beside the bed, then went back into my own room and locked the door. I checked the lock twice, then the bathroom window, then the adjoining room door, though of course there wasn't one. These were exterior entry rooms, the kind where every door opens onto a parking lot, and the illusion of privacy depends mostly on drywall and neglect. I showered because I could still smell the cabin on myself. Even under the hot water, the scent seemed trapped in patches, at my wrists, in the cuffs of my jeans, in the damp seam of my jacket. Rot and copper, and that buried cold earth smell from the crawl space. I scrubbed until my skin went red in the mirror, and the motel soap turned filmy and thin between my hands. When I stepped out into the steam, I caught it again for one awful second from the bathroom corner nearest the toilet. That same copper rot odor. Brief, sharp. Gone so fast that if I had not been waiting for it, I might have dismissed it as plumbing or the shower drain. I stood barefoot on the bath mat, holding the towel around my waist, and stared at the corner where the tile met the vinyl baseboard. Nothing there. Just a cheap motel bathroom with hard water stains around the faucet and a vent crusted faintly with dust. Stress, I said out loud, and the words sounded ridiculous in the room. I believed it for almost 10 minutes. Then I saw the mud. One small, wet flake on the bathroom tile near the door. Not enough to panic over. Not even enough to prove it had come in on my shoes and not the housekeeper's cart or the last guest's luggage. But it caught my eye because it was dark and fresh-looking, in a place I had just walked across barefoot after the shower. I crouched and touched it. Mud, yes, ordinary mud. Still, I rinsed it down the sink instead of leaving it there. I called Claire after that. She answered on the fourth ring in a whisper, then cursed and stepped away from wherever she was. "How is he?" "Alive," she said. "Sedated. They stitched his neck. They're worried about infection." "How's he acting?" A pause, then a bitter exhale. "Like Evan. Angry, embarrassed. Keeps asking whether anyone got pictures." I could picture that so clearly it almost felt like a reprieve, something ugly and familiar replacing something impossible. "And you?" "I'm fine." She was not fine. Neither was I, and we both knew better than to argue the point. "How's Mom?" she asked. "Quiet." "That's worse." "Yeah." I almost told her about the smell in the bathroom, about the mud flake. I didn't. Some instinct still governed what I could bear to make more real by saying. Instead, I asked practical questions about hospital transfer paperwork, whether she needed clothes brought by morning, whether Evan had asked for anyone besides her. When she hung up, I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time with the phone in my hand and the TV muttering low to nobody. Across the parking lot, someone loaded suitcases into an SUV. The ice machine buzzed and knocked. A semi downshifted on the interstate. These sounds should have put the cabin at a distance. A motel lot in America is the opposite of an isolated mountain house. Too much light, too much traffic, too many strangers moving within earshot. Yet my nerves refused the logic of it. Safety did not arrive just because the walls had changed. Sometime around midnight, my mother knocked softly on my door. When I opened it, she stood there in her socks and one of the motel's thin white towels wrapped around her shoulders like a shawl.
"Can I sit in here for a little while?" she asked.
"Of course." She sat in the chair under the window and looked not at me, but at the orange glow of the parking lot outside. For a while, we said nothing. Then, without turning, she asked again, "Did you shut the hatch?" "Yes." "You're sure?" "Yes." This time she nodded and folded the towel tighter around herself. I wanted to tell her something kind, something sun-like and solid. That it was over. That the thing at the cabin could not matter here. That dawn would make this all smaller. But all I had left by then were practical lies, and I had used enough of them already. Eventually, she went back to her room. I lay down in my own and kept the bedside lamp on. Sleep came in short, broken drops rather than a full fall. 10 minutes, maybe 20, then up again at a sound in the lot or the pipes or the room next door. Once I woke convinced someone had touched the mattress near my feet.
Once because the heater kicked on with a breathy rattle that sounded too much like something alive trying not to make noise. Each time the interstate hiss in the distance reminded me where I was, and each time that knowledge failed to soothe me. At exactly 3:07 a.m., according to the red motel clock beside the bed, I woke to a sound in the wall. Not loud, a soft interior shift, the kind old buildings make when plumbing cools or heat moves through cheap framing. I told myself that immediately.
Still, I did not move. The sound came again, a drag or shuffle inside the drywall near the head of the bed, a little above shoulder height. Not along the floor like a mouse, higher. Then stillness. I lay there listening so hard my jaw hurt. Nothing else followed. Eventually, the interstate hiss and my own pulse overtook it, and I told myself it had been pipes, wiring, a neighboring guest leaning against the headboard on the other side of the wall. Anything with a shape I could survive.
At breakfast, my mother said she had heard 3 knocks from the wall between our rooms sometime in the night.
Claire had come back from the hospital at dawn to shower and change, carrying a plastic bag of prescriptions and a paper cup of coffee gone cold. She looked 20 years older than 2 days before. When my mother said it, Claire's whole face tightened.
Mom, I heard it.
It's the motel, Claire snapped. People, plumbing, ice machine, anything. It was 3 knocks. Because now everything is 3 knocks to you. My mother fell quiet after that, and Claire seemed ashamed immediately, but only in the abstract way exhausted people are ashamed, unable to soften it because softness requires energy. She set the coffee down too hard on the dresser and began sorting pills, receipts, discharge instructions, hospital wristbands, all the paper debris practical crisis creates. That was her version of coping now. Tasks, lists, objects.
Keep the hands moving and the mind might not look up.
I opened my duffel to change clothes for the hospital and found the fingernail embedded in the cuff of my jeans. It was long, pale, and broken jagged at one end, almost translucent near the tip, and darker at the base where something old had stained it. For a second, I thought it was a sliver of plastic. Then I picked it free between finger and thumb and knew instantly it was not. Not mine. Not human. At least not in any way that made the discovery less revolting. I held it there in the motel room light, while Claire argued softly with the hospital on the phone, and my mother folded and refolded the same pair of socks on the bed. And I had the sudden, sick certainty that leaving the cabin had only changed where the fear slept. Chapter 5. It came back with us. Evan looked worst in the hours when the sedatives wore thin. Pain stripped him down in ways his usual personality never allowed.
It took the sharpness out of his voice sometimes, the performance out of his posture, but not the anger. If anything, the anger got cleaner, more visible. He lay in the hospital bed with gauze taped high along his neck and fresh dressings crossing his upper chest, his skin gone a chalky indoor color under the fluorescent lights, and hated every second of needing help in front of us. The room itself was aggressively ordinary. That was part of what made his account so difficult to hear in it. There was the rhythmic puff of the blood pressure cuff, the soft electronic chirp from the monitor above his bed, the rubbery smell of disinfectant and hospital linens, the wall-mounted television muted on a daytime talk show nobody watched. Out the window, beyond the parking structure and a row of utility poles, the sky had cleared into a thin, washed blue that looked too harmless to belong to the same county as the cabin. Claire had gone downstairs to deal with insurance forms and pharmacy questions.
My mother had finally fallen asleep in one of the waiting room recliners after nearly 2 days of prayer, panic, and stubborn refusal to lie down when told. That left just Evan and me in the room for the first time since the attack. I had not planned to ask him anything, at least not then. I had come in carrying one of those paper cups of hospital coffee that smells stronger than it tastes, intending to sit for 10 minutes, maybe 20, to give Claire a break when she came back up. Evan was awake, staring at the ceiling with the expression of someone refusing to blink too long in case the room changed while his eyes were shut. When I set the coffee down on the windowsill, he said, without looking at me, "You told them animal, right?" It took me a second to understand what he meant. "The doctors?" He nodded once. "Mostly." His mouth twitched the way it did when he wanted to laugh and didn't have enough strength to shape one. "Good." I pulled the chair closer and sat. For a while, neither of us said anything. The silence between us was not new. Men who have disliked each other in polite family ways for years rarely become intimate just because one of them nearly dies. But there was something different in it now. Less posturing available. Less room for the ordinary little power games he used to rely on. Finally, I said, "Do you remember what happened?" His eyes shifted toward me then. "Most of it." "Before it hit you?" A long pause. "I remember enough." I let the room hold that for a moment. The monitor kept up its quiet work. Down the hall, somebody laughed too loudly at something that was probably not funny. Hospital life going on around a conversation that already felt like it belonged outside civilization. "Then tell me," I said. He breathed in, winced slightly at the pull in his chest, and shut his eyes. "At first I thought it was the window," he said. "After that crash. I thought something had forced its way through and gotten tangled in the cabinets or something." He swallowed. "That's why I went down." I did not bother pointing out that I knew why he went down. I had been there for that part. I had been halfway down the stairs yelling his name. "The living room looked empty," he said. "That's what messed me up. If there'd been something standing in the middle of the room, I'd have seen it. I'd have had somewhere to put my fear." He opened his eyes again and looked past me toward the bathroom door, though I do not think he was really seeing the hospital room anymore. It wasn't in the middle of the room. It was half inside the pantry shadow. That sentence chilled me more than I wanted to show. "Not crouched?" I asked. "No." His voice went flatter. "That's the thing. It wasn't down on all fours." Not at first. It was standing, or trying to. He lifted one hand a few inches from the sheet, then let it fall again as if even describing posture was more effort than he wanted to spend. Half in the dark, half out. Shoulder turned. Head tipped a little. His mouth tightened. Like it was listening. I thought of the pale face in Claire's phone frame. The one eye. The mouth. Listening to what? He looked at me fully now. Us. The room seemed to contract around that word. He continued before I could say anything. It had cloth on it, I think. Or cloth caught on it. Something hanging off one arm, maybe. Could have been rags. Could have been pieces of clothing. I don't know. It was hard to focus because the second I actually understood what I was looking at, my brain wanted to turn it into anything else. That, at least, I recognized. Not the shape itself, but the experience of seeing it, and watching the mind scramble to file it under any category that didn't require rewriting the whole world. "I heard something before it moved," he said. "What kind of something?" He took a breath and immediately regretted it, pain tightening his face. Worse than the way it looked. I waited. It made a sound from the dark. Wet. Like someone trying to talk with blood in their throat. He blinked once, hard. It wasn't words, not exactly. But it was trying to use your mother's voice. I felt something cold move through my arms. "Mom?" He nodded. The tone of it, I mean. Not what she says, just her voice shape. He grimaced as if the memory itself had a texture. You know how sometimes you can recognize somebody on the phone before they even finish the first word? It was like that, except broken. Like it had heard her enough to know where the sound should go, but didn't know how to make the pieces fit. For a second, the hospital room blurred around the edges. Not from anything dramatic, like panic, but from the simple pressure of too many threads aligning at once. My mother in her downstairs room, saying it had tried to form my father's voice. The thing under the living room tracking us by movement and weight. The noises in the wall cavities. The deputy refusing to say too much. Earl talking about something staying in a place longer than it should if nobody wanted to know it was there. Not an animal, I thought. Or not only that. Something that listened. Something that kept pieces. "Why didn't you say this sooner?" I asked. He gave me a look that was almost offended. Because nobody was exactly sitting me down for tea and reflection. Fair enough. But there was more in his face, something he still hadn't gotten to and did not want to. "What else?" I said. He turned away toward the window. "When I came into the kitchen," he said quietly, "I looked at the sink first." "The sink?" He nodded once. "Why?" "Because I thought something had gotten into the cabinets, broken dishes maybe." His throat worked around a swallow. "There were bones in it." I said nothing. Not piled up, set out. His voice had dropped lower now, as if he were ashamed to let the image into air. Old ones, washed clean looking, pale, lined up in the sink like silverware. The phrase went through me like ice water. Bones washed clean, laid out like silverware. Not scattered, placed. Something in me resisted the image at first because it was too intimate in the wrong way. Animal violence I could still almost survive as a category. A thing under a house feeding on whatever it found, dragging what it wanted into the dark. Horrible, yes, but simple. Appetite, territory, rot. The sink destroyed that. The sink made it domestic. It meant the thing had not merely entered the kitchen. It had interacted with the kitchen, with its surfaces, its objects. The room is a room, not just a hunting ground. It had stood in the pantry shadow, listening to us while arranging old bones where human hands laid forks and spoons after washing them. That rattled me more than hearing it had torn into Evan's throat, because violence can be blind. Arrangement is not. I must have gone quiet too long, because Evan said, with a trace of his old contempt resurfacing through the morphine haze, "You look worse than I do." I leaned back in the chair and rubbed one hand over my face. "It was studying the house," I said. "It was in the house." "No, I mean the way we use it. The rooms, the sink, the voices." I heard myself sounding half crazy and kept going anyway. It isn't just breaking in. It knows what a house is for. He watched me without answering. That was when Claire came back. She pushed the door open with her shoulder, arms full of a pharmacy bag, bottled waters, and the stale sandwich I'd texted down earlier that she had apparently forgotten to eat. She stopped almost immediately when she saw our faces. "What?" Nobody answered. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Evan said, too fast. Claire set the bags down harder than she meant to. "Don't do that. Not after everything." "What?" I should have lied. Instead, I said, "He told me what he saw in the kitchen." Her whole body changed. Not with surprise, with dread. As if she had been waiting for the missing piece to appear and hated us both for confirming it existed.
"And?" she asked. Evan closed his eyes. "Claire, leave it." "No!" He didn't open them again when he said it. "It was standing in the pantry." She stared at him. Not like an animal. The color left her face. "It sounded like your mother."
Now she looked at me as though I had betrayed her personally by allowing the sentence to stay in the room. "No," she said. "That's what he said." "No, I know what you said. I'm saying no." Then I made the mistake of telling her about the sink. The effect was immediate and catastrophic in the quiet way true family breakage usually is. Claire did not scream. She sat down hard in the chair by the window as if her knees had gone out and covered her mouth with both hands. Her shoulders jerked once, twice. For a second I thought she was laughing. Then I realized she was trying not to cry and failing. My mother, summoned by the silence or the change in it, appeared at the open door a moment later with the motel bag of clothes still over one arm. "What happened?" Claire looked up at her with tears standing in her eyes and all the fury of the last 2 days turning suddenly directionless. "You were right," she said. My mother frowned. "About what?" Claire's laugh came out broken. "About not opening things." No one in the room moved. The conflict that followed had been building since the cabin. It just finally found language. Claire wanted us gone from the state. Not to another motel, not to another town nearby. Gone. South. Back to Atlanta or farther if necessary. She said it like a person naming oxygen after nearly drowning. My mother resisted at first only because Evan was still in a hospital bed and moving him was impossible. Then she gave way and started agreeing with everything. Too quickly, as if agreement itself could substitute for protection. Evan, humiliated by pain and weakened enough to hate everyone in reach, snapped that nobody was taking him anywhere until a doctor discharged him, and that all of us needed to stop talking like hill people in a campfire story. That last part nearly sent Claire over the edge. "You were smiling about the crawl space yesterday," she said. "You were acting like we were all crazy." "And now I'm the one in the bed." "Yeah," she said. "Exactly." My mother said his name sharply. I said hers. Neither of us made a dent. Because underneath the argument was the real thing none of us knew how to touch cleanly. Blame. Not the simple kind, the family kind. Distributed and sticky and impossible to assign without getting it on yourself. Who insisted on staying? Who didn't force us to leave? Who opened the hatch? Who followed? Who didn't say what they had seen sooner? Who kept trying to make it normal? At some point, a nurse came in, took one look at the room, and in that miraculous hospital tone that is both kind and immovable, said everyone but one visitor needed to step out so the patient could rest. We obeyed because authority still worked in fluorescent places. I was the last to leave the room. Claire had gone to the vending machines because she needed motion. My mother had wandered down the hall toward the bathroom with the dazed aimlessness of someone who had forgotten what they needed upon standing up. Evan lay back against his pillows, eyes half closed now, the fight leaking out of him under the weight of fresh medication. I was almost at the door when he said, very quietly, "Daniel." I turned. His eyes were open again, fixed on me with a clarity they hadn't had all afternoon. "There's one more thing." I waited. He swallowed once. When he spoke, his voice was rough and low enough that I had to lean slightly to hear it. "When it came at me," he said, "it was smiling, because it knew I'd opened the hatch." I did not answer right away. Not because I didn't understand the words, because I did. Too well. Not hunger, Not surprise, not panic. Recognition. A boundary crossed and remembered. The hatch had mattered in a way we still did not understand. Less like a practical access point and more like a rule we had violated without knowing the language it belonged to. By the time I stepped into the hallway, the hospital felt smaller again, as if the thing at the cabin had found some invisible route into thought itself and was now rearranging every fact around a colder center. And for the first time since the attack, I understood that what had happened in the kitchen might not have been random violence at all. It might have been an answer. Chapter 5. It came back with us. A few weeks later, my life looked functional from the outside. That was the first lie routine told on my behalf. I was back in my townhouse outside Atlanta, back to work emails, back to grocery runs where I stood too long in front of refrigerated shelves because the hum of open coolers reminded me of air moving through floor gaps. Back to coffee that went cold on my desk while I stared at spreadsheets and policy renewals, and the kind of ordinary professional problems that should have mattered more than they did. Back to doctor follow-ups with my primary care physician because I had stopped sleeping long enough for my blood pressure to notice. Back to conversations with my mother and Claire that orbited the cabin without ever naming it directly, as if silence could serve as containment if we were disciplined enough. Evan survived. That was the official family line. He survived the blood loss, the infection scare, the surgery to clean and close the deeper damage around his neck. He also survived, though less gracefully, the humiliation of needing help for weeks afterward. Claire stayed near him longer than I expected, and farther emotionally than she ever had been before. Their relationship did not heal. If anything, the attack clarified something rotten in both of them that had already been there. But she could not fully detach from a man whose blood she had helped hold inside his body with motel dish towels and a scarf. Trauma has a way of creating filthy little cords between people who should have cut one another loose years earlier. My mother stopped asking whether I had shut the hatch. That should have felt like progress. It didn't. It felt like a person abandoning the last ritual that had helped her live inside the world. As for me, I developed habits I would have mocked in anyone else. I could not sleep with floor vents open. The first night I was home, the soft whisper of HVAC air through the vent near my bed woke me so violently I nearly put my fist through the lamp, reaching for a weapon I did not keep. After that, I closed every vent I could, even when it made the house stuffy. I stopped looking at old homes for sale online, something I used to do idly because I liked architecture. Raised foundations, crawl spaces, cellar doors, screened porches with black gaps under them, all of it now triggered something mean and immediate in my chest. I checked under the bed every night, not because I thought I would find anything, because not checking felt worse. I could not stand pipes knocking in the walls. In my townhouse, whenever hot water moved through the upstairs line too quickly, there was a little hammering sound behind the drywall near the guest bathroom. 3 quick knocks sometimes, 2 other times. A problem I had lived with for years without noticing more than mild annoyance. Now it sent me rigid wherever I was in the house. Outwardly, I was composed enough to pass. Inwardly, I had become a man who listened before crossing his own hallway. The sheriff's office called just under a month after the attack. Not the deputy. A woman from evidence or storage, voice flat with routine. They had a few personal effects to return. Items recovered from the cabin after the property owner requested the scene be cleared and the rental company complained about delays. Clothing, a flashlight, one of Evan's boots. Some miscellaneous things they said did not appear relevant to the active file. Could I come get them, or should they ship them? I should have told them to throw everything away. Instead, I said ship them. That decision, like most bad ones, sounded harmless in the moment. Practical. Easier than driving back into that county. Easier than making my mother or Claire deal with any of it. Easier than admitting there was still enough of a pull in me to want the objects near, as if proximity might make the whole thing settle into something finished. The box arrived on a Thursday afternoon. Brown cardboard, sheriff's office tape. My name misspelled slightly on the label, which for some reason made it feel more sinister than a cleaner package would have. I brought it inside from the porch and set it on the kitchen counter without opening it right away. Outside, the sky had gone the color of wet aluminum. One of those ordinary Atlanta evenings where traffic hissed on the feeder road half a mile away, and every surface in the neighborhood seemed poised for rain. The townhouse smelled like dinner from next door, and the citrus cleaner I used on my counters. Safe smells, domestic ones. I made coffee first, then I opened the box. At the top were clothes folded badly into evidence bag creases. My sweatshirt, one pair of jeans, the flashlight from the cabin, scratched near the handle. Evan's missing boot in a separate bag with dried mud still packed in the tread, despite whatever cursory hospital cleaning they had done. Beneath that, unexpectedly, was the braided rug from the living room. I stared at it for several seconds before touching it. No one had told me they recovered the rug. No one had asked if I wanted it.
The thing looked smaller outside the cabin, less like an object with influence, and more like what it had probably always been on paper. A cheap, decorative oval rug in rustic colors, with fraying at one edge and darker stains near the center, where something had soaked and been inadequately cleaned. It should not have been in that box. When I lifted it, dirt fell out. Not a dramatic spill, just a dry little patter of grit and dark crumbs onto the counter and tile below, enough to make me stop breathing for half a second. I set the rug down carefully and unrolled it the rest of the way. Something had been wrapped inside. At first, I thought it was another clump of mud caught in the weave. Then the fold loosened, and a pale, segmented object rolled free into the light. One broken finger section. Not the whole finger. A segment from one of the ones crushed in the hatch. Pale, narrow, almost waxy looking, except at the torn end, where the color darkened to old rust. The nail was missing, but the knuckle shape was unmistakable. Not human. Not animal in any ordinary sense. A piece of something that had once still twitched on my stair tread, while Evan bled on the landing. I stepped back so fast I hit the counter behind me. For a second, the townhouse vanished around the edges, and all I could smell was that cabin again. Cold dirt, metal, wet fur, blood. Then the kitchen settled back into itself. The finger segment lay on my clean counter beside my mail and sugar bowl and coffee mug, like an obscene typo in the language of home. I did not touch it with my bare hand. I used barbecue tongs from a drawer, sealed it in a freezer bag, then put the bag back inside the box with the rug and the other items. I taped the flaps shut with packing tape from the junk drawer, more than was necessary, wrapping the tape around twice and then once more for no reason I could defend. After that, I carried the box to the laundry room at the back of the townhouse and left it on the floor beside the washer. My laundry room was small and narrow, more of a utility corridor than a room. Washer and dryer on one side, shelves with detergent, light bulbs, and spare paper towels on the other. At the far end, beneath the staircase that rose to the second floor, was a little storage door about 3 feet high that opened into a shallow cavity under the stairs. Holiday bins, old paint cans, nothing important. I looked at that little door longer than I should have before turning out the light. That night I slept badly,
but not unusually badly, which is to say I woke every hour or two for reasons that did not quite justify waking. Rain started after midnight and moved over the townhouse roof in soft, uneven waves. The HVAC ticked. Someone in the adjoining unit came home late and shut a car door hard enough to shiver my windows. I checked under the bed once at 2 a.m.
and hated myself for doing it. Then I lay awake for another half hour, listening to the walls, as if they had ever done me the courtesy of explaining themselves. When morning came, it came ordinary. Gray light through the blinds, coffee maker sputtering in the kitchen, work emails already multiplying. For almost a full minute after I got out of bed, I moved through the house like a person whose life was merely damaged and not actively threatened. That minute remains humiliating to me now, because it proves how quickly the body will accept a false truce if you feed it enough routine. I was halfway through pouring coffee when I noticed the laundry room light was on. I knew I had turned it off. The door stood open an inch. The mug in my hand went very still. I told myself I had forgotten. That was the first lie. Then I told myself maybe the latch hadn't caught. That was the second.
I set the mug down, already knowing neither one mattered, and walked toward the laundry room with a deliberateness that felt theatrical, only because fear had made my own house look staged. The cardboard box sat where I had left it, open, not torn apart, not shredded by some obvious animal intrusion, just open. The top flaps spread back like hands had unfolded them carefully in the night. I did not need to look inside to know what I would find wrong. Still, I did. The rug was half unrolled in the box. The evidence bags had shifted. The freezer bag I had sealed around the finger segment lay at the top, empty and wrinkled inward. The segment was gone. I think I stood there for 5 full seconds without moving, the way people do when the mind is still offering alternate interpretations faster than terror can clear them away. Maybe the bag tore. Maybe I never put it in. Maybe this is stress. Maybe I carried it somewhere and forgot. Maybe... Then I saw the mud streaks. Not huge, not theatrical. Damp, dark smears across the laundry room tile, starting near the open box and crossing the floor in irregular, broken lines, as if something wet and narrow had been dragged, or had dragged itself. The marks were fresh enough to shine faintly in the morning light from the back window. They led to the little understairs door. I stopped a few feet from it. The door was closed, not latched, just closed. The streaks ended at the bottom edge, and one thin run of mud had worked into the groove beside the frame. Every part of me understood the scene before reason arrived. That is the part people who have never been truly frightened by a place do not grasp. Some arrangements of objects announce themselves to the body faster than logic can process. Open box. Missing piece. Mud. Small door under the stairs. No interpretation would make it good. I went to the kitchen, took the biggest knife I had, came back, and hated myself for how much safer the weight of it made me feel. Then I crouched in front of the little door and listened. Nothing. No movement. No breathing. No scrape. The house held its ordinary daytime sounds. Refrigerator motor, distant traffic, rain gutter dripping outside. And those sounds only made the silence at the door worse. I opened it slowly. The storage cavity beneath the stairs was as shallow and unimpressive as it had always been. Bare subfloor overhead, drywall rough cut around the edges, plastic storage bins, a collapsed cardboard box of Christmas decorations, one old gallon of paint with a sealed lid, dust on everything. nothing obvious. That phrase matters because if there had been something obvious, blood, bones, a body, the finger itself lying there like a dare, then panic might have found cleaner footing. Instead, what waited inside was subtler and somehow more unbearable. The smell was there, faint but immediate. Not enough to fill the room, just enough that the second the door opened, I caught that copper wrought thread under the laundry detergent and dust. Wet dirt, old blood. The same buried organic odor that had risen from the cabin hatch and haunted the motel bathroom. I leaned lower despite every instinct telling me not to. In the dust on the floor of the cavity, between the holiday bins and the paint can, were fresh drag marks. Thin, irregular. Not shoe prints, not rodent scat trails. A broken line through the powdery dust, as if something narrow had been pulled inward a short distance, paused, then shifted deeper among the stored junk. I did not go inside. I wish I could say I was brave enough to investigate, that I found whatever explanation the rational world might still have offered me there in the half-dark under my own staircase. I was not. The drag marks and the smell were enough. More than enough. I shut the little door carefully, not slamming it, because slamming anything by then felt like telling the house where I was afraid. My hand stayed on the knob after it clicked into place. I stood there, bent slightly at the waist, listening to the other side of a door in my own home, while rain tapped faintly somewhere outside and my coffee cooled in the kitchen. Nothing came for several seconds. Then, from the other side of the thin wood, something knocked once. Chapter 6. What the Mountain Kept. Going back was the worst decision I made after the first one. The first, obviously, was staying. That was the decision with blood on it. The one that had weight, consequence, witnesses. The one that left scars on Evan's body and turned my mother into a woman who checked floor vents before stepping over them. But going back was worse in a different way. Staying could still be defended, however weakly, as fear, confusion, weather, exhaustion, family compromise. Going back had none of that mercy. Going back was chosen cold. By then I knew enough to stop. That was exactly why I couldn't. People like to think trauma teaches clean lessons. It doesn't. Sometimes it teaches avoidance. Sometimes silence. Sometimes it teaches the exact opposite of wisdom and makes you circle the wound because the mind cannot accept an injury without a shape around it. I had lived for weeks with the smell in my laundry room, the open evidence box, the missing finger segment, the mud trail to the understairs door, the single knock from the other side of thin wood in a house I was supposed to call mine. I had sealed that little storage cavity shut with screws and a strip of weather tape the next morning, and the practical act of doing it had helped for almost 2 days. Then the questions came back meaner. Had something actually followed me? Or had I brought something with me in the older sense? Attention, notice, memory, permission. Was the cabin one bad place among many like it? Or the mouth of something older than the structure itself? And worst of all, had the hatch mattered? Evan's final clear sentence in the hospital stayed with me like a splinter under skin. It was smiling because it knew I'd opened the hatch. Not because I had seen it, not because I had attacked it, because I had opened something. My mother begged me not to go back. Not dramatically, not with tears or hysteria. That would have been easier to resist. She sat at my kitchen table one Sunday afternoon with both hands around a mug of tea she didn't drink and said, in a voice I had never heard from her before, "Daniel, There are some things that are not made smaller by understanding them. She knew me well enough to understand what had already begun in me. The questions, the shame,
The practical obsession masquerading as courage. "I'm not going to do anything stupid," I told her. She looked at the screwed-shut understairs door at the end of the hall, and then back at me. "You already did." Claire refused contact about it in the direct way only sisters can. Not no texts, not total silence. Just a hard boundary built from omission. We spoke about bills, prescriptions, whether our mother needed groceries, whether the hospital had released the final records yet. The second I edged within sight of the cabin, she shut me down. "I'm done," she said on the phone once, when I asked whether she remembered exactly where the drainage trench had been visible from the yard. "You don't understand," I said. "No, you don't." Her voice broke in that dangerous way where grief and anger become almost the same thing. "You think there's a version of this where you go back and it turns into information? It won't. It'll just be worse." Evan wanted nothing more to do with any of us when the topic came up. He healed badly and resented the fact that his body now carried evidence of something he could not explain without sounding insane, or weak, or both. He left the state for a while, stayed with a cousin in Florida, according to Claire. And if the distance was partly about her and partly about me and my mother, I think most of it was really about the fact that certain landscapes had become impossible for him. He did not say that. Men like Evan almost never do. But when I called once and asked one careful question about the kitchen, about whether he remembered anything beyond the sink and the voice shape, he cut me off so fast it sounded rehearsed. "I'm not feeding it twice," he said, and hung up. That should have been enough. Instead, by late November, with the trees stripped and the first real cold settling into North Georgia, I found myself driving back into the county with a flashlight, a pry bar, a backpack, and a lie I had told everyone who mattered. I said I had a work inspection in Macon. The sky that day was the color of scraped metal, raw and wide over the ridge lines. The woods had changed since our weekend there. No lush, wet October leaves now to soften the slopes or swallow sightlines. The branches stood bare and black against the afternoon, every curve of the land more exposed and more severe. Dead leaves had matted into dark, slick blankets along the shoulders of the road. The mountains looked less mysterious in late autumn than they had in rain, but meaner. Emptier in a way that implied room for the wrong things to remain. The cabin road was unmarked now. Or rather, the little rental sign and address stake that had once made the turn look intentional were gone. I almost missed it, even though I knew where to look. When I did turn in, the gravel track felt narrower than before, partly because the brush had gone sparse enough for the road to look more obviously cut through the hillside, partly because I already knew what waited at the end. The cabin stood there, but not as a rental anymore. The online listing had disappeared weeks before. The owner, through the sheriff, or maybe the deputy, or maybe the kind of local back channel nobody writes down, had apparently decided boarded-up emptiness was easier to ensure than explanations. Plywood covered the broken kitchen window and one of the front windows upstairs. A new lock hung on the front door. No tire tracks, no lights, no vehicle. The porch sagged more visibly now under the colder light, and the black spaces beneath the raised foundation looked cleaner somehow with the leaves gone. More structural, and therefore more menacing. I parked under a stand of stripped sweet gum trees and sat for a moment, listening to the engine tick itself cooler. The woods were quiet. Not silent, never that.
Wind moved somewhere farther up the ridge. Dry leaves scraped over one another in the ditch. A crow called once, and then not again. But compared to the emotional volume I had assigned the place in memory, the reality of it was almost plain. That nearly sent me back. Almost. Instead, I got out, zipped my jacket all the way up, and walked around the house. Under-cabin inspection in winter was uglier and more useful than in rain. The ground had hardened in patches and gone slick in others where shade kept the earth damp. The gaps beneath the skirting were easier to see now that weeds and grass had died back. Torn insulation still hung low in places, yellow-gray against the dark beneath the floor. The same long gouges marked one support pier.
The smell was fainter than before, but present if you crouched low enough.
Old earth, stale rot, and animalized mineral cold. I checked the obvious access points first. The lattice gap near the porch, the broken boarded window line, the low erosion channels where runoff had carved under the foundation. Signs of repeated passage still showed themselves if you knew what not to dismiss. A smooth dirt trough where there should have been rough scatter. Hair caught on splintered wood. Old stains worked deep into one timber post that water alone did not account for. But what I was really looking for was not under the house. It was behind it. Earl's mention of the hillside had turned into a map in my head. Drainage cut, stone, filled sections, older than the cabin. If the thing had roots beyond the hatch and pantry and wall voids, then those roots had to start somewhere more stable than random rot under a rental.
The backside of the cabin sloped into the hill more steeply than I had realized during our stay.
In summer or rain, it had seemed only like a rough rise of earth and scrub beyond the back edge of the yard. In late autumn, it showed its structure. A shallow drainage line ran diagonally behind the cabin, half collapsed, cluttered with dead leaves and washed-down twigs. At one point along it, near a rotted stand of mountain laurel and an uprooted stump, the earth had fallen away farther than the rest. I saw the stone first. Not a wall, just a straightness in the dirt where straightness did not belong. I knelt and brushed leaves aside with a gloved hand. Mud-dark stones appeared beneath, fitted close enough that they had once formed an intentional edge. A narrow mouth half concealed by collapse. Old timbers rotted into black softness at the upper corners, their grain eaten out by time, but still clearly cut and placed by human hands. The opening was not wide, just enough for a man to go in on his side, or crouched low if the collapse gave a little more room farther in. The cold coming out of it felt steadier than outside air. Not a draft exactly, a preserved chill, the kind held by underground places that have forgotten seasons. My flashlight beam slid into the gap and found smooth dirt, then deeper darkness. There were signs of repeated passage immediately. A narrow trough in the soil leading inward where things had moved enough times to polish the loose grit down. A snag of long hair on one stone edge. Old dark staining along the timber at shoulder height if you entered low, rubbed in so deep that even decay had not erased it. I should have called someone. The sheriff, the deputy, wildlife, a reporter. Anyone more official than me with a flashlight and a coward's version of curiosity. Instead, I widened the opening with the pry bar just enough to fit. The entry was all compromise.
Shoulder first, then crouch, then one knee, then both palms in cold dirt, while the low ceiling of stone and root made the body aware of every extra inch it had no right to occupy. The tunnel felt older than the cabin immediately. Not mythically old, just older
in the practical, ugly way of structures built before modern convenience and then forgotten badly. Stone-lined in sections, bare clay in others, timber braces where the earth wanted to sink, everything under pressure, everything smelling of damp mineral, cold, stale organic residue, and the old, closed breath of a place that had held too much life and not enough air. The beam caught evidence of habitation almost at once. Not one event, duration. Nests pressed into shallow side hollows from leaves, insulation, fur, and torn fabric. Bones, of course, though smaller here and more weathered. Some embedded in the packed dirt as though years of movement had worked them halfway into the floor. Rusted lantern remnants collapsed near one wall. The enamel bowl or basin half filled with black water and dead insects. An old children's shoe lying on its side against a root bulge, leather split, one lace eyelet missing. Cloth strips tied to roots or jutting stakes, some so rotted they looked like wet bark until the flashlight caught a color in them. I moved slowly because the tunnel left no choice. Every foot forward had to be earned by checking where the ceiling dropped, where the floor narrowed, where one old timber brace had warped enough to snag my shoulder. The claustrophobia came in waves rather than all at once. First, just discomfort. Then awareness of the weight above me. Then the knowledge that if something came from deeper in, there would be no quick turning around, only backing, twisting, scraping, getting smaller than I already was. I almost retreated when the passage bent left and narrowed further. Then I saw marks cut into one of the old support beams. At first, I took them for tool marks, or someone absent-mindedly nicking wood over time. But there was intention in the grouping. Lines, then letters, initials, maybe names, carved badly by a knife or nail point into the old dark wood. Some were too weathered to make out. Others remained legible enough to suggest human insistence rather than accident. J.M. One crossed-out set I couldn't read. A single word half lost in the grain. Then one set stopped me cold. T.K. It meant nothing until it did. At the county records office, in one old binder clipped to local newspaper summaries and missing persons notations, I had seen a short mention of the child Earl referenced. Not a full file, just a line on a photocopied article index. Thomas Keener, age 8, missing near drainage trench after storms. Search unsuccessful. T.K. I stood in that low tunnel with the flashlight shaking slightly in my hand and stared at the letters until the wood around them blurred. Maybe coincidence. That is what the sane mind offers first and fastest. Maybe somebody else with those initials had scratched them there years apart for some ordinary reason. Maybe the county article was wrong. Maybe Earl's memory had bent around rumor. Maybe 100 maybes. And yet, the beam kept finding cloth strips, nests, bones, the little shoe, the basin, the trough worn by repeated passage through a space older than the rental cabin, and still connected to it somehow. By then, the tunnel no longer felt like a possibility. It felt like the beginning of an answer I had no business following alone. Chapter 6. What the Mountain Kept. The tunnel opened into a chamber that had no business being there. Even now, looking back, I can't tell you what it had first been built for with any confidence that would satisfy a sensible person. In another county, another decade, I might have called it an old storm refuge and left it at that. Or a bootleg storage cut dug into the hillside during Prohibition. Or a root cellar hidden far enough from a house to keep produce cool and theft inconvenient. The bones of practical use were there if you wanted them badly enough. Stone lining, old timber support, a shape that suggested human labor rather than natural hollow. But whatever it had once been, by the time I found it, it had become something else. The tunnel narrowed one last time, then widened without warning. I felt the air change first, still cold, but broader, less directional. The ceiling lifted enough that I could straighten almost fully, though not comfortably, and my flashlight beam finally stopped colliding immediately with dirt and timber. Instead, it traveled out into a chamber cut or built beneath and behind the crawl space, deeper into the hillside than the cabin itself had ever implied. It was not natural. That much I knew the second the beam found the stonework. Rough, old, handmade. Not uniform enough to be modern, too deliberate to be chance. The walls curved where earth had slumped over the years, but under the collapse, you could still see order. Stacked stone in sections, timber braces black with age. One corner squared off in a way no cave ever would have bothered with. The whole place felt like a structure abandoned by one purpose and claimed by another. I stood at the threshold with the flashlight in one hand and my free palm braced against damp timber and understood. With a cold so complete it felt like clarity, that the crawl space beneath the cabin had only ever been the upper lip of this place. The chamber itself was low, broad, and wrong. Not empty wrong, used wrong. That is what frightened me most at first. Not the presence of remains, which by then I almost expected, but the way everything in the room held the shape of repeated habitation. Not one event, not one season. Long use. Human-adjacent use.
A life, or several kinds of life, accumulated in layers until the place no longer belonged to any single decade.
The beam moved left and found bones. Heaps of them, but not dumped. Sorted. I had seen enough in the sheriff's photographs to understand the pattern now. Yet seeing it in person, in that chamber, was something else entirely. Long bones in one cluster, smaller rib-like pieces in another. Vertebrae grouped together, some deer, some raccoon or fox, and among them, fragments too fine and too human-shaped for my mind to touch without recoiling. There were little jaw arcs with teeth missing. There were thin, flat pieces that looked like broken saucers until the sutures in the bone betrayed them. Everything laid out in rough families rather than thrown aside. Nearby sat old jars clouded with grime, some upright, some on their sides, one still holding the dried brown tide mark of whatever liquid had evaporated out of it decades ago.
I found stained quilts folded into heaps against the stone, as if someone had once tried to keep soft things soft here, and then stopped caring what they absorbed.
Animal carcasses, or what was left of them, lay near one corner, gnawed down, hide collapsed over ribs, one hind leg stripped almost clean, and left at an angle too deliberate to ignore. Everywhere there were scraps of clothing. That was what finally took the room beyond animal and into something more corrupt. Scraps of women's dresses in faded prints, children's clothes stiff with old damp, men's work shirts rotted down to collars and cuffs, fabrics from different eras lying in the same dirt as if time itself had been dragged in by the arm and left there to mildew. Denim gone nearly black, flowered cotton, a shirt placket with pearl snaps, tiny yellowing buttons still attached to cloth no wider than my hand, a strip of lace, part of a cardigan sleeve. The remains of lives sorted into their most durable textures. The beam found a cracked mirror propped against the far wall. That stopped me more completely than the bones did. It was not large, maybe 2 feet tall, its frame long gone, only the glass itself leaning against the stone at an angle. The crack ran diagonally through it, splitting my flashlight beam into a warped white seam. For one awful second, I thought someone was standing in the room with me, because the reflection caught my own shoulder and bent it into a pale shape at the edge of the chamber. I nearly backed into the tunnel before my mind corrected. The mirror said too much by existing there at all. Someone, or something, had wanted a face, wanted looking, wanted to bring the domestic act of seeing oneself underground and leave it there when the rest of the room gave up all pretense of ordinary human use. Then the light found the bedding mound. I use that term because there isn't a less terrible one. It sat low against a braced section of wall, a mound of insulation, moss, fur, and layered clothing built into a shape the size of a body at rest. Not neat, not nest-like in the simple animal sense. Compounded, reworked, added to over years. Torn thermal lining, matted hair, old leaves, the inside fluff of upholstery, strips of dresses and shirts worked together into a single depression where something heavy had slept repeatedly enough to leave a center worn smoother than the edges. Tucked into it were human keepsakes. Not by accident. That was the part that made my legs go weak for a moment. Buttons, yes. Small shirt buttons and larger pearly ones from women's blouses. Some stitched to scraps, some loose. 2 hair ribbons stiffened by damp and age. A wedding band dulled almost black, except where one edge still caught the light. A plastic hospital bracelet, text mostly faded but not entirely gone, its closure intact as if it had been carried there whole and then kept. There were other things too small to identify quickly without touching them, and I did not want to touch anything in that room more than I wanted air. This thing, whatever it was, had lived close to people for years, maybe generations. That realization did not arrive as a dramatic revelation. It settled in piece by piece until all the fragments aligned. Clothing across decades, domestic objects, human keepsakes. The tunnel older than the cabin. The crawl space merely the current access point for a pattern that likely predated the structure built above it. Someone had always put houses near this hill, or over it, or against it. And something below had always remained close enough to learn the arrangement of human life without ever fully belonging to it. I moved deeper despite knowing better. The chamber's ceiling was low enough in parts that I had to tilt my head, and along one wall I noticed drag patterns at roughly human shoulder height. Not random stains, repeated contact. Something had been moved along that wall again and again over years. Cloth, hide, bodies, or some burden I did not want to define. The marks had polished the stones smoother where they passed, and left darker streaking in between. It looked almost like the wear you see in old stairwells, where thousands of hands have brushed the same plaster. Except this room had no staircase, and no innocent traffic. My flashlight found more recent debris near the bedding mound. A crumpled Polaroid corner first, white edge dirt browned. Then a little farther on, what looked like the laminated fragment of an ID card or badge, its photo gone, just enough text remaining to prove it belonged to the modern world. Not the 1930s, not Prohibition folklore, not some sealed-off past locals could afford to call history. This chamber was still being used in the age of hospitals and rental apps and sheriff's evidence bags. I crouched near the Polaroid scrap, careful not to put a hand in the bedding, and angled the light across a flattened old photograph pinned half under a stone. Not pinned literally, trapped there, preserved by dryness and neglect. The image had faded badly, but there was enough left to make out a woman standing outside somewhere rural in a patterned dress, smiling the stiff, practiced smile of film photos from the 90s. My breath caught. I knew that dress. Not because I had ever seen the full photo before, because I had seen its smaller ghost in the county archive room. One missing person article pinned to a corkboard near other photocopies while I searched records. A woman from the mid-90s, missing after driving through the county on her way to visit family. They had used a family photo in the clipping. She wore a dark floral dress with tiny pale flowers on it. The scrap tied around the thing's wrist in my memory. The torn fabric under the cabin. The strip my mother found in the returned laundry bag. Same pattern. Not exact proof in a courtroom sense. The photo was too faded, my memory too human. But the shock of recognition was immediate and animal. The room had been carrying pieces of people long enough for their clothes to recur like signatures. I sat back too fast and struck my shoulder against the stone. The sound echoed harder than it should have in such a low place. And then, because the chamber had not yet taken enough from me, I heard movement nearby. Not from the tunnel behind me, not in my own clothing. Nearby. Inside the chamber, or just beyond one of its darker side recesses, where the stone wall curved inward and the flashlight did not naturally settle unless forced. A small sound first, cloth or fur shifting over dirt. Then a soft, wet intake of breath. I froze so completely that my knees started to hurt from the effort. The room changed instantly. Everything I had been reading as residue became presence. The bedding mound ceased being an artifact and became a used bed. The mirror became something that had been looked into. The bones became not historical evidence, but the current arrangement of a current inhabitant's life. I swept the flashlight toward the darker recess. Nothing clear, just more cloth, shadow, timber, the edge of the chamber falling into deeper black where the stonework had either collapsed or opened into another pocket of space too narrow for the beam to read from where I crouched. Then came another movement, closer this time. Not fast, worse than fast, deliberate. I stood too quickly and nearly struck my head on the low ceiling, caught myself on the wall, and in doing so, smeared my palm through something dry and gritty on the stone. When I looked, the flashlight showed an old handprint there. Not literal preserved skin detail, but the rubbed outline of a contact pattern repeated enough times to stain. Human-sized, maybe. Or something that had spent years trying to imitate the ways human bodies occupy a room. The chamber was not a ruin. It was a life. That was the final understanding before panic began to take over. Not an animal den. Not a murder site frozen in the past. Not only a tunnel and some bones and missing names. A continued place of keeping, of sorting, of sleeping, of storing pieces of people close enough to touch and not close enough to save. The movement came again, just beyond the edge of my light, and this time I did not wait to understand it. I backed toward the tunnel mouth, still facing the room, the beam trembling over the bedding mound, the mirror, the hospital bracelet, the sordid bones, the old shoe, the dress scraps from women I had never known, and one I might have seen smiling in a missing person clipping 30 years after she disappeared. The chamber had not been abandoned. It had only learned to wait when strangers came near. And somewhere in the dark, just outside my flashlight's reach, something in that room was moving, as if it had heard me find it. Chapter 6. What the Mountain Kept. The breathing came from behind me. Not from the recess where I had aimed the flashlight. Not from the tunnel mouth I had been backing toward. Behind me, close enough that the sound arrived with the intimate dampness of breath in a confined place. And for one impossible second, my body understood before my mind did that I had not been alone in the chamber for longer than I knew. I turned too fast and nearly lost the light. The beam swung wild across stone, bedding, mirror, bones, and found it standing in the chamber's far corner, not 6 feet away. I had seen parts of it before, enough to be hunted by memory. A pale arm in motion. A face caught in one frame of phone footage. A body shape jerking through the kitchen light while Evan bled. But all those glimpses had happened in panic and bad angles and the mercies of partial sight. This was different. Underground. In its place. No stairs between us. No family shouting. No furniture to drag over thresholds. Just the flashlight in my hand and enough stillness for horror to become specific. It was emaciated and powerful at the same time. That contradiction is the first true thing I can say about it. The torso looked almost starved, ribs and tendons sharply mapped beneath skin pale as soaked paper. The chest narrow, the abdomen drawn in. But nothing about it suggested weakness. Scar tissue webbed the torso and shoulders in old layered ropes, as if it had lived for years by scraping itself through places too tight for the body it had and too necessary to avoid. The pale skin stretched over jutting bones in some places and hung wrong in others, scar-pulled and thinned until it looked almost translucent over the joints. Its mouth was damaged. Not disfigured in one clean event, but ruined by use. The lips were cracked back too far from years of biting, tearing, worrying at bone or wood or itself. The jaw hung at an angle that looked both flexible and broken, teeth visible even when it did not fully open its mouth. Those teeth were smaller than they should have been and crowded badly. Many split or worn flat, others black at the roots, as if rot and old blood had worked into them so deep they had become part of the tooth itself. Its eyes reflected the flashlight milky white. Not blind, though. That was the worst part. The reflection gave them a dead glaze for half a second. Then the pupils found me inside it, and the head adjusted almost delicately. And I understood there was vision there. Attention. Thought. Remnants of clothing clung to it in ugly layers. Not worn. Stuck. Fused into grime, scar tissue, and whatever oils and dampness years underground had made of them. A strip of floral cloth crossed one forearm and disappeared into old dark residue at the wrist. Something like part of a thermal undershirt or men's long johns hung from one shoulder in a ragged sheet. Threads of lace or ribbon had become indistinguishable from dirt and hair in places. It looked less dressed than overgrown with the leftovers of people. And it did not attack. That was the detail that froze me more thoroughly than any lunge could have. It stood there, in the chamber it had made from other lives, and watched me. No rush, no immediate aggression, just that ruined head tipped slightly to one side, in a gesture so close to curiosity that my whole body recoiled from the human resemblance of it. I understood then, with a terror colder than panic, that it might know me. Not in the abstract way a predator recognizes prey. Individually. The same man who had opened the hatch. The one who had come back. The one whose family voices it had heard through floorboards and vents and kitchen cabinets. The one whose smell, maybe, had already joined whatever archive of recognition it kept in the dark. It took one slow step closer. The movement was not natural to open space. The body folded and unfolded around its joints in a way that still belonged to tunnels, to crawl spaces, to narrow routes learned through years of compression. Yet it was controlled. Every part of it obeyed intent. My own breathing had gone too loud. I could hear blood in my ears. The flashlight trembled just enough to make shadows twitch around the stone. Then it lifted one hand and tapped the wall beside it 3 times. Not claws, knuckles, or the nearest ruined equivalent. 1, 2, 3. The sound in that chamber went through me like ice water. It wasn't threat exactly, or not only that. It had the feel of a signal, a ritual gesture, the kind of repetition that belongs to recognition rather than surprise. Behind it, deeper in the black beyond the bedding mound and the collapsed side recess, I heard something else answer. Not clearly. A movement, or maybe a shift of cloth over dirt, a smaller, wet sound. Enough to suggest either another body in that dark or a hollow full of arranged remains disturbed by the motion. I could not tell which. I still cannot. But whatever it was, the fact of it broke the last of my ability to stand there pretending observation was possible. I ran. No heroism. No final look held longer than fear allowed. I backed 2 steps and then turned wrong in the low tunnel, smashing one shoulder against stone, scraping skin off both palms as I caught myself. The flashlight beam jerked madly through dirt and timber while I shoved into the narrow passage on one knee and both hands, no longer preserving any illusion of caution. I heard movement behind me almost immediately. Not the full rush of a body in open pursuit, but the fast, intimate drag of something that knew exactly how to travel that route and did not need to slow down for the architecture. The tunnel made panic stupid. You cannot run cleanly in a space built to humble the body. You crawl, scramble, wedge, twist your shoulders sideways and drag your knees through cold packed dirt while old timbers threaten your head and stones scrape your back. Every breath tastes of earth and old damp cloth. Every inch forward feels too slow because something behind you may not be limited by the same human complaints. The beam struck the stone lip at one turn, spun out of my hand, and went dark. For 1 second, I was blind underground. That second is still with me sometimes, in elevators, in crawl spaces on home inspection videos, in the dark space between turning off one room light and seeing the next. The full, immediate knowledge of dirt, pressure, old confined air, and something behind you in the dark that is better built for this than you are. I lunged after the flashlight by touch and found it with my fingertips. When it came back on, the tunnel seemed narrower than before, the walls close enough to press my own pulse back into me. I heard a scrape behind my boots and kicked backward blindly, connecting with nothing I could trust as flesh or stone. Then part of the passage collapsed. Not the whole tunnel, not a movie cave-in, just the kind of partial failure old Earth waits years to attempt. The left wall near one timber support gave with a soft internal groan and then a sudden dirty rush. Soil and roots spilled into the tunnel behind me in a choking wave, half filling the space where I had been a second earlier. One rotten timber shifted and slammed against the opposite wall, showering me with dirt and splinters. For a sick instant, I thought I was buried. Then air still moved. The flashlight still worked. My legs were free. The collapse had not sealed the tunnel completely, but it had narrowed the route behind me into a tighter throat of dirt and timber. And from beyond that partial choke point came a sound that paralyzed me more than any scream would have. A low, angry, almost thoughtful breathing. Not trapped. Waiting. As if the collapse inconvenienced it less than it did me. I forced myself forward with a strength I did not know I still had. Elbows and knees tearing through mud, jacket snagging on roots. One shin striking stone so hard I felt the bruise arrive before the pain. The air grew fractionally less stale. The tunnel tilted upward. Daylight began to show itself ahead as a thin gray shape around the mouth. I burst out of the opening so badly that I rolled the last 2 feet down the little slope behind the cabin and landed shoulder first in dead leaves and cold mud. The sky above the ridge looked enormous. For several seconds, I could do nothing but suck air and try not to vomit. Dirt filled my mouth. My hands were bleeding in narrow abrasions. My right knee had torn through the denim. My flashlight lay half in leaves beside me, still on, beam tilted into dead brush. Then I looked toward the cabin and saw the hatch standing open inside. I had never gone through the house. I had come through the tunnel mouth behind the hill, straight into the older chamber. I had not entered the cabin itself. I had not touched the living room. Yet through the side angle of the porch windows, through a gap where the curtain had shifted and the interior stood visible in gray winter light, I could see the braided rug dragged back and the square dark opening in the floor yawning wide. Open. Not forced just then by me. Open as if the route beneath and the route above were still in conversation, one answering the other. That was when the final shape of it landed. Maybe it had not attacked us simply because we were there. Maybe it had recognized something more specific. Intrusion. Not into a house, but into what lay beneath it. A boundary violated. A door opened that had been kept shut. The hatch had mattered because it was not just access, it was acknowledgement, disturbance, crossing. The smile in the kitchen, the 3 knocks, the way it had tracked us under the living room and then used the house itself as if the walls belonged to it more than to us. We had not wandered into a den by accident the way hikers startle a bear. We had opened what should have remained closed and then slept above it as if the rest of the house still belonged to us. I got to my feet on legs that felt unsteady and borrowed, and staggered toward the truck. Every instinct screamed to leave without looking back. Most of me obeyed. I reached the driver's door, got one hand on the handle, and still turned anyway. Some part of terror is always greed. You want one last confirmation, even when confirmation can only hurt you. The kitchen window had been boarded over after our stay, but one of the plywood sheets had warped enough to leave a dark square at the upper corner where glass once was. In that black shape, the pale figure stood watching me. Not fully framed, just enough of it. Head, one shoulder, the suggestion of that narrow, scarred torso to make recognition mutual. The milky eyes caught no light at that distance, but I did not need them to. I knew where its face was pointed. It did not come after me, it only watched. And in that stillness, before I slammed the truck door and left the ridge throwing mud behind me, I understood the coldest part of all. It did not need to catch me again to keep me. Chapter 7. 3 knocks after midnight. Several months later, My life had resumed in all the ways that count on paper. That is the kind of sentence people say when they want to sound recovered without technically lying.
I was back at work full-time. Back to conference calls, policy renewals, and the endless, low-grade churn of adult life that used to irritate me in ordinary ways and now mostly felt like useful camouflage. I answered emails. I bought groceries. I changed the oil in my car because the sticker told me to. I stood in line at pharmacies and hardware stores and coffee shops with the rest of the country and looked, I assume, like another tired man in his 30s doing a decent impression of stability. My family had resumed too, though in a narrower shape. Claire moved out of our mother's house in early spring and took a short-term lease on a second-floor apartment in Kennesaw with windows that overlooked a parking lot instead of trees. She said she liked that. Said she wanted to be able to hear people leaving for work in the morning and car alarms at night and kids fighting over basketballs in the lot.
She and Evan were over for good by then. Not because the attack had redeemed anything between them, but because it had burned away the last soft lies that kept either of them pretending they had a future worth defending. He carried the scars high on his neck and chest, the way some men carry proof of surviving something they don't deserve credit for. He did not talk about the cabin unless cornered, and even then, only in practical terms. Animal attack, rural rental, bad luck. He left out everything else so cleanly, you might almost think he had convinced himself. My mother still refused to say the road name. That was how her version of survival looked. She no longer asked whether I had shut the hatch, but she also refused every suggestion of weekend trips, Airbnbs, cabins, mountain drives, lakeside rentals, cozy little getaways, and anything else that involved old wood and distance from other people.
Once, in May, a woman from church described a family retreat near Blue Ridge, and I watched my mother's face close like a door against weather. She smiled, nodded, and changed the subject to tomatoes. So yes, outwardly, life had resumed. But what changed in me did not resemble healing. It resembled adaptation. I listen before opening doors now. Not dramatically, not with my ear pressed to every surface like a lunatic in a movie. Just a pause, almost invisible from the outside. At my front door after work. At the guest room when the house has been empty all day. At my own bedroom if I've stepped out to the bathroom in the middle of the night. 1 second of stillness before the hand turns the knob. Because something in me now believes that thresholds deserve negotiation. I check floor vents automatically. I notice cold spots the way people notice perfume or cigarette smoke, instantly, against logic. In grocery stores, hotels, office buildings, friends' homes, if one section of floor feels wrong beneath me, if air rises through boards where it shouldn't, if tile holds a pocket of chill that doesn't match the room, I know before I decide to know. I cannot tolerate crawl spaces, attics, unfinished basements, raised foundations, or old houses with visible gaps beneath them. This has made me a less fun person, and, possibly, a safer one. Real estate listings with phrases like original foundation, generous under-house access, or charming lower storage no longer register as features. They land like threats. I once left a dinner party early because the hosts casually mentioned hearing raccoons under the porch some years back and laughed while telling the story. I laughed too. I even made a joke. Then I drove home with my jaw clenched so hard I gave myself a headache. I avoid hearing 3 knocks. This is harder than it sounds because life is full of 3s when you start listening for them. A pipe settling. A coworker rapping at an office door. The rhythm of a scene in a movie. A joke on television.
a broom handle tapping the ceiling from the neighbor downstairs. My whole body reacts before my mind sorts the source. If it happens in a show, I mute it. If it happens in my house, I stop what I am doing and listen long enough to ruin whatever mood came before. That is the visible part. The uglier change is emotional. When people ask, and eventually some did, I tell shortened versions of the story. The sheriff used animal language first, and after a while I learned how easy it was to live inside that reduction. We rented a cabin. There was something under it. Evan got hurt. The authorities found signs of an animal den, or maybe some kind of feral person using old access tunnels in the hillside. We left. He survived. Very scary. Never renting in the mountains again. That version works in conversation. It is ugly enough to satisfy curiosity, thin enough to survive daylight, and ordinary enough that the listener gets to feel disturbed without having to change anything about the world they believe in. It also leaves out everything that matters. I leave out the teeth. I leave out the child-sized bone under the bed. I leave out the sordid remains in the sheriff's photos. I leave out the bedding mound and the mirror and the hospital bracelet in the chamber behind the tunnel. I leave out the strip of floral fabric in our returned laundry. I leave out the mud trail in my laundry room and the understairs door and the single knock from the other side after I had screwed it shut. I leave out the part where it may have recognized me. I leave out the part where it smiled. At first, I told myself I was editing for the sake of being believed. That was partly true, but not fully. The ugliest truth is this. Part of me is relieved when people don't believe the full version. Not disappointed, not frustrated, relieved. Because disbelief functions like distance. If another person laughs a little too quickly, or says feral addict, or bear, or trauma, or your mind can do weird things under stress, I feel something in me unclench for a second. Their dismissal becomes a kind of cover. A flimsy one maybe, but cover all the same. If the story stays unbelievable, then it stays less usable, less discussable, less likely to be repeated by the wrong person in the wrong room, less likely to gather the kind of attention the deputy warned me about and Earl sidestepped and my mother feared without naming. Silence feels safer. There is no moral way to dress that up. It means survival did not make me wiser or braver. It made me careful, watchful, selectively dishonest. It trained me, the way fear trains most people if it is intimate enough, into becoming part of the mechanism that keeps certain stories poorly told. I have caught myself doing it in real time. Someone says they found a good mountain rental, and I almost warn them. Then I don't, because I cannot bear the shape the warning would need to take. Someone jokes about hearing things in the walls of an old house, and I smile too quickly and ask a different question. Claire once started to mention the county by name to a coworker in front of me, and I interrupted her with something so trivial and so fast that even she stared at me afterward. I apologized. I blamed stress. Both true, neither complete. The worst part is that I know what this makes me. Not a liar, exactly. Something colder. A person who has seen enough to know the cost of full honesty and has chosen partial silence as a survival skill. That is not noble. It is how systems like that stay in place, through the accumulation of survivors who decide, one by one, that careful omission is easier than naming the thing that changed them. There are other confessions I have not made to anyone in my family. I never destroyed the rug fibers. After the sheriff's box arrived, and the missing finger segment vanished from the laundry room, I should have burned everything that came from the cabin. The rug, the clothing, the evidence bags, the flashlight, all of it. Instead, I sealed the box again, then later separated some of the contents and stored them in contractor bags in the garage for a while, before finally taking most of them to the dump in stages. Not all at once, not ceremonially, not cleanly. The rug fibers clung to the inside seams of the box. One or two dark threads turned up later in the laundry room corner behind the dryer, and I vacuumed them instead of bagging them or burning them. I never turned the understairs cavity inside out. I screwed it shut, taped the seam, and left it that way. I told myself I was waiting until I had more light, more energy, more nerve. Maybe another person present. Weeks passed, then months. The storage door remained sealed. I never pulled everything out, never opened every holiday bin, never cut open the drywall, never proved to myself what had or had not moved in there after that morning. And I never told police about the missing finger. Not the deputy, not Atlanta PD, not anyone. How do I explain that in a way that doesn't sound like surrender? I can't. Some part of me feared provoking it more than I feared living near the question. That is the twist nobody wants from a survivor. We like our stories to end with certainty or courage, or at least some clean attempt at resistance. Instead, mine turned into maintenance. Quiet choices, sealed doors, edited stories. A private map of what not to touch and what not to say. Several months later, when spring rain returned and tapped softly at the gutters outside my townhouse, I stood in my kitchen making coffee and realized that the person who had walked into that rental cabin in late October, practical, skeptical, annoyed, certain that every strange thing had a material explanation if you were patient enough, was gone. In his place was a man who had learned to live with the possibility that some doors are safer unopened, not because there is nothing behind them, but because there is. And worse than that, a man who had started helping keep them closed. Chapter 7. 3 knocks after midnight. The night it knocked again, I woke at 12:17 a.m. without knowing why. That detail matters to me because I am not one of those people who believes every sudden waking means something. I had become a bad sleeper after the cabin, yes, but not in a mystical way. Bad in the ordinary damaged adult way. Waking to rain, to pipes, to dreams I forgot the second I surfaced from them, to my own body deciding it trusted nothing in the dark. Most nights I came up from sleep in layers. A turn, a blink, the slow reassembly of the room around me. That night I was simply awake all at once. Eyes open, breath held. The red numbers on the clock beside the bed cutting the dark into a small, hard fact. 12:17. For the first few seconds I lay there still and listened to the house, assuming some normal disturbance had pulled me out of sleep before my mind caught up to it. Rain, maybe. A car door outside. One of the neighboring units in the townhouse row coming home late. The HVAC turning over. Any of the small urban domestic sounds that had replaced the mountain's emptier silence months before. The house was quiet. Not dead quiet. Houses are almost never dead quiet, unless the power is out and the weather has gone still. Mine carried its usual faint nighttime life if you listened long enough. Refrigerator hum downstairs, distant traffic softened by rain, the occasional ticking shift from the ductwork as the temperature changed. Familiar sounds, civilized ones. Sounds I had spent months trying to trust again. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling. That was when I heard the scrape. It was faint enough at first that I could have mistaken it for the house settling if I had wanted to badly enough. A short, dry drag from somewhere below the bedroom floor. Not directly under the bed, farther down the hall, near the staircase. My whole body knew before my thoughts did. I did not sit up immediately. I did not reach for the lamp. I did not call out. Fear had already trained certain motions out of me. Instead, I lay completely still, every muscle tightening in sequence, and listened so hard that the inside of my ears seemed to ring around the effort of it. Nothing. Then a soft exhale.
Not from outside, not in the room, not at the window.
From beneath the floor, near the understairs cavity at the back of the house, where the laundry room met the little storage space I had screwed shut and never fully opened again. The sound came up through the house frame, the way those things sometimes had in the cabin. Damp, thickened, unmistakably breath-shaped without being fully human. Less damaged than before, maybe. Less clogged. As if practice had improved whatever mechanism made air become imitation down there. My mouth went dry so quickly it hurt. I turned my head enough to see the faint stripe of darker gray where the bedroom door stood open onto the upstairs hall. Beyond it, the landing was only shadow. The whole townhouse felt suddenly rearranged around the knowledge of what might be awake below. Then came the knocks. 3 of them. Slow, hollow, measured. Not at the front door, not from a neighbor's wall, not pipes.
Not anything the adult world permits you to dismiss without effort, once you have heard the same rhythm under the floor of a cabin where blood followed. 1, 2, 3. Each one came up through the boards rather than through air. Subtle enough that another person might have needed silence to notice them, but to me they landed with the force of physical touch. The kind of impact you do not just hear, but locate inside the body. I froze. That is too simple a word for what happens when old fear returns physically. Freeze sounds passive. What came over me was total bodily obedience. My hands went numb first, then my forearms, as if blood had abandoned them for somewhere more essential. My mouth dried out. Cold spread through my legs in a smooth, fast line from knee to ankle. Even my teeth seemed to understand before language did. They set against one another hard enough that my jaw ached. I stayed that way a long time. I cannot tell you whether it was 5 minutes or 20. Fear distorts time by removing all units except before and after. There was only me in the dark, the clock changing numbers I did not look at, and the certainty that if I moved too soon, I would become part of whatever conversation the house had resumed with the thing below it. Eventually, I reached, very slowly, for the baseball bat I had started keeping beside the bed after the laundry room incident. I had bought it at a sporting goods store with a face so blank the cashier probably assumed divorce or neighborhood crime was behind the purchase. Cheap ash wood. Heavy enough to reassure, useless enough to be honest. My fingers closed around it without much feeling. I drew it onto the mattress beside me and still did not stand. The urge to go downstairs came and went in little poisoned waves. Part of me wanted proof, to catch something in the act, to finally open the understairs cavity with full awareness and force the question into daylight. That part was not courage. It was the same old compulsion that had dragged me back to the cabin when staying away would have been wiser. The larger part of me knew better. I listened. No new knock, no scratching at the walls, no rush of movement. Only the old familiar torture of waiting for the next sound, knowing it would come from below and not knowing whether relief
or terror would greet it. When it did come, it was worse than the knocks. At first, I thought I had imagined it because it arrived so low and wet that language barely formed inside it. Then it came again, slightly clearer. My name. Or not quite my name. The shape of my mother saying it. Neil. It was not a clean imitation. Not yet. The first syllable dragged too long. The second landed with the wrong emphasis, like a mouth remembering sound by pressure instead of meaning. But it was enough. Enough for every old image in me to return at once. My mother in the downstairs bedroom of the cabin, saying it had tried to use my father's voice. Evan in the hospital bed, describing the wet, broken attempt at her tone from the pantry dark. The thing in the chamber beneath the hill, learning us through walls and vents and floorboards. It was improving. That realization landed with a different kind of horror than the first sightings ever had. Bodies can be fought, avoided, outrun, at least in theory. Learning does not offer the same mercy. Learning implies duration, practice, the possibility that each small sound overheard through human walls was being kept, sorted, attempted again until it fit better. I sat up then but kept my feet off the floor. The bat felt absurd in my hands. The room around me, dresser, half-open closet, stack of folded laundry on the chair, rain-dark window, had become intolerably ordinary. That is the cruelty of this kind of fear. It does not arrive in castles, or abandoned wards, or graveyards lit by moonlight. It arrives in the same house where you pay utility bills and forget to buy dish soap and leave unopened mail on the counter for 2 days. It contaminates familiarity and leaves everything else standing. I did not go downstairs. I want that on the page plainly. I did not investigate. I did not unscrew the panel. I did not call the police. Because what exactly would I say by then? Hello? Months after a mountain attack I did not report fully, something beneath my townhouse stairs is trying my mother's voice? There are no useful institutions for that sentence. So I stayed in bed with the bat across my lap and waited for dawn. The rest of the night passed in fragments of sound. One shift of weight below, subtle enough that if I had not already known the geography of my own fear, I might have mistaken it for the house cooling. One drag from the direction of the laundry room, short and deliberate. Then long stretches of silence so complete, I began to doubt the last sound, just in time for memory to replay it in perfect detail. Rain moved over the roof and through the gutters in uneven spells. Once, a car splashed down the street outside. Somewhere in another unit, a toilet tank refilled with a thin rushing sound that made my shoulders jump before logic corrected it. The clock changed from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock to something after 3 o'clock. I did not look often. I did not want the reassurance of numbers because numbers imply the night is moving. Fear of this kind feels more honest when it does not pretend to end. The voice did not try again. That was almost worse. It had already said enough. Toward what must have been the final hour before dawn, the sky outside the window softened from black to a deep, flat gray. The rain eased to a fine, ticking mist. I had not moved in so long that my back and shoulders had gone stiff, and the bat handle had left a shallow ridge in my palm. I remember thinking, with the ugly, practical clarity sleep deprivation sometimes grants, that if the morning came without another sound, I would convince myself not to open the understairs door again. I would make coffee. I would shower. I would tell myself trauma and old buildings and half-heard rain sounds can do cruel things to a mind predisposed to fear. I would perhaps even believe that for an hour. Then, just before dawn fully broke, I heard another set of knocks. Not beneath the floor this time, farther away in the house. 3 slow impacts from somewhere beyond my bedroom wall, distant enough that I could not immediately place them, but wrong enough in rhythm that placement barely mattered. 1, 2, 3. And what terrified me most was not that they existed. It was that they sounded as if whatever had made the first set was no longer confined to one hollow space. Chapter 7. 3 knocks after midnight. By dawn, I had talked myself into 3 different explanations and believed none of them. The sky outside the bedroom window had gone from black to the color of wet paper, and the townhouse had returned, at least on its surface, to all the little daytime sounds that insist a place is ordinary. A truck downshifted on the street beyond the row of units. Someone 2 houses over closed a garage door. Water moved through the gutter outside in soft, intermittent ticks. The refrigerator motor downstairs clicked on. The world had resumed its agreements. Inside me, nothing had. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time with the bat across my knees and my feet on the comforter, not yet willing to touch the floor. I wish that detail were dramatic enough to embarrass me out of it. But fear had long since burned away my vanity about certain things. If there had been something under the house, something in the cavity or the walls, or only in the line between memory and place, then I wanted at least 1 more minute before I gave it the weight of my body overhead. Eventually, I stood. The boards felt normal beneath my feet. That almost made it worse. I moved through the upstairs hall slowly, pausing at the landing, listening toward the first floor. Nothing. No voice, no scrape, no second set of knocks. Only the familiar geometry of my townhouse in morning light. Framed print above the stairs, runner rug slightly crooked, laundry basket at the end of the hall where I had left it the day before. The exact kind of domestic order that should have made any story like mine collapse under its own absurdity. I took the screwdriver from the kitchen drawer before I went to the laundry room. The understairs door was still nailed shut. That stopped me cold for a moment. I had half expected to find it hanging open, or the screws bent, or the cheap wood panel split from the inside like some theatrical warning designed to flatter the imagination. But the door sat exactly as I had left it weeks earlier. Screws in place, weather tape still running raggedly along one edge, the white paint nicked near the bottom where the drill had slipped. Then I looked at the floor. The tile just outside the little door was damp with mud. Not splashed, not tracked by my own shoes from outside. Damp in a narrow, broken spread, as if something wet had paused there and left part of itself behind. The marks had already started drying at the edges into lighter brown dust, but the center still held a dark sheen. I crouched without really deciding to, and saw more. Partial drag patterns. Not long enough to chart a path through the room. Just fragments. The suggestion of something narrow, pulled or pulling itself in short stops. And there, nearest the threshold, pressed into the dampest patch, was a clear handprint. Not a full palm, a partial one, but more than enough. 4 elongated fingers and the heel of something hand-like. The proportions wrong in the same intimate way I remembered from the hatch. Too long, too narrow, too much reach in the bones. The print angled toward the door, as if whatever had made it had rested there briefly before withdrawing. I sat back hard on my heels. The screwdriver felt stupid in my hand. A tool meant for shelves and hinges and mild frustrations. Not this. Still, I used it. One screw at a time. Slow, because speed now felt like invitation. The metal squealed softly against the wood. The weather tape peeled in dry little tears. When the last screw came free, I rested my hand on the knob and listened once more. Silence. Then I opened the door. At first, the cavity looked unchanged. Shallow subfloor above, paint cans, 2 plastic holiday bins, 1 collapsed cardboard box with old wrapping paper tubes sticking out of it. Dust. Drywall edges rough cut years ago by some indifferent contractor. The kind of useless triangular space every townhouse seems to grow under a staircase and never quite knows what to do with. Then my eyes adjusted. On the shelf at the back, really just a plank balanced on concrete blocks where I had once kept leftover paint and a bottle jack, I saw 3 things that had not been there before. The first was the child-sized tooth. Even expecting something, I recoiled at the sight of it. Small, pale, with a shape too neat and human to dismiss. It sat on the shelf as if placed there deliberately, not dropped. Clean enough that the little root caught the light. Beside it lay a strip of faded floral cloth. Not much. 2 inches wide, maybe less. Frayed, water darkened. The pattern nearly lost, but still there if you stared. Tiny pale flowers on a darker field. The same kind of fabric from the tunnel, from the cabin, from the evidence bag, from the old photograph of the missing woman in county records. The cloth looked dry, almost gentle in the weak light from the laundry room, which made it worse. Domestic, familiar. A woman's dress reduced to a signal. And beside that, leaning against the paint can where nothing in my house had ever leaned before, was a photograph. I knew it was old before I picked it up. Polaroid stock, white border yellowed at the edges, surface crazed with tiny age cracks. My fingers shook before they touched it, not because I understood it yet, but because I already knew nothing that old and misplaced in that space could belong to anything survivable. The image had been taken inside the cabin's living room, at night. There was no mistaking it. The stone fireplace, the couch, the cheap lamp by the wall, the braided rug on the floor, centered over the hatch the way it had been before we moved the furniture the first night. The picture quality was bad, the exposure weird, as old Polaroids often are indoors. But the room was there in enough detail to make my stomach drop through me. Then I saw the landing. At the top of the frame, above the edge of the living room, the upstairs railing showed 4 blurred human figures clustered in the weak yellow light. Not distinct faces, just bodies. 4 shapes gathered together on the landing, exactly the way we had stood during that second night when the thing moved through the walls and under the upstairs floor, and we thought staying above it gave us distance. The angle of the photograph was wrong for anyone standing in the room. Too low, too near the floor, too near the hatch. I looked at it until the image started to pulse with my own heartbeat. Taken from below, I thought. Not metaphorically, literally. From near the hatch, from the dark beneath the living room floor, looking up into the house while we stood above it, believing our fear was private. I became aware then of something else in the cavity. Not movement, recognition. One of the old boxes shoved to the side held a few childhood things my mother had sent me years earlier when she cleaned out the attic at home, and I had taken the path of least resistance by storing them instead of sorting them. School papers, a baseball glove with a split seam, a chipped ceramic bank shaped like a dog. On top of the box now, where I knew with terrible certainty it had not been before, lay one small object from inside it. A brass keychain in the shape of a fishhook, bent slightly at one end. My father had given it to me when I was 12 after our last real fishing trip together. I had not seen it in years. I had not taken that box down from the shelf since moving into the townhouse. Yet there it sat in the understairs cavity, beside the tooth and the floral cloth, and the photograph from beneath the hatch. As if whatever arranged that little shelf wanted me to understand that it had not only brought things with it, it had learned where mine were. I did not feel panic then, not in the clean, sharp way panic arrives during immediate danger. What came over me was colder and more total. A realization so complete it left very little room for denial to hide inside. This thing was not just territorial, not just hungry, not just some damaged body under a cabin reacting to intrusion. It kept traces. It studied habits. It learned voices. It crossed boundaries once invited, and the invitation did not need to look like hospitality. It only needed to look like opening. The hatch had mattered in the same way opening a door matters, not because it freed something trapped in the childish, literal sense, because it acknowledged a threshold. It changed the relationship between the people above and the thing below. We had turned a sealed ignorance into contact. After that, the house had stopped being ours in the ways that mattered. Standing there in my laundry room with the understairs door open, the smell of damp earth and copper faint but undeniable in the cavity, I understood the coldest truth the story had been building toward all along. I had not simply survived it. I had brought recognition home with me. I thought about calling the police for maybe half a second. And what would I say? That something left a tooth and a photograph under my stairs? That a strip of cloth from a rural attack site appeared in my house months later next to a keepsake from childhood? That I believed an underground thing had learned my family's voices and my home's layout, and perhaps the architecture of memory itself? There are no institutions calibrated for that report. I thought about calling Claire. No, she had earned distance. I thought about my mother and stopped myself with a kind of tenderness I had not felt cleanly in months. She had already paid enough. So I did the worst and most human thing. I put the photograph back. Not carefully, not reverently, but back, because some part of me could not bear the thought of carrying it farther into the house. I left the tooth there, left the floral strip there, left the little brass fishhook where it sat, as if to move it would acknowledge the shelf as an altar rather than an arrangement. Then I closed the understairs door, slid the screws back into place with shaking hands, and stood there with the screwdriver hanging loose at my side. I listened. Nothing answered at first, and that silence told me more than any fresh noise could have. Not absence, restraint. The kind that belongs to something that no longer needs to prove it can enter, because it already has. That was the final twist, though I did not phrase it that way to myself then. The worst horror was not that the creature still existed. It was that I had become exactly what such things produce when they work properly. Watchful, quiet, disbelieved even by myself in certain lights, trained not to say too much. Later that day I went to work. I answered emails. I took a call about a warehouse liability renewal. I nodded at coworkers in the hall. I laughed once at a joke I did not hear clearly. Outward life continued because that is what outward life does. But beneath every ordinary exchange ran the new shape of me, the one the cabin and the tunnel and the house had been making all along. Not a hero, not a victim preserved in moral clarity, just a man who now knew the cost of naming certain things too fully. That night I did not drink. I did not watch television.
I checked the screws in the understairs door twice before bed, then stood in the upstairs hall, listening to the house settle into its familiar nighttime sounds. The refrigerator downstairs, distant rain beginning again, a car passing slowly on the wet street outside. Everything normal, everything intact, everything waiting to be believed. I got into bed and lay on my back with the room dark. For a while, nothing happened. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard a small shifting sound inside the wall beside my head. Not loud, not violent. Just enough to tell me there was hollow space there I had never really considered before. I didn't move. The sound came once more, closer to the drywall than before, like cloth or skin brushing wood inside a cavity too narrow to see and too near to ignore. And then, very gently, from the other side of the wall, 3 slow knocks.